I didn't realize how bad it was. Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies.
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make the, like they carve the mold of
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, your, well, whatever. Call me what you want. These are all nicknames other people hung on me. You can hang them on me, too. Say what you want, but this is Midnight Musings, episode 18. And, of course, it is not a show without my esteemed co-hosts, the lovely Mmmm and Lael Rockwell. How are you? Let me just start out and say, first of all, let me check in. How was your week?
It's been fantastic. I just got home a few minutes ago. I went out tonight. I feel really great. So it's good to be here. It's good to be here to talk about entertainment and all that fun stuff that we love.
Well, you look lovely, and I love that top you have on. Look at those earrings. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And the 1/6 scale man himself, he says he's the 1/6 scale man, but he's full size in my eyes. Mr. Lael Rockwell. Lael, how are you, and how was your week?
Oh man, my week was pretty good. It was pretty good, and it's even better now, man.
Did you hide your wallet after that final wave of Hot Toys? Dude, you know what? I feel like there's an economic crisis brewing in this country, and it has nothing to do with the recession that we're almost in.
Yeah.
It has to do with Hot Toys.
It has something to do with Hot Toys, bro. We're getting hit hard. Like, we're literally getting hit hard. So, you know what? It was crazy because I went to the gas station yesterday. Put the picture up on my Facebook page too. Went to the gas station yesterday and I filled up my tank. $75 to fill up my tank.
Yeah, and you know what that is? That's a third of a low price Hot Toys. Is what that is.
Because that's the whole thing I was thinking about the entire time I was filling up my gas. I was like, damn, that was a pre-order. You know what I mean? I was like, yo, it's a pre-order. That could have been like a sale or something like that. Man, come on, man.
I got this. I got this.
You got it.
I didn't realize there's only 75 of these.
Yeah, bro.
And it's a Fison body.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't know if you can see it over my shoulder.
I see it.
Yeah, you see it right behind me. I love this figure.
Yeah.
It photographs kind of weird because if you don't get the right angle, it's weird. But it compresses. But I love this figure.
It's incredible. It's an incredible piece, bro.
It's a great piece. I didn't get the Paul Bunyan Superman though.
Oh, you didn't get the deluxe.
I didn't get the 2-pack, and I was thinking, nobody
really need it.
Yeah,
really need it.
Yeah,
not too many people who have actually read the Kingdom Come book will really know anything about it.
Yeah, and I've got the Absolute Edition. I've got the graffiti designs. I love Kingdom Come. So
yeah, hell yeah.
Well, so I wanted to talk tonight. Something happened to me this week that I was, in this day and age, I think it's always good to keep an open mind about things that you might not know. And I always say that every person you meet has a story to tell, and I'm not saying that I know everything. And there's a lot of blind spots that I have, and so something happened this week that kind of brought that into relief for me. And there's a thing that I was unaware of called, it's hashtag recast T'Challa. It's a movement in social media that I'd never heard of. And no offense to the release or the recast T'Challa people. I just, it was something that had not crossed my radar or on my Twitter stream. And somebody wrote into the John Campea show about it. And at first, when we were reading about it, I was kind of perplexed because it seemed to me like, oh, is this a new thing? Like, has it sounded like it was new, even though I found out later it's been around for a while. And I didn't understand because I loved the Wakanda Forever trailer.
Yeah.
I was really looking forward to it because I'm like, what is this movie? Like, I had no sense of what I had to take these off. I had no sense of what is this movie? What is it going to be? Like, how do you do a Black Panther movie when your main character, the actor, passes away? Yeah. And they have chosen, for whatever reason, and I'll let you opine on that later, they've chosen to incorporate Chad Boseman's passing into the storyline somehow. And I don't know how that is. And there's going to obviously be somebody else taking up the mantle of Black Panther, probably multiple people, I would imagine. But so, we were just talking about it from I think a business perspective, and man, did we get dragged. I got dragged personally on Twitter, and I was being accused of, disgustingly showing my privilege and all this. And I'm like, I didn't really understand why that was. I mean, I'm talking about from a filmmaking perspective and where we're at. This movie is coming out. Chad Boseman's not in it, and T'Challa's, like his father T'Chaka, probably, passes away, or they're gonna something it's going to be in the movie. And from my perspective, I'm like, well, I think it's pretty interesting from a storytelling standpoint. How are they going to work this into the movie, and what is it all going to mean, and how are they going to move forward? And we've never had that situation where we've seen deaths, but you always know that somebody's coming back. But T'Challa's not coming back, or at least the way they've done it. But then here, people started chiming in, and I met some very nice people, and including the I guess the man who started the hashtag recast T'Challa movement. He contacted me, and he was very level-headed, and kind of there was something that it never even occurred to me. And the point is, well, when there was a new James Bond, when Sean Connery wasn't going to be Bond anymore, George Lazenby made the new 007, and after George Lazenby, Connery came back, and then Roger Moore was Bond, and Timothy Dalton was Bond, and Pierce Brosnan was Bond, and then Daniel Craig was Bond. So the point that was being thrown my way is that, well, for a white character, they just recast. And then I was thinking, well, they haven't done that a lot in cinema history. But in this case, I mean, I think the Chad Boseman situation, the character of T'Challa, I understand how important T'Challa is. Created in 1966, Black Panther's been around for a long time. And I understand that the representation in the Black Panther films and what it means to, say, the black community, seeing basically a $175 million movie with a predominantly black cast, a black writer-director behind the scenes. The women, Ruth, the costume designer, she was the first black woman to win an Academy Award for costume design at the Academy Awards. So the movie Black Panther exists on a number of levels and has a great deal of meaning. And correct me if I'm wrong, give me some more insight into the black community specifically. It means a lot. And if I was an 8-year-old black kid, and I went to the movies and saw Black Panther for the very first time, it would have changed my life. To see people that look like you writ large on the big screen like this is very important. And I've grown up in a world where I always had that. So I just took it for granted. But if you grew up in a world where you don't take it for granted, I can understand how important it really is to people. One of my very favorite videos on social media were these two guys when the Black Panther poster was first in movie theaters, there was like three friends, and I guess there was these three black guys, and two of them were on either side of the poster, and they couldn't. They were so excited, and they were like, "This is what it's like for white people all the time," you know. And they're pointing to this poster, and they were so joyous about all of it. And it never. I was like, man, and that made me really think. Like, God, I've never. Like when I see a poster for Star Wars or a James Bond movie, I never think about the color of the skin of the people on it, because I've grown up in a world where everybody's skin on posters look like mine. You know, I never had to worry about that. So when somebody pointed out to me, look, you know, to lose a character like T'Challa and not have that character recast is a detriment. And in a way I started thinking maybe it is. And then somebody pointed out, you're never going to see T'Challa meet Storm. You're never going to see T'Challa reconcile with Namor. You know, all these things. So I guess, you know, since you had some thoughts, Lael, I guess start with you. What does that mean? How do you feel about the recast T'Challa movement? What does it mean? And how is Marvel wrong? And are the filmmakers wrong? I don't know. What are your thoughts?
So a couple of things, and I want to kind of, because I'm looking at both sides of the spectrum here. I'm looking at both sides in general. The way we looked at it, you know, from that vantage point when we heard the news of, you know, Chadwick Boseman's death, it took the world by storm. It was surprising, and it was something that I did not expect, because I remember when, you know, it was crazy because about a couple years before that, maybe 1 or 2 years before that, Toya and I went to a 76er game. It was actually the first time me and Toya had met, like around the time we had met, you know, for my birthday. She took me to a 76er game. We went to the game, and Chadwick Boseman was there. He was actually in, you know, basically sitting courtside, and we was like, wow, you know, there goes Chad. You know, he was, you know, dancing, and he was having a good time. So that visual was always stuck in my head at the first time that I actually seen him in person at a game. Then, you know, once the news it broke, well, not actually when we started seeing him, and basically, to me, I didn't realize or think it was a decline in health, but because there was an announcement before that he was actually going to play and portray the very first black samurai. So I thought that he was getting conditioned, and he was basically changing his weight for that character, not knowing that he was dealing with something. I think a lot of people didn't really know, but they were speculating at that time that something was wrong. You know, there was a lot of news going around. They had seen him in a wheelchair a couple of times. So there were different things that were actually happening at that point.
And he was getting, I mean, I know that there was some pictures where one picture in particular where he was so thin, and people were they were also dragging him on social media. And I was like, well,
like they were just like making comments about his health. And invisibly, you can actually see that like his hair was thicker, or his eyebrows were thicker. Maybe it's because it was painted a certain way, because at that time he was going through chemo. Okay. So a lot of people didn't really realize that. So the D-Day, the day came that we were watching TV, and all of a sudden across a notification. First of all, I got the notification on my phone from the news, CNN. Then I watched it, and I'm like, wait. I had to find out whether or not this was true. So then, of course, you're going to go on different platforms. You're going to, watch, and you find these things out. And you're like, damn, like it was shocking, because something that was, I remember when the Black Panther came out, we went to the theaters. Like, first off, I went to the first day release. It was packed. It was incredible. Second day, we actually had a venue whereas they put on a whole display. I mean, literally like a whole Wakandian display. Everybody was dressed up in African garb. But the thing is, it wasn't just black people. It was white people as well that were basically dressed up in garb as well. And it showed that the inclusion was strong, and we welcomed everybody. At that point, we had her name is Kay. She put it on. She put that whole thing, and it was like, I think it was a young black, I forget what it's called within our area. Toya, she'll keep me honest about it, but they put this whole thing on. The presentation was incredible. The turnout was incredible. It was legendary. I actually want them to do the same thing this year. So I remember how it felt, and how for weeks this was the topic, and everybody was so happy to see Now I know people will always say, "Well, Blade was the first super." No, no, no. We're
I
talking
know.
about the first represented Marvel character in books because you got to keep in mind Panther came way before Blade. You know
Way
what I mean?
before.
T'Challa's character was way before Blade. So to see that represented and to see actual African culture represented on
Well,
screen
that
was important.
I think
You know what I
to,
mean?
just to chime in, I mean, I've always been a fan of I worked on a project in the
Yeah,
aughts, and we interviewed Octavia Butler, and I've
yeah,
always loved Afrofuturism, that kind of movement within science fiction, and basically Wakanda is the most technologically advanced country in the Marvel universe, and then to see and Kevin Feige has said Shuri is the smartest person,
yeah,
even
yeah,
smarter than Reed Richards, and
yeah,
the for me, what's really interesting is I just thought that was cool. I love the
yeah,
whole story of Wakanda and how it was
yeah,
portrayed in the films, and the fact that they really leaned into real African culture. Even Ludwig
yeah,
Göransson doing the music, he went to Africa,
yeah,
and incorporated traditional instruments into the score, and then
yeah,
seeing all these actors, what a cast that movie had.
yeah, yeah.
So I can only
It was,
imagine what it was like to walk into a theater
and
like
it
that.
was.
And
Yeah, it was phenomenal just to basically feel that. Like, I mean, going to different places, traveling to DC, Philadelphia, and knowing around that time, like everybody was submersed in the culture and celebrated it because it was something on screen. We had seen like presentations of people going to screens and seeing it. We actually saw a screening, in Africa, showed a screening in Africa that was incredible. The group was called Young Black Professionals of Color that did it here. It was incredible. But yes, so the day comes when it's announced that he dies. So the first thing you're thinking is like, wow, you're not thinking about him as the character at that point. You're thinking
no,
about Chadwick Boseman, an accomplished actor at that point that really, really paved the way, for individuals, helped to kind of just pave that way. And to see that you actually had someone of color on screen as a hero that you have loved all your life was a huge thing. It was huge for all of us and still is. I would, and the thing is, for me, amongst the many who was like, yes, I would want to see this character. And I thought for sure, like, they would probably recast. But the one thing that slipped my mind was this a couple of different things. Number one, you have to think about the people that were involved in this film, the people that knew him.
yep,
They knew him personally and spiritually. Everybody that was on set with this man every single day of shooting that was around him that developed the relationship when they went on press tours, the director, you know what I mean? Him basically being with him the entire time, the conversations that they basically had back and forth, seeing that camaraderie, that family environment between, seeing basically both him and Michael P. Jordan, their banter and their kinship, and him and Lupita Nyong'o's their banter back and forth, and how it was one moment that they showed. It was actually a interview where he was on a panel with a bunch of individuals, and he was talking about how important this meant to two children that he knew, two kids that he knew that were actually in a cancer center. They passed away, and he on camera cried. Now, at the time, I didn't know why it touched him. I mean, it touched him a certain way, but as the interview went on, he had to leave. He left. He didn't come back. He was off camera, and they talked to the rest of the cast because it must have hit him hard, not knowing at that time he was dealing with a personal issue with cancer himself. So of
and
course it was connected.
during the
You know what I
entire
mean?
time that they shot Black Panther.
Exactly.
And he
The
was
entire
like,
time.
if you haven't, I would recommend everybody watch Mo Rainey's Black Bottom,
Yeah.
uh, because he was thin. He could not have been in the best of health when he delivered that performance. But my God, was he incredible in that movie?
Yeah.
He was
he was simply incredible.
the man was a warrior. I mean,
Yeah.
literally, not just a fictionalized, the Black Panther of Wakanda, but in real life, that man faced a terminal death sentence with
Yeah.
grace and honor, and he never stopped working, and he never did
waved.
anything but gave you 100%.
There was no waiver at that point. He gave 100% of himself. He wanted to do it because he spent his last days, his dying days, doing what he loved because that's what brought him joy and kind of helped him through it. So seeing that and knowing these particular things, I'm like, so I have to think of the cast. how would it have been for them to know that Marvel, if they decided and said, you know what, yes, he passed, but the show must go on, we're going to recast. Maybe they were basically like, wait. It's too early. It's too soon.
Yep.
It's way too soon. This is how we basically feel about this person. We want to honor him. It's way too soon. Then I thought about another issue. Them recasting. Do you think another black actor would have they would have probably sat there and said, you know what, listen. As much as I would love to play this role and I would love to do it, I don't care who it is. Nobody is going to give me the same feels as Chadwick Boseman did when he played that role, because I'm going to still see him. So it's basically like, look, it's time that's needed to be taken to fill those shoes. But then there's another side of that whole thing, Rob. Us as fans. Because the thing is, we can become a bunch of entitled motherfuckers ourselves. Like literally us as fans. And I'm not talking about
fans?
Us as fans. We can become entitled because we want what we want. We want to see what we want, and we want it now. So yes, I'm a black man who basically wants to see this man. I want to see T'Challa's story fleshed out and furthered in the MCU because it is richness there. He has a connection to the MCU. He has a connection to characters. Through him, we were introduced to other characters. So yes, I want to see him. I want to see him back on screen again. I want to see T'Challa. But from an actor standpoint and people that were involved, I understand that time was basically needed. But I also know this. If we get another actor who does take and pick up the mantle, Rob, there's going to be complaints. Oh, he didn't do this like Chadwick would have.
Right.
Oh, I don't see that's never something the Black Panther would do. So it's a double-edged sword. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Now, here's the thing about this, recast T'Challa thing. I understand that. And I want him to be recast, but when the moment is right, when it is time, when he is supposed to be recast. Because the thing is, all this that's happening right now is casting a horrible shadow on this film. Because the thing is, it's taken away from the excitement that we're going to see Black Panther on screen again. On top of that, there's another thing that was an issue. The simple fact that people, and I'm not saying all of them, but there are a group of individuals that are ashamed or afraid to see a black woman on screen in power. Because I've seen it. I have seen it. Everybody has this whole thing about seeing a woman of power on screen. And in my mind, I'm like, wait a minute. Number one, it was in the comics that Shuri did pick up the mantle of Black Panther.
Yes, it
when
was.
He was in a coma. So it was in the comics. I have the book. I followed the entire story. So that did basically happen. But here's the thing. Oh, but that happened later on. It happened late. Okay, it doesn't matter, but this is a good device to bring in temporarily until you decide to bring in another character. Number two, you don't know what the hell we're going to see out of this film. Maybe they are going to recast, and at the end of it, post-credit scene, we might see another chat or
that's what I was thinking too.
Come straight through the portal. Give it time. Enjoy the film for what it is, but at the same time, give credit where the credit is due, because that one speech that Angela Bassett gave and that thing moved me, and that was an Oscar-winning performance. Just that speech, and I guarantee you she's going to be nominated for something. If she's not, there's a problem. But the thing is, I want to see that. I love the Dora Milaje. I love Lupita Nyong'o's character in that. I love Shuri's character in that. I love Letitia Wright. I want to see these women get their just due, because they're not based. It's not just, look, it's Wakanda Forever and the Black Panther is not just about one person. It's about an entire culture.
Yep.
It's about basically women, and especially black female women, who have actually lost and have been marginalized, had to sit back and be silent and not able to actually have a voice and have a level of strength, especially in film, on film. It's their time, and I want them to have that time. At the same time, I understand if people want to see T'Challa, I have a strong feeling we're going to see it again. But don't put a blemish on this film, because I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to be amazing. But I mean, come on, temper that a little bit. You know what I mean? Just temper T'Challa. Look, he's going to be recast. But people got to be a bit patient, man. Like, straight up, be a tad bit patient and stop this pointing fingers. Y'all, to me, That's just my opinion, and this is coming from somebody who wants to see. Come on, man! I got the fucking Black Panther right there, right? Where I have every comic that was ever published. I have the 1/6 scale figure right there. I have every print that I can get my hands on hanging on my wall right now. But at the same time, I'm empathetic towards the cast and crew and people who knew him, even his family who knew him. Yes, his brother said yes, he would want to actually see him recast, but I'm pretty sure he understands everything behind it as well. Look, you can't just bring somebody else in, expect them to fill those particular shoes and be accepted right away. Because us as a community know it's not going to happen that way. You know it. There's going to be some pushback. Let the get the run. When they listen, when they were talking about there were rumors going around that the dude, the actor who played Bridgerton might take over the role. If you would have saw, like, the internet went crazy. They were slaying this dude. Like,
Yeah,
no,
I know.
it better not be Bridgerton. It better not be him. No, he's not. He's not dark enough. This, that, and the third. So that really
He's
let
not.
me know. It
Yeah,
was
there's
like,
that too.
but that already let me know right then and there was going to be a problem. Because the thing is, if they recast somebody and they don't fill those shoes, no matter how they look and how important they might, and no matter how good they portray it, there's going to always be pushback. And people aren't, they're afraid that they don't want to admit that. They want to be like, nah, that's not, but it don't say it won't happen, because it will. Because this is who we are. And this is how this community works.
All
That's
right.
all I'm saying.
All right. You've heard what Lael had to say, and I throw it out. I throw the same question out to you. You know, how do you feel about all of these same things? Chadwick Boseman potentially being recast. The fact that Wakanda Forever, you now have, whether it's Okoye, whether it's Nakia, whether it's how do you pronounce Angela Bassett's his mom's name? What's the R? I'm trying. Angela. I just think Angela Bassett. You know, you do have a cast of incredibly strong women that are a big part of Wakanda. And how do you feel about this whole thing? And what do you think about what Lael had to say?
Well, for, when I think about, how people always say that the MCU reached its height with, either Endgame or Infinity War or something like that, that was like the height of the MCU, or, where things kind of tapered off after that. For me, the height of the MCU was Black Panther, because the film itself was so extraordinary. You had the best costume design, best production design, incredible actors, incredibly good-looking male actors who were Black, and they were strong, powerful characters. They were tough. Like it was, you embraced the masculinity of the Black male, but you also had strong Black females in the film. And, they were fighting in evening gowns, for heaven's sake. These ladies could do everything. And so I felt as if that film was perhaps the level of perfection that they needed to strive to. So once you get to that level of such an incredible film, everything else is going to be a letdown. Wakanda was like this perfect looking place. It had technology. Everybody was intelligent. This is ideally what everybody wants to be like. And they pulled it off. It came out beautifully. There was mysticism, a sense of, how should I say, spirituality in it. And the idea that you could go and speak to your ancestors, or, to a person for guidance, and that there was something afterwards and you could witness that, all really kind of added to this, beauty of the film, in addition to the idea that now they were going to go out and help other people right now. We could see that they were already helping people just undercover, let's say, because that's how the film starts. One of the ladies is helping undercover, and that's what's happening. And it's wonderful. This is exactly what we imagine, the Wakandians to be doing anyway. But now they're going to be more open about it. So they're saying, okay, we just bought, at the end, he says, we bought this. We're going to help people. It's going to change lives, and everything is going to be amazing. And it really was. This was kind of, the pinnacle, I think, of their film, because a lot of the MCU films, which I do love, didn't have the same feeling as this film had. This film had a lot of, personal satisfaction. It filled a lot of empty holes. It's a feel-good film. This film ended on such a high note. And so, because of that, it was a victory in a sense from beginning to end. And there aren't a lot of films that have done that, especially for superheroes. because usually there's something kind of weighing in the back or some kind of threat. This one didn't have that. This one accomplished something that a lot of these other films couldn't do, and that was just to give you this hope that no matter what happens from that point, it was just a celebration of everything that they had accomplished. So from my point of view, when I saw the trailer, and I still feel this way, it was missing a lot of what I wanted to see in regards to the strong male presence. And, I love men and I love Black men too. So, I loved that we got to see so many beautiful Black men in the film. And, the trailer didn't give me that. And so I thought to myself, gee, I sure hope we're going to still see that, because from my point of view, I like to see men depicted in a certain way and have them depicted as strong men, attractive looking. This is such a wonderful thing, I think, to celebrate their beauty. So when I didn't see it in the trailer like I would have liked to have seen it, I was upset by that. And yes, it is true. We lost Chadwick Boseman and we all love him. And I still, when I watched the What If that they had showed maybe a few weeks ago, I got chills on my spine hearing his voice again, because I thought to myself, oh my gosh, it sounds just like Chadwick. There's a lot of, it's been almost 2 years that he's passed away and we still want him to come back. We don't want him, he's gone. But to be honest with you, I don't want to let him go. I feel like he's still T'Challa. And, I'm just gonna be honest about it. He's T'Challa for me. So if they recast somebody else, I would get used to it. I'd be fine with it. I don't have a preference one way or the other. What I would like to see is another beautiful Black man being cast as T'Challa. And, like what his exact skin color to me is completely irrelevant, just as long as he is a beautiful, attractive, powerful man, just like the men we saw in the first film, who were represented so beautifully and with dignity. That's what I want to see. And I didn't necessarily feel that from the trailer. So in regards to marketing, I think they presented a nice film. It looks like it's going to be a great film. And it's going to be wonderful to see the ladies again. And I do enjoy that. But I absolutely will be disappointed if I don't see a good amount of strong men as well in this film. I have to say that balance really was comforting to me, to see so many men depicted in such a dignified and beautiful way in the film. That's what I want to see. I want to see them, depict these men that are so attractive. I mean, we saw them fighting. The fight scenes were beautiful. The villain was amazing. It was just spectacular. And it was exactly what you would have hoped for in all the films. And we haven't really been getting that. Maybe since that film, we haven't been getting that, have we? We haven't been getting that level of satisfaction all across the board. And I think because they had reached that pinnacle for that film in particular, everything else is like, oh, okay, all right, end game, okay. And then, it was like we had reached the climax, but there was this detente after it, this easing of the level of excitement had almost gone away after that. Because that film was exciting when it was being, not just when it was being, presented as a possibility, but when it came out, it was just so much fanfare and excitement and enjoyment. And, just everything about it was so spectacular. We haven't had anything like that.
Well, I want to hold you to that, because I want to ease into this conversation about the Marvel Cinematic Universe moving forward.
Yes.
But I just have to say that what you just said about the movie, when I was watching the trailer for Wakanda Forever, again, I never thought about that, because the women in the Wakanda Forever trailer, and it is a very female-centric trailer. First of all, I think Lupita Nyong'o is not just one of the most beautiful actresses. She's one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen, and she looks spectacular in Wakanda Forever. And I love Angela Bassett. I've been working on a script. There's a project I desperately want to make that I've wanted to make for a very long time, that I've actually written her into the movie and doing storyboards and pictures with her represented as being in the film, and seeing that speech. I mean, I don't know if that takes place like during the blip. Both Shuri and T'Challa were blipped. They were gone. So maybe she was addressing the United Nations. Like, I can imagine one of the things that I'm looking for from Wakanda Forever, and I think we're really seriously in need of in the MCU, is we need to understand the power structure and the cosmology of where's Earth at right now, between the Asgardians, the Egyptian gods, Thanos, the Celestials. We don't really quite know, like, where's Earth at? Where are the people of Earth? Where are they thinking? You got a Celestial coming out of the Indian Ocean. the people of Earth, and half of them just came back from being blipped. There's got to be a serious issue going on with people on the planet Earth, and where are we at now? With Wakanda revealing itself, now we're going to have the revelation of Atlantis or whatever, whatever they call it. They said suddenly another nation, another secret world on Earth is going to be revealed. Yeah. You know, and then you have probably I would imagine that the United Nations. I'm willing to bet money that we're going to meet the leader of Latveria as well at some point in this movie.
We are. And here's the thing, because I wanted to say this really quick too, because I agree the presence of females in this trailer was huge. But two things. One, I think it was important to show this particular side for one reason. And the reason why I say that is because, again, they're telling the story from his mother's point of view. She's lost her husband. She has now lost her son. Depending on what's going on with Shuri, maybe basically the reason why she thinks that she, because she makes a statement to say she's lost her entire family. Maybe Shuri has actually gone into, she's gone into the spirit realm to commune with the ancestors, to maybe speak to T'Challa, maybe speak to everyone else to see if she, because again, there is a pure, a symbolic reference to rebirth. In this particular film, and also in the comics as well, if you read them, Basque and everyone else that's basically involved as far as the gods. So my point is, one, they need to show this side from her mother's standpoint. Now, mind you, we did also see in What If, the episode where, we got Killmonger's when he basically, what if he was working with Tony Stark. Now, remember when he went to Wakanda, when he went to basically go back and plant the seed and overthrow Wakanda, we also saw Angela Bassett's character fighting. She was a warrior, and she was a damn good warrior. So who knows what we can add? Because everybody's talking about Shuri and talking about, the Dora Milaje, you know what I mean? We're talking about these things, but she could even pick up the mantle of the Panther. You never know. But here's my thing. Also, keep in mind that this film is the last film set in the multiverse. They did say that. This is the one that concludes phase 4 of the multiverse. This is the film to do it. They're doing that specifically for a reason. For phase 4.
Well, but it's now called all the way to the end of Avengers Secret Wars or Secret War. It's called the Multiverse Saga now.
The Multiverse Saga, but this is the last film of phase 4.
Yes.
So this is the last film that basically in phase 4, even though it's the Multiverse Saga and that's going to continue, but the last of phase 4, which means the multiverse is going to continue. And I say that specifically because I think we are going to get another Black Panther. We are going to get another actor to portray that. It might be from a different, so and the thing is like if we want it, you have to understand it. It has to make sense. Because if they're already talking about his death in his film, which they were going to, it's honoring, it's basically the way to honor the actor, but also the character, to have like progression. I think that we are going to get it, and I think the multiverse is a perfect opportunity to bring another one in. I think it is.
Well, and
I think that's going to happen. And I really, really think and the thing is, people have to also keep in mind that this was basically just a teaser. This is the first trailer. There's going to be plenty more before November. Plenty more before November.
Also, obviously, like over the last 30 years, there's been a lot of talk about the Black family unit, and the mother figure. Mothers are so important in so many people's lives because we've seen how troubled the family unit has become, especially like when I moved to LA with all the gang violence and single moms raising their sons, and they really, from an allegorical standpoint, for a mother to lose her children. And I felt that's even in the trailer.
It's represented it. Yeah.
It's representing
it's really represented.
The experience.
Because they're speaking from that. Because you got to keep in mind that she's not only just speaking from, it's not just something, a narrative that they're following in the film. Everything that we've actually gotten from the George Floyd riots, every mother who has actually lost a son during the last few years. And we're still dealing with these things right there. This is what this film is cleverly addressing certain issues, but it also brings it, because you got to keep in mind, we're addressing that issue, but also we're bringing in a totally different diverse culture, inclusion of, pretty much everything that happened. Or we're bringing like the Mexican culture and with the Mayans and everything from that end of it. So we're bringing that in. That is also something that they're addressing that's been out there in the forefront politically right now as well.
Yeah.
So they're cleverly weaving these things in to show that there are two sides to every coin, that they can coexist. And this could be a really, really decent film. We just have to watch and wait and see. But again, I'm going to stress that everybody hold your horses. We are going to get a Black Panther. I strongly believe that character is going to be recast, just not now, just not in this particular film. Really, that's what I believe.
We have a viewer. Sorry, my broken, cheap little glasses are a problem for me, so I hope that people aren't too distracted. Roger Robertson sends in a 3-part question. Greetings, Rob and Lael. I am totally on the side that the best way to honor Chad Boseman and the character of T'Challa was not to recast him. Just in this initial teaser trailer, we see how much T'Challa is going to be referenced. One of the many reasons I've heard to recast was now T'Challa will never match with Storm. First, T'Challa's heart would always be with Nakia. Most importantly, when Storm enters the MCU in 2025, she should be very young. The age difference would never work. I don't think this is a spoiler, but there is a son that could be as much as 7 years old by Wakanda Forever. This would work much better age-wise, in my opinion. Lael is very correct. There will always be pushback no matter what. And yes, I mean, we've talked about the fact, even on the John Campea show, that Nakia and T'Challa might, I mean, she was pregnant and would have a son.
She could.
Who would take on the mantle.
She could. She definitely could. And I think that basically, like, again, they're highlighting these characters for a reason. They're highlighting Shuri for a reason. You know what I mean? They're highlighting Nakia for a reason. You know what I mean? All these characters, they're basically highlighting for a particular reason because they're going to play an important role. But I think that they are the first faces that we needed to see in this particular trailer. But I think the next trailer will basically show an influence because it's like they're covering the spectrum. They're showing the struggle, like the female struggle, a mother dealing with loss, but also birth. We see the birth of Namor as a young child. We already know and if they the only thing I'm gonna be pissed about, Rob, is if they take away the sentiment of him being a mutant. I will be pissed if they do that to Namor, bro.
Yeah,
they gotta do that, man, because he's a mutant. So do not take that away from him. But the thing is, they're covering those particular bases. They're shining a light, and they're just giving us bits and pieces of what we need to see right now, while still honoring Chadwick's legacy. And I think that's the thing is, it's like we want what we want, but the cast, they had to have a say-so in this as well. Like, how would they feel seeing a totally different face fleshed in automatically after the passing? That would have to be kind of hard. Like, literally have to be hard. And at the same time, you never know. Again, they might have gone, and people would say, nah, any actor would kill to take up that role. You're not that person. You don't know what they think. You don't know how they might have actually been approached or how they may have approached the situation. Or even when they were asked, they were probably like, well, let me just wait. Let's take our time and let's see how this film works. And then if this works and if there's a need to do it later on, then we'll do it. But I strongly believe that the Black Panther and T'Challa's character will be recast, but in a different iteration. And you just have to rock with it. They're doing it's the multiverse for a reason, baby. So come on, man.
By the way, I haven't heard this, but Judicial Protest sends in the super chat and says, according to the New York Post, attorney Robert Wallach is threatening to bring a class action lawsuit to force Marvel to recast T'Challa. Okay. I don't know if that's a good way to use our legal system, but okay. That's interesting. I'd love to see that developed. I mean, who's going to join that class action lawsuit, and how do you prove that there's some kind of, how are you wronged by that? Lael, this is interesting. Bert writes in and says, is Macari a legitimate place to buy hot toys on the secondary market? I love R&B's expression during the Bridgerton color controversy comment by Lael. Yeah, it's funny. I've never the shade of darkness on somebody's skin. It never even occurs to me. And when I ever hear somebody talk that way, I'm like,
I think you can buy anything on Macari. So as long as you buy it with a proper credit card. Don't
Yeah,
meet somebody with cash, and don't do anything like that. Just
yeah.
follow the proper steps.
Well, that's
Well,
good.
Macari, because Macari has a process as well. So when you purchase on Macari, number one, anybody who actually shops, you don't get paid until the product is received and until they rate it, or if they say something's wrong with it, or if it's not legit, that person doesn't get paid. So I like that they basically cover that. So yeah, I think there, because I've gotten some legit product from Macari, like literally have.
That's
And
good.
people have got some legit product from me that I've sent out. I sent somebody out a brand new Justice League Superman in the box. You know what I mean? Never opened because I've gotten it by mistake from another company. So you know what I mean? Yeah, you get some really decent stuff from Macari. Like it's a really good tool to use. Straight up.
Our friend Kevin Rubio says, I think those behind the hashtag recast T'Challa movement are more upset and threatened with bringing the female characters to the forefront. Curious how many are white versus black folk.
That's nothing we could answer, but to be honest with you, we know eventually they may have to recast him, and it's going to be great when they do. He's a great character. I think that there's a lot of potential to go to another place there with a new character, perhaps an actor who is nothing like Chadwick Boseman, because you can't go ahead and compete with somebody who's already so perfect. So you need a change, somebody maybe
Right.
completely different from Chadwick. We're always going to love that man, and that's just all there is to it.
Lionel K writes in, this is different. Greetings, love you all. Just wanted to shout out a few horror recommendations. Always good to hear at night on a Saturday. That you can buy physical media copies of. One is Possum from 2018. Two is You Are Not My Mother from 2020. And three, The Hole in the Ground from 2018. They Need More Love. Well, good recommendations. I haven't seen any of those. And since you recommend them, I will put them here. I screen capped your comment, so I will look those up. And then we have oh no, I already said that. Advait Sharma asks if I watched RRR on Netflix, the film of the year. Yes, I have, and if you have not watched, it's a Tollywood movie that we've talked a lot about. If you haven't watched RRR, you have to watch it. It's bananas, and it very well. Did you watch it?
I did a watch party with Lorena on that particular movie, and it's on her channel. And it's an amazing movie. You guys have to watch RRR. And
You
I'm
have
not
to
just
watch
saying that because I am
Right. It's amazing.
It is amazing.
I gotta
And
watch
you
it
won't be
'cause I
disappointed.
haven't
It's the
watched it
movie
yet.
of the year.
Oh, it's incredible.
I haven't watched it yet. I'm gonna watch it because I just watched Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh, wow.
I just watched that the other day too, and that was phenomenal. So
Yeah.
yeah, I gotta watch that. I'll put that on my list.
Now, this is Boat writes in, and I really agree with this. I feel like the MCU should have so many cults cropping up, people who worship the Celestials, aliens, etc. There should be way more chaos.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say I totally agree with this because the appearance between Thanos, I mean, if you're just a human being wandering along when the Chitauri invade New York, in the Avengers, and then suddenly Thanos appears and half the Earth gets snapped away for 5 years, it has got to put, I mean, whatever our underpinnings of belief are, if you're a Christian, a Catholic, a Muslim, a Jew, Hindu, whatever you believe, your belief system had to have been shaken to the core in a very short period of time by all of this crazy extraterrestrial intervention. I don't know what, and they haven't really dealt with it.
I sent you something just now. I sent you something to Facebook that I saw the other day. I was like, I would wait to this show to send it to you. I wanted to.
Oh, hang on. I'll. You sent it to me on Facebook?
Yeah, I sent it to you in the Facebook chat because there was something I saw. I was like, let me copy this. I want to send this to Rob and see what he would think. Because it's true.
Oh, I love this. This is great.
It's
You know what? I'll capture this and put it up on it because this is so. And and this, by the way, this is the thing that's bothered me the most about Phase 4 and what you bring up here. Let me throw this up because this is absolutely true, and it really bothers me.
Yeah.
I mean, this really does bother me because and here it is, and I saw this too. So this is on Twitter. There's the Celestial coming out of the ocean, and it says there have now been 3 Marvel movies that have taken place since the Eternals, and somehow no one has once mentioned how the Earth now has this dude sticking out of it. And there's a Celestial emerging from the center of the Earth. You would think that every scientific organization in the world would be very upset about this, or at least concerned.
That's my favorite part of the film.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the best. AKA him says, Rob, at the end of May, I sent you a parcel of 5 Empire mags, including the Moon Knight edition you wanted, along with a private letter. P.O. Box. Oh, you know what? You sent it to the P.O. Box in Iowa. I'm going to get that shortly, and I do unboxings on the show. I actually do a show of unboxings of stuff people, so I collect it over the course of months. But since you brought it up, I'll get it, and I'll do that unboxing. But thank you for that. I really appreciate you sending me those Empire magazines. That's amazing. Shadow says, Chadwick's death hit me hard. I found out while I was in the hospital for colon cancer surgery, and I felt if he couldn't survive, how could I?
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
And you know what? I'll say that right now. You are still here. You're here right now, and you will survive.
Shadow, by the way, became a member of the channel. Thank you, Shadow.
Shadow, you will survive, man. Like straight up. Like, you know what? The thing is, again, I do this every year. I mean, for me, it's extremely important. You know, from a person who has, you know, I've dealt with family members who have passed away from cancer. You know, my grandfather died, you know, of cancer, colon cancer. But he was at an age where, you know, either that or he had lived a crazy great life. But the one thing I will tell you is that I've known people who have survived, people who have lived on, people who have beat it. You will beat it. I think that was just basically a wake-up call for everybody to recognize that this cancer thing is real. But I will tell you, you survived and you're still here right now. So don't look at that and say that, you know what, if this person can't survive, how will I? Is you will, because you're still surviving. You're living proof right now. You're here with us tonight. By God's grace, you will continue on. And I believe that. So you got prayers from me, anybody that I know, my family, all of us, man, we're rooting for you. If ever you do want to talk about it, you can reach me on Facebook, Instagram. It doesn't matter, man. I can sit down and talk to you about it myself. But you will survive, man. You got this. You got this. You're here for a reason. God placed you here for a reason. You're here with us tonight to talk about these things, man. And you will live on. So don't by any means doubt that fact. You will survive. So just keep on going, bro.
Speaking of love, that was very beautiful, Lael. Thank you for that. Polly from Latino Slant says, "Where's the love, brother?" I just realized Polly asked me to go on his show to discuss something, and I totally blew him off. I didn't mean to blow you off on purpose. I totally forgot about it. I've just been a little scatterbrained over the last couple of weeks. Not an excuse, but I love you, man. I didn't mean to blow you off, but the love is real. The love is real. Polly, Latino Slant. If you aren't slantists, I don't know what he calls you on the show. I forget the actual name of his channel, but Latino Slant. If you don't subscribe,
Latino Slant, yes.
it's a great channel. And tell him I sent you. Go subscribe right now. We're really good at getting people subscribers, so jump on over to Latino Slant. Eric James says, "Welcome, imagination connoisseurs." You know, I wanted to talk, to sort of move our conversation into a wider examination. I mean, we talk a lot about the MCU, but since at Comic-Con there was a lot of revelations about where we're going. I mean, I thought the Kang Dynasty revelation that 6 months later we're getting Secret Wars for Avengers is huge. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I've enjoyed Marvel Phase 4. Like, I've loved individual movies. I really liked Shang-Chi a lot. I really liked I liked Eternals a lot more than a lot of people did. I do not apologize. The only movie I think the Thor Love and Thunder is a movie I think the first MCU movie I really didn't like.
We don't talk about Bruno.
You know, oh man. In 29 movies, Wakanda Forever is the 30th MCU movie. I've even liked, I like Iron Man 2, and I like Thor: The Dark World. They're not great, but I still like them. I disliked Thor: Love and Thunder because I thought the film could have been a great movie that was done a disservice by being too too goofy.
Yeah.
I think Taika Waititi pushed the movie in the wrong direction, and I think it was the first time where they let him do it. I think it
Yep.
needed more a more sure hand by Kevin Feige stepping in, going,
Yeah.
you know what, you
Yeah.
know, I know that you're now an Academy Award winner, Taika, but you derailed. I think he derailed the film, and you know, I don't know that for sure, but I think, you know, he definitely probably, and I didn't like
Well,
it,
I
but
agree with you. He did derail the film because he removed the direction of Thor getting stronger to Thor just being a character that makes
Yeah.
fun of himself and pretty much of
Yeah.
a serious situation. This film dealt with a similar thing we just heard from someone about someone who has cancer, and it was not a joke.
It
It was
wasn't even.
serious.
Yeah.
It
yep.
And
needed
it was
to
just
have
glossed
that
over.
serious feel to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's in
Yeah.
Valhalla, so it's okay. You know, yeah, it was really, and also
Yeah.
Gore the God Butcher, he had a real reason for how he felt. I mean, I
Yeah.
love stories of like missionaries that renounce God. I mean, I've always had a fondness for not because I want to see people renouncing God, but I've always one of my favorite movies in the world, top 5 movies for me is The Exorcist. And The Exorcist, the plot is literally hinges on a Catholic priest who was lost. He was not there when his mother died. He's racked with guilt, and he's lost his faith in the Lord, which is his reason for living, and only in confronting what may or may not be the devil and the corruption of this innocent soul does he find his belief again. And in finding his belief, I mean, I'm a Jew. I don't know anything about being a Catholic, but I love the stories of men or women of faith that have their faith. I mean, I've always been fascinated by religion, and that story where in The Exorcist Father Karras finds his belief in the end and is able to save the soul of young Reagan McNeil. I love stories like this, you know, and that's why the Gore the God Butcher story I thought was great, and it wasn't. I mean, I'm not saying they had to make a Marvel movie that deals with that kind of existentialism or loss, and you want to kill gods and make it that way, but it needed more of that. It was, you had these weighty subjects. One character is dying of cancer, another character's renounced the gods because he thinks his daughter was, you know, taken from him. These could have made really interesting. This movie could have been a really interesting film that dealt with some really interesting issues and touched on the cosmology of the wider Marvel universe. I mean, you have all these other gods as well, and I can't help but think about, you know, Neil Gaiman's Sandman that utilizes the pantheon of gods, whether it's Lady Bast as a character in Sandman and Loki and Thor are characters in Sandman. He deals with all, and we're going to see that TV series. And I just thought that Love and Thunder, I was hoping to get a little bit of that, and it was just a goof. The whole movie was just a goof, and I'm like, this could have been a really interesting, really weighty, heady movie, and I felt like it wasn't.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
and
took away the fact that he could have been. I mean, we're already struggling in the MCU right now with really finding the level of leadership out of a character, and we're looking for that. Thor being, you know, one of the OGs of the team itself, you know, that weight could have fell on his shoulders as well. But it's just like, yo, they just completely, almost damn near devalued the character. You know what I mean? So it's just like, yeah, I just didn't like it at all.
well,
at all.
something else that they did, and I noticed that it was very carefully placed, was that when Thor offered help to help some of the other gods, it was a joke. Like,
Yeah.
for example, when he managed to fight off these other gods and they had this temple there, of course the temple has to crash down to the ground. So it almost implied that every time Thor helps, you know, the shoe is going to drop, something's going to
Yeah.
fail, there's going to be some kind of disappointment, and I thought that was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But you had an Academy Award winning actor who we've seen in the most incredible roles in movie history. I mean, he was in, as I mentioned before, the movie when he was a child. It was what was it called? You know, guys, the one where he's trapped in China. Or
Oh, Empire of the Sun, Spielberg's, which I love.
Yeah.
And he was just a child at the time he played that role. This man is an Academy Award-winning actor. He's played every type of role you can imagine.
Yeah.
He needed to have an even more elaborate script than Thor himself in this film, because he's a character we haven't seen as represented in live action, because we've seen Thor before. And if Thor was going to respond to him, it would have to be in a serious nature. And the other thing that they did, which was very unusual, was that when Thor decides to give his power to the children, I thought that the children were just going to defend themselves and be protected against these evil beings.
Yeah.
But they chose to have the children actually fighting and killing these evil beings. And I thought to myself, I said, I understand them having the power, but what exactly are they saying in this particular case? Like, it was a very kind of odd thing that they chose to do in that manner. And it was almost, it was like, I almost thought to myself, did they have respect for the power of Thor? To go ahead and place it on the shoulder of these children was a lot anyway. But then to make them kind of like be put in a position where they have to fight and kill other people as children, I thought to
Yeah.
myself, where is this going exactly? We just saw a
Like, what's the
child who
reason
died,
behind it? Yeah.
and now we have children who are killing people, and then the man who has the biggest beef of anybody doesn't get a chance to kind of explain what exactly it is that he needs to show us as to why he's so angry
Yep.
and what the justification was for seeking this vengeance, because he went from someone who worshiped a god to someone who was vengeful against every god.
Oh,
And
yeah.
also for people who maybe not the three of us and some of the people watching this, but for the normies, the idea that he got this power from, let's say, another god. Oh, you are now deciding that you are going to place judgment on a god as if the god was a man now. And, we're going to give you this special power. There had to be some reasoning as to why he got that. Why did
Yeah.
he get that? Why not all the other people
Yeah.
who were dissatisfied with their gods? So there had to be something that showed why, he had these feelings, his justification for it, and how he got that power. What was the reason he
Yeah.
got it? I mean, for heaven's sake, Zeus wasn't even giving Thor, his power, and it was for a good cause. So,
Yeah.
there were a lot of unexplained things that needed to make sense in the film, and they did not. And the most soulless thing they did in that film was when, Guardians of the Galaxy are supposed to be this really cool. They have feeling. They make you feel good. This feel good group. For him to kind of displace Thor when he says, "I look lovingly into the eyes of people I care about," and they look away from Thor, and Thor's kind of displaced, kind of looking at him saying, "Hey, I want to make a connection with you," and he kind of passes him off, and I'm like, this isn't Guardians of the Galaxy. He would never do that to him. This is supposed to be a group that cares about one another. It didn't feel like they cared about Thor. So there was a lot of like these inconsistent feelings towards one another in the group. It actually made me not so excited for the next Guardians of the Galaxy film.
Well, I think that well, that's something we should address. I just got to read our friend Kevin Rubio's. This is Kevin Rubio says, "What about Kirk Lazarus for T'Challa? He has MCU experience." For those of you who might not immediately recognize the name Kirk Thatcher, he was, of course, the actor who delivered an incredible performance in the movie Tropic Thunder. Kirk Thatcher, the man who was playing a black man. It was played by Robert Downey Jr. in the movie, and if you guys haven't seen Tropic Thunder,
Oh, I've seen
Yeah.
it. It's one of
Oh.
my favorite films.
oh,
Yeah,
it's
I saw it.
so funny.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what do you mean, you people?
Mhm.
It's so funny. It's a great and Tom Cruise is great in that movie. It's just
Yeah.
Oh, I
it's-
love that character where he's like crazy yelling at them. I can't remember the character's name, but that was one of Tom's best performances because
Oh,
he could turn on
Les Grossman is his name.
Yes,
Les
he was
Grossman.
so intense.
Oh,
That's
he
what
was-
we needed to see from Killmonger.
Oh.
That's what we needed to see from Killmonger was that level of intensity, a character that had so much intensity to him, and opposed to he kind of came off as being a monk who's sort of cloistered away. He's not going to show his emotions. He keeps it inside, and we needed to see that.
Wait,
emotion
Killmonger in Black Panther?
No, I'm sorry. The character in Thor.
Oh, right. I was like, God, yes, you mean Gore, the
sorry.
God Butcher.
Gore
Yes,
God Butcher,
sorry.
Yeah.
I
Killmonger's a
Yes,
different. I wouldn't say he was
about
like a
the
monk.
men in Black Panther, gentlemen. I can't stop thinking about those men. So
Look, I love. You know what's so great about you is you always go where my mind goes, but I'm afraid of saying it anymore because people are tired of my making everything about sex. But you're always like, I love those men. I think it's
Well, honestly-
fantastic. See, I would say I don't want to like gush over the women of Wakanda, but
Oh, you can gush over them too.
come on. I mean,
They were
first of all,
stunningly
deny. I mean, and again,
It was the
please.
best-looking cast I've
Okoye, come
ever
on,
seen
man.
in my life.
Please, Hot Toys, where is my
Come on.
Okoye?
Where's
Where is
Okoye?
my? And I want to Nakia the way. Oh my God, she looks incredible in this movie. I mean,
Yeah,
I've got my
she does.
Shuri and I got my Throne of Wakanda, but give me my Dora Milaje. And not only that, but make like because the Dora Milaje all kind of look the same. I mean, in terms of their
Yeah.
costumes, like they're like the stormtroopers of Wakanda. You know, it would be really cool to be able to buy and do like 10 different head sculpts or
Yes.
maybe a third party. If Hot Toys ever made the body, I would buy like 10 and then just go around, and I guess you could if you could get like head sculpts so you could have a bunch of an army that looked different. But
Yeah.
you know, I guess
you're
you could
right.
do
I mean,
that.
They should do
You
it,
c-
and I
yeah.
think that once you see men look this way, because we haven't had the best depictions of black men. Let's just be honest about it. And now we had something that was so beautiful. I want to see more of that. So I've always wanted to see more. Now I'm even more eager to see more.
Well,
So
in terms
this is
of
what-
strong black men, where's my M'Baku figure, man? Come on.
Well, the only
want
other
M'Baku.
character that
I
I
know.
liked as much was Cyborg. And I felt that they just came out with a hot toy, right?
No, it hasn't come out yet.
It hasn't
Where is
come
my
out yet. We're still
cyborg?
waiting
Well, they
on it.
announced it, but it's not for sale.
Yeah,
it'll
it's been
probably-
announced, but we're still waiting on. Yeah, so
I mean, we're
it's-
still waiting
yeah.
on cable, so it's you know.
But they announced it
Yeah,
a few weeks
true.
ago, correct?
Well,
What,
they
who,
announced it a
Cyborg?
while ago.
Oh, it was a
What-
while ago? Yes.
Yeah,
Cyborg,
it was about a
yes.
year ago.
So
About a
they
year ago.
then that's not hopeful.
It's
Yeah,
about a
no,
year
it's
ago.
it's not hopeful. Although I do have a 6-scale cyborg statue that I have with my Justice League figures.
But that character, the cyborg character, and his father were another example of black men in a dignified manner. The father was a scientist who was also the scientist, of course, in the Terminator, right?
Yeah.
And the son was dealing with issues, but he was like the most fascinating character in the film for me because he could do things that nobody else could do.
And
I felt
they returned his dignity in Zack Snyder's Justice League because he was completely pretty much cut out of
Yeah.
Justice
Yes,
League.
they did, and they needed to do that. And he, as far as I'm concerned, that man should have had a film about Cyborg because he's so incredible. He can do all these incredible things. But I don't know if we're ever going to see that. But that's the type of characters we all want to see. Incredible characters like that. Black men represented as strong, as masculine, as protectors. That's what I want to see in a film about superheroes. That's what I want to
Yeah.
see.
And I think
I'm with you.
and I think here's the thing, because I'm even actually, because I'm excited about another film and the potential that they could bring another character into that film as well. Like I've always said that, like I said, I'm a big Adam Brashear fan. Of course, people who don't know who Adam Brashear is, he's the Blue Marvel. An incredible story behind that character, and it's one character I would love to see in the MCU. I would love to see that character in the MCU because he is another important character who's lived through certain traumas in his life that can be depicted well on screen. But the thing is, it's an opportunity to even bring him into the Marvels. I think that would be a good opportunity to bring him into that particular film as well.
Yep, they might have. I don't know. They might have.
We don't know. We definitely don't know yet. But that would be an incredible opportunity to bring another strong figurehead in, and on top of that, and it was another thing that somebody said in the comments that I completely agree with. The one thing that I didn't like about Black Panther, the first film, and that was completely cut out and washed out a bit, was the simple fact that T'Challa is extremely intelligent, one of the most intelligent men on Earth as well. He's extremely intelligent, and they didn't give him that level of intelligence in the film. I'm like, okay, I love the film, but I wanted to reach that, because the thing is, he is potentially just as smart, like literally intelligent, and they didn't show it. Like they didn't show us that level. I wanted to see that.
I agree with you, but I think that his wisdom showed through. But if they had done that, it would have taken away, I think, from Shuri.
From Shuri's character, I get that. But at the same time, it's like, look, it could be a shared venture. It can definitely be a shared venture. You know what I mean?
See,
if
I
it's
liked
done right.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the portrayal of T'Challa was even a little better in Civil War.
Yeah,
it was different, but in Civil War, I love the fact he's like, fuck all y'all, I don't care. I'm going after vengeance. I'm going after who took down my father. Whatever your internecine warfare is about, go. I don't care. I'm dealing with my shit and get out of my way. And I really love that about him. And I understand they had to change that up in but I mean I love the way he was portrayed in both movies.
Yeah, yeah.
Eric James has become a member of the channel, so
What's up, Eric?
thank you for that. And Lavery Adams says, I'm starting to suspect that some of the projects in Phase 4 are not taking place in Universe 616. That's interesting. I mean, I don't know who that would be. I mean, I don't want to think that. Because, I love the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And I think that the one thing about Phase 4 is they've already shown us with Phases 1, 2, and 3, even from the very beginning, at the end of Iron Man, the post-credit scene was Nick Fury approaching Tony Stark talking about the Avengers Initiative. And so right then and there, we knew that they were going to build toward the Avengers, and then the Avengers, they were going to build out to that. And I feel like all of these movies, like, what does Shang-Chi have to do with the Eternals, even though I think that the 10 rings, they don't know where they came from, whether they came from the future. Miss Marvel and her bracelets probably are tied in with the 10 rings. I'm sure they come from the same place. Yeah. But we don't have... It's kind of all over the place, and I don't feel that the films... I don't know what the focus is yet. And I'm hoping that the end of Wakanda Forever will give us a little bit of clarity.
Of where we're going.
Yeah. This is interesting. Bert says, have you been following this story? NorCal sheriff orders raid on Indiana Batmobile garage, allegedly as a favor for a friend. There's an Indiana Batmobile garage. I have not been following this story, but now you have me curious as to what that actually...
What was it again?
NorCal sheriff orders raid on Batmobile garage.
Yeah, somebody making illegal Batmobiles.
Oh, for real?
For real. For real. I don't know this story. How interesting. We have a lot of...
Definitely interesting.
Our friend Jason S. says, based on leaks, Disney had to kill T'Challa. Otherwise, they'd have to recast Boseman with a white actor in order to... Hang on, it's hard to read because I have lights shining in my face. And wait a second. Hold on, Jason. So I think you're being facetious here, but hold on. Okay. Based on leaks, Disney had to kill T'Challa. Otherwise, they'd have to recast Boseman as a white actor in order to add to a mandated diversity and inclusion initiative with Wakanda, which very likely would have led to a second civil war, fact checkers say. I see what you did there, Jason. But, look, here's the thing. I don't think we should make light of stuff like that, only because, Wakanda is canonically an African nation.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that. I think that's very, very cool. And I've always liked that. And I know the thing about diversity and inclusion is we haven't had any. and there's no reason, especially if you're going to tell a story that actually the diversity and inclusion is built into the story on a natural DNA level, like anybody from Wakanda, I think that's perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. I mean, why wouldn't you want to see the nation of Wakanda be represented properly? And I think the fact that I love Afrofuturism anyway, and the world of Wakanda is so interesting, and I think, again, I would like to see the Marvel Cinematic Universe at the end when Wakanda says, okay, we're revealing ourselves to the world, and they open up that. I want to see that. Again, how is the world changed by the most technologically advanced country that has technology that is decades beyond the rest of the world? How does Wakanda's emergence onto the world stage, how do they change the world? Like what is happening now? Are they selling vibranium? Are they selling their flying, their vehicle technology? And if they have clean energy that's a lot cheaper to produce, what has that done to the world commodities markets with natural gas and oil? I mean, I know it doesn't really fit in a superhero movie, but I want to know. And I think all that stuff's really, really interesting. And they don't deal with any of that.
Well, we had a Spider-Man film where, and of course the character is played by Michael Keaton, where the character discovers technology. He's part of the right. They're supposed to clean up the mess, right, gentlemen?
Yeah, like damage
Damage
control.
control.
So
You know,
Yeah,
mess, and
damage control.
he doesn't get paid. Let's say whatever the reason was, he doesn't get paid. He decides to keep some of that technology for himself. Something like that could work. That's not so unbelievable that someone might say, well, I wonder what this thing is. You know, you can't tell what it is, but they get it, sell it on the black market or something, and then somebody goes ahead and takes it, uses it for bad purposes, you know, to rather than to make things better, make things worse. I mean, that's originally when a lot of the technology was supposed to be sold, you know, all the ships were destroyed, nothing got out. But now you're presenting a scenario where, you know, they're making it free range for everybody to get it now. Something, you know, may go awry, and it's possible. Like, I think that could make a decent story, or at least part of one anyway.
yeah. Darth Plato says, "Hey Rob, do you recall the Heaven's Gate Hale Bopp Comet cult?" Yep, I do. There in San Diego. If a cult like that can exist, you better believe all kinds of weird cults would pop up in the MCU. If the X-Files existed in the MCU, Fox Mulder would be having a blast. Well, I kind of thought they were going to do an X-Files-esque show we saw in WandaVision with you know, two broke girls and I call her two broke and agent, what's his name? The two of them would be the Fox and Mulder of the. But the thing is, I mean, it really bothers me that they haven't dealt with the ramifications of all of this stuff.
Yeah,
You know, you've
like
got
nothing's
deviants.
really been talked about. Yeah,
No, deviants are running around the streets of London. Celestials are appearing in the skies. Celestial.
Yeah.
I mean, a celestial crawled out of the center of the earth.
Yeah.
Does that mean like does that mean that the ocean dropped in terms of the ocean, the water levels dropped because that water would then fill in the hole that he
Yeah.
came out of? I mean,
And
how
is
does
the Celestial dead? Is he still alive? What's his status?
and you'd think that
Well,
every scientist in the world would be examining this thing.
Well, see, that's the thing. Is like the one thing that Kevin Feige said that he didn't want every film to have like a level of connective tissue. That he wanted to have a couple of films that were like self-contained and stood on their own. I get that. The problem is that the Eternals is the wrong film to dive into that with. And I know he says that, you know, basically we're going to see an iteration of them again. I'm wondering if there's going to be an Eternals 2, but we also know that the High Evolutionary has dealt with celestial technology. And that's one of the reasons that one of the things that he's used to manipulate the DNA and the gene splice and to create what he would actually call evolution of man and animal itself. So I'm wondering if that placement and that plot device is going to be utilized, because you know we're getting the Guardians of the Galaxy. I did see a peek of that trailer. That trailer looks like it's going to be on point. I just didn't get a chance to see everything. But we do know that, you know, High Evolutionary is going to play an important role in the Guardians. I wonder if because again, you're right. They're going to have to address the simple fact that we have a half celestial sticking out of the earth, visibly, where, you know, China, Russia, everybody who has a satellite out in the air, out in the atmosphere, outside of our atmosphere, like seriously, they have seen it. Like it's there. There's pictures there, but it's definitely not something that's being addressed. So, so do we know? All right. And that's the thing. It's like looking at where Eternals falls in the timeline. Come on, man. Somebody knows something.
You'd hope so. I mean, I don't know.
Come on, man. Somebody knows something.
Somebody knows.
While Erum's hair is billowing again.
We love when and with little cleavage tonight too. Woohoo! Look at that.
Billowing.
I was out earlier tonight, guys, so I figured I would just show up to the chat. I mean, I didn't know what time I'd be coming back, but I made it in enough time, so I'm glad for that. But you know, I was having quite a nice time, and this is like the perfect ending for the evening for me. And I did want to say, in regards to this celestial coming out of the earth, and as you guys know, I wanted it to like explode the earth. I wanted the celestial to go crazy and come out. But there's another comic that was made. I don't even know who made this comic, honestly. And it has to do with about harvesting. I think it has to do with harvesting, if not celestials, creatures like celestials.
Yeah.
And it came out last year about we only find them when they're dead. And I guess they're floating in the galaxy and people go and harvest the matter from the celestials or these beings. And I was like, yeah, that would be kind of interesting if they said, hey, what is this thing? Does it have special powers? What is it? People will start to harvest it like you would harvest.
In Guardians 1, Nowhere is nowhere is Nowhere the prison And then they're the place where they go, where the collector is. They're in the head of a celestial.
Yeah, where they're basically still harvesting minerals from that head itself.
Yeah, and
On
they've
top of
turned.
that, that's the spot of intergalactic exchange. It's a port. Like they've completely created a port there. So yeah.
Yeah. Kaz Graphics, by the way, the official cheesemonger of this channel. Hello, good to see you, Kaz. Kaz says, all I can say is wait and see. Oh,
Yeah.
by the way, because he works on product for Marvel as a graphic designer, I've seen so much upcoming movie artwork, and my company is becoming overwhelmed. Lael, you are on point. Rob, smiley face. Well, Kaz, good to see you around these parts. Kaz lives up.
Shout out, man.
He moved to Kirkland, but he's in the PNW, my hometown, Pacific Northwest of Seattle.
I gotta get over the West Coast, man. I'll be over there in sometime soon, Rob. Watch.
Yeah, you come on over, man. Move out here. Come to the West Coast and come out to the coast. We'll have a few
I
laughs.
get over the West Coast, man. Straight up, I do.
Eric Gant has been a member for 22 months. He's a friend of the channel. He says, glad to catch you all Night Owls live. Hoping we'll see Blue Marvel in the MCU. He's an awesome character.
Oh, my God. If we see Blue Marvel in the MCU, I will shed a thug tear. Straight up, I will cry because I want that character in the MCU so bad. So bad.
Well, I mean, my question to you guys is, I was really excited with the announcement that we're going to see Avengers Kang Dynasty because that story is epic. I mean, they can't make it. It's like a 16-part story. I don't know if it's 16 parts and then the Avengers Annual from 2001. Actually, I can find out because I have the let's see, I have to move all this. I have all my physical media for tomorrow.
Yeah.
I have to move this stuff here. So it was very funny. I knew this before they started releasing omnibuses. I would collect these Marvel hardcovers, and this hardcover is the entirety of the Kang Dynasty storyline that they're making. They're basing the next Avengers movie on it.
Yeah.
And of course, it's all about Kang basically decides to take over the world. And I started reading this again, and I'd forgotten just how good. I mean, this storyline is huge.
That storyline is good. It is so good.
It's so. I mean, they blow up Washington D.C. and kill millions of people.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how faithful it's going to be, but and I don't know how. In my estimation, the end of the multiverse saga has to be Secret Wars. And I think that after the Kang Dynasty storyline, after that movie's over, the movie's epic. I think at the end of that movie, everybody's going to be whisked away to Battle World or whatever they're going to do, an amalgamation of the old Secret Wars and the new Secret Wars. I don't know, but that Secret Wars movie is going to be like, I can't even imagine the scale of it.
Scale's going to be huge, bro.
But the Kang Dynasty storyline, I mean, clearly we're getting all kinds of multiverse shenanigans. I don't know if we're going to see the X-Men or whatever. I don't like this idea that people, let me ask you both this. I don't like the idea that they bring in characters from the other areas of the multiverse that then come to our Earth 616, and because like I would not want to see the X-Men join us from another multiverse. I believe that our main characters that we deal with should be from Earth 616. What do you guys think? Am I wrong?
Well,
am I prejudicial against people from other Earths?
Well, I mean, the thing is, I think the attempt from what I see so far is to pretty much on a level of what they did in the comics, where we had the multiversal threats, we had the multiverse characters that were actually brought into the 616, and then remember they obliterated the actual multiverse where there was no more, and it was just 616 at that point. And a lot of, like, for instance, Miles was actually trapped, here in our universe. They've actually brought characters over, I guess in order for it to make sense. And I think I'm not going to say that's. Here's the thing: there is a plan. There's a larger plan to kind of bring certain characters over, or bring characters in. Here's the thing: is like one of the biggest things that I'm really questioning right now, Rob, is how is Marvel able to pull off Namor the Submariner? Like, how were they able to pull that off? Do they have the rights for that now?
You know what? That's a really good question. I'm sure, like with the Hulk situation, they were able to either get the rights back or they made a deal with Universal or something. I don't know if they can make a Namor movie. They can't make a Hulk movie unless it's Universal released. So I'm sure it has something to do with that. But it's weird. I mean, a lot of purists are already going to complain. I understand why. Again, in the MCU, we're not going to get Atlantis because they don't want to deal with. They don't want confusion in the marketplace. And I really like the idea that there's still an undersea kingdom, but it's based on like the Mayans or the Toltecs or whatever the hell, the fact that they're using that mythology. Shang-Chi is dealing with Chinese mythology. You've got Norse mythology. You've got Egyptian mythology with Moon Knight. We've got Muslim, the Pakistani India situation with all of the partition, and so we're dealing with that area of the world. I love the fact that we're using Mexico or Central America or even Latin America as the basis for another land, another realm on Earth, because that makes sense to me. It makes sense to me that they would have a beef with Wakanda because you've got the whole South American, Central American, the continent there. And a long time ago, they have a rivalry with Wakanda. That I like that idea. I think that's really cool. And I think that's the way to involve the entirety of the world. I mean, I kind of thought they could have done Atlantis and made Atlantis an Asian area as well. But it didn't have to be Greek, Greco-Roman or something. But I like this idea. I like the fact that we're going to get, can you imagine you're going to get people in ceremonial, like Mayan or Aztec,
That's what
Toltec.
I'm so excited about, bro.
And
I'm
watching
super
those
excited
people
about
fight
that.
the Wakandans. So you got Afrofuturism versus was it Mesoamerican super?
Bro.
I can't wait.
One of my favorite films of all time, and I'll tell people this, like it's one of my top 5 films. Actually, it's in my top 10, but especially my top 5 film of all time was Apocalypto.
Dude, so good.
Loved Apocalypto.
It's funny.
Like,
I had that
everything
Blu-ray,
I
and
see-
people, it's so good, and you
Bro,
couldn't
I
get
did
it. It was so rare, but now it's not as rare.
and I did a presentation in college. Like it was basically like my year. Now, here's the thing. Yes, I reattended college at a late age because I wanted to get my master's in engineering.
You don't have to
So just putting
apologize.
it out there. I did it and I loved it. But I did a presentation on Apocalypto. It wasn't just because the thing is, I did a presentation on sound edit, but I also did a presentation as an historian on the history of the Mayans and everything that took place back within the culture. And that film, like literally, it's phenomenal. So to see that we're getting a depiction of an ancient civilization, powerful civilization, it's just like the icing on the cake, and it's just bridging that gap, and that's what I love. I cannot wait. Namor looks incredible. Man, Namora looks incredible. Like, yeah, I can't wait. I cannot wait, man.
I can't either. I think I think it's really inspired, and I wish people could sometimes, when we have these debates, take a step back and understand that this adaptation that the MCU is doing is a good thing. And I do think though that we're used to a direction, and I do feel like Phase 4 has been it's been all over the place. It's been very scattered, and I expect it to kind of be brought back home. But it's very weird because we've got, what do the Egyptian gods have to do with the Celestials that have to do with? There's a lot of gods now. There's a lot of gods running around, and I feel that we're kind of losing. I think they really need to do like the Marvels comic series, not the Marvels meaning Miss Marvel or Captain Marvel, but Marvel's the Kurt Busiek, Alex Ross story that told through the eyes of an everyman what it was like to live in a world with superheroes. I'd love to see a movie or a series like that. Like maybe to bring the characters back from WandaVision and do that. Randall Park and what's her face, and I think that would be great. Superhero Displays says by name, by nature is fire.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Superhero Display.
Look at that, you're getting a lot of love. Come on, people, calm down. I know it's Saturday night, but come on, calm down. Mr. 47, this is actually not a bad idea. Yah Abdul Mateen would make an excellent T'Challa. He would. There's a strong, powerful, great example of a black man.
Listen, I'm with you because that was my pick. That was my pick. That's who I wanted. If they did not bring him back for Aquaman, that was my pick to play Black Panther. I wanted him to pick up the mantle so much. It was basically between him. Who was my other pick? It was him. That was my pick. I think that was just basically.
But
Yahya would have been perfect for
would it
but
bother you that he's been Dr. Manhattan and he's been Black Manta? He's been two DC characters.
Nah, don't bother me, man, because he's dope.
He is dope. No, I love, and he is a very handsome man.
He would have been perfect for the role. I think Yahya would have been perfect for the role. Like straight up, to pick up the mantle, play back Black Panther. He has the voice, he has the inflection, he has the stature. I think he would have been perfect for it. Like literally would have been perfect for it. But I mean, we're going to get him back as Black Manta, so you know it is.
Yeah. The Grand Inquisitor of Goofness, Tom Jr. Jackson, is here and says, Rob, great show and topics. Lael, on point tonight, and you look amazing and beautiful.
Thank you, Tom. We are all goof people, Tom.
We are all goof people.
Her name is the Blow Queen.
And she's billowing tonight.
Queen.
David Sock and Lotion, I never don't crack up when I read that. David Sock and Lotion says, hey all, if the MCU keeps the tradition of a protagonist losing someone or something in the third movie, what do you think will be lost in Ant-Man 3? Ooh. Cassie, maybe his daughter? I mean, if he loses...
Or maybe him himself.
Or maybe, yes, maybe him. That's a good one.
I promise you, we will put that sock in the washing machine and we won't even look at it. Okay, don't worry.
or we'll just leave it standing up endwise on the table, and admire your fortitude. Either way, Sergio Cisneros says, personally, I'm really excited for the MCU Blade film. Oh my God, so am I. Mahershala Ali is gonna kill it. Would love an R rating, but not sure if Disney would allow that. You know what? I gotta tell you something. I don't know how they can avoid an R rating for Blade because, you know, Morbius was really hurt, I think, by they tried to soft pedal. Vampires kill people and drink blood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Daywalker, he kills vampires that kill people and drink blood. And it's like, if you're not going to lean into that, you know, I don't know how you do that. I mean, Blade is, I mean, look at Blade 1, which I love. I love the first Blade, other than the kind of goofy ending. But the first Blade's a lot of fun, and it's really bloody and fun. And I don't know how you make a Blade movie and not make it rated R. I don't even know how, like, again, they're about to introduce more of the supernatural. You got House of Harkness coming. You've got Blade. I mean, they're going to lean full into the supernatural. And how's the supernatural going to work with the gods, with the Celestials? How does that all play out?
Well, I mean, he did say earlier on, Kevin Feige said that they wanted to split the MCU in divisions where we actually had the galactic aspect, and then we also had the supernatural on Earth. So they wanted to have, you know, just a grounded version of the supernatural here on Earth, and everything else that's dealing with the galaxy and its separate entity or whatever. I don't know. It depends on how well they can pull it together. If they do it good, I guess. I don't know. If you put it this way, if you're doing all of this, you best believe I want a Midnight Suns. You better give me.
I think that.
Love to have that.
I think it'd be great to do that and really start leaning into that kind of thing. I mean, the closest thing, it's like, how does Dormammu and that whole realm? How do they? Where does that all fit in? And they've got to start dealing with all of this stuff. Yeah, because it seems like, you know, humanity's being left in the dust by all these shenanigans.
Yeah, true. Very true.
Swack Prop says, speaking of religious thrillers, have you seen The Body? I actually have, starring Antonio Banderas, about a Jesuit priest tasked to investigate a tomb discovered in Jerusalem that may contain the remains of Christ. Very good movie, but sadly underrated. I liked The Body. I thought it was pretty good, and he's great in it. Again, I love movies that deal with these things. It was not as goofy as the Da Vinci Code was, but it's a really interesting, compelling film. Really good. Ario Phoenix says, "Hey guys, here's my theory. The Fantastic Four were a group of adventurers who went on a mission the day of the blip. And when Thanos snapped the people back, the station disappeared and the Fantastic Four, hang on as I look, were left floating in space for 5 years, hence their powers."
Wow.
That's not bad. I just don't think if anything, I think that the Fantastic Four, I think it would be interesting if it was along those lines, like maybe they took off and in a rocket, and maybe when they were blipped, and then they came back 5 years later, or they were they're from the 60s and got stuck in the quantum realm or something and then came back. I mean, who's to say? I don't know. What do you guys think? How do you guys think they're going to bring the Fantastic Four into the Marvel Universe?
Okay.
I don't know.
So a seed has already basically been planted. Of course, we know that. It was planted in, the Multiverse of Madness. So we know seeds were planted there. We know that they're in existence in our universe. I don't know. I mean, because it all sounds, and I don't know if they are going to basically tie in the whole. I mean, here's the thing. I think it's like eventually they're going to try to basically move away from the blip. I think they're going to do whatever they can do to kind of move away from the blip or any remnants of that bliss. They're going to probably try to just, do something different with them. But that sounds like a dope idea. But I know there was one rumor at one point that they might even be in the Quantumverse. They actually might be there. You know what I mean? So who knows? I just think that however they do it, as long as it's done right, and as long as it's with the right actors. I was watching Krasinski on Jimmy Fallon the other night. And when they were talking about it, and he didn't give any definitive answers. He didn't say nothing. He didn't say nothing, but he said just as much as he needed to say with his actions. Put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, not since Patrick Stewart was cast as Professor Xavier has the world wanted one guy to play Reed Richards.
Yeah. And they know that's the thing is, it's like you already planted that seed and gave everybody what they wanted. It'd be a misstep if you don't give us that character. So I don't know. I mean, listen, I think however they're going to do it, it'd be great. I think that, again, how strategic Kevin Feige is, he's going to bring them in a certain way that's going to suit the narrative. And I think that right now, with everything that they got going on, with phase 5, phase 6, like, I guess right now it's just not suiting that narrative. Like, we're going to get sprinkles of them, which we have already, but it's just they're trying to figure out a certain narrative. Even though I think it would have been important to bring him in, it would have been good to basically bring him in or bring them in, especially before Secret Wars. I would love to have it. It would have been important to actually have them in before Secret Wars. So if they're after Secret Wars, I'm wondering how. But it also depends on what iteration of Secret Wars we're getting. Are we going to get the original version, or are we going to get, you know what I mean? So who knows?
I don't know.
That's what we got to kind of watch and see. So,
Bert asks, what's the title of the Star Wars omnibus on your shelf? That omnibus, which is right over here, is actually the first of 3. It's the first Marvel Star Wars comics. I need to get the other 2 omnibuses. So it's the Star Wars. It's the original Marvel run of Star Wars comics right after the original movie came out in the 70s. Odai Alamani says, have you guys ever seen the noir edition of Logan? Yeah, Logan in black and white. I have. And it's very, very cool. I really
not.
I really like that. Mikey Lito says, John David Washington, Lael. John David Washington, who I like very much.
As Black Panther?
Yeah. I mean, but you know what? Here's the thing. I like John David Washington, but there's something about him that isn't as regal, I guess, as T'Challa needs to be. Like, I love him in something like Tenet or Black Klansman or something, but I don't know about Black Panther.
I don't know. I don't know that. I gotta sit on that one for a minute because I liked him in Tenet. Tenet, he was incredible.
He was great.
He was great in Tenet. But I guess it's also even about how tall is John David Washington?
He's short.
Yeah, he's really short, right?
He's really short.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I could. I don't know. Dope actor, but I just don't know. I don't know. That'd be interesting.
Ron C says, "Hello, Rob. I'm on a new speaker high. I rewatched Star Trek: The Doomsday Machine. I noticed Star Trek has similar keynotes, the theme as the Jaws movie. Yes, the Doomsday Machine is very similar to the Doomsday Machine theme is dun 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 dun, and it's faster, but Jaws is dun dun dun. But you are absolutely correct. The Doomsday Machine predates Star Wars. The Doomsday Machine is from the 67-68 season of Star Trek, and Jaws came out in 75. So, good catch. Good catch. Morgan Holmes says, Rob, is my narrator offer accepted? People need to realize that Black Panther changed not just the MCU, but how we see superheroes of color. Look at all the diversity that we have in Marvel. I want a team of Black Panthers. Ooh, I like that idea. What do you guys think?
Yes, absolutely.
That question might be answered in this film.
You know what? I have a tendency to think that you're not incorrect about that. I wouldn't be surprised if we have multiple Black Panthers. I don't know if there's going to be all of them fighting at one time.
That I think that could be answered definitely in this film. I strongly believe there's a stage being set, and people just have to read between the lines.
You might be right. I just want Hot Toys of all of them.
All of them, straight up.
Because why not?
Could you imagine watching the Black Panther and seeing a scene like this, the camera panning up, and you see like a suit forming around a character, and they're standing on a hill with a spear in their hand, and it gets up and is with her hair billowing as a mask.
She's the new Phoenix.
But no, wait. So but you see it, right? But before she goes into action, she turns around at one of M'Baku's warriors and rubs his chest, and then goes into.
I need the staff that they use, so they bang it on the floor.
Yeah.
Mad fire. Whew. Yeah, that'd be incredible.
By the way, Morgan, I'm happy to be your narrator. So yeah, I didn't answer that question, but I think we might get it. Like you said, I mean, why not? Join the list of Black Panthers in Wakanda.
I'd be honored to be part of that team. I really would.
Yeah.
That would be like a dream come true.
Superhero Displays says that he agrees with that Cyborg was the heart of Zack Snyder's Justice League. I agree with that.
Yeah.
What an incredible character he was. I still even think about what he's capable of doing. We cannot fathom what he's capable of doing. He himself is, conflicted about what he's capable of doing. It's an amazing character. It's amazing. And he's cute. Sorry.
He is cute. I mean, what's not to love? By the way, just as an aside, if you're a Star Wars fan, you guys have to watch Light and Magic on Disney. The ILM documentary.
I binge watched it yesterday and finished it today.
Dude.
Oh my God.
The footage alone. The footage that's never been released in any kind of behind the scenes stuff. It's just unbelievable. I love the end of episode 1 where it ends on George Lucas realizing that ILM only had 2 shots finished, and he said, I was not happy.
He was livid. He was livid. Like straight up. Oh man. Yeah.
This one comes from Jam Nemo. Hey all, have you heard that there's supposed to be a Man-Thing Halloween special? I thought it was Werewolf by Night. He's my favorite Marvel character, and I'm worried that Disney is going to neuter him the way they have neutered Hulk, Thor, and Kingpin. I hope not. I mean, there was a Man-Thing movie that Kevin Feige actually was a producer on that people forget about, and it wasn't good. I mean, it wasn't great. Um, Actually, Brian Borden says that Jack Kirby introduced the Black Musketeers in the 70s. I did not know that. But are they Musketeers or are they part of the Wakanda? I don't know. Eric Gantz says, I'd love to see the Fantastic Four as a period piece set in the 60s like X-Men First Class, end the film with them trapped in the quantum realm, then released in the present. Fish out of water angle equals fun. Eric, I don't think you're that far off. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case. There's been talk of that, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if that's kind of something along the lines that we're going to get. And I would imagine if that were to happen, they might be introduced in the post-credit scene of Quantum Mania.
Yeah.
Again, I have no reason to believe that, but I think it could happen.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Ario Phoenix says, I also think that we will see Doctor Doom at the end of Black Panther 2, and we will see his mother in the Agatha show since she's a witch. And I think in flashbacks we may see the birth of Doom. I think he may be a big part of the Thunderbolts as Victor Von Doom. What do you think? What do you guys think about that?
I definitely think we're going to see an iteration. Who knows? Doom could actually be a catalyst, or he could actually be the puppeteer for everything that's actually transpiring right now in Wakanda Forever.
I wouldn't be surprised, and I think you're spot on, man. And I think we're going to see him. I think he's going to be whatever that United Nations thing that she's addressing, that Angela Bassett's addressing. I think Victor Von Doom is already the head of Latveria, and we're going to find that out. Like he's not Dr. Doom, he's just Victor Von Doom, and he has not donned the Dr. Doom armor yet, but that's definitely coming or something. And I like the idea of making him a, he runs it. He's the despot of this country.
At the end of it, if we see him at the very end of that film in any iteration, like literally it's going to go nuts. Like I think that he could be pulling, because like I said, he has a high stake and interest in Wakanda, especially for resources. So, could happen.
RJW is it Canada? I guess he's in Canada. I like this. Please watch the movie Anna. I've seen Anna with Mark Strong. Then you'll see how Mark Strong should be the new Professor X. I love Mark Strong, and I think he'd be a great Professor X. The next phase, the Dora Milaje, should be the Black Panther-suited warriors as they train to worship and fight for the Panther God. I like that. I like that. Sonder Atlier says, good evening, crew. Personally, I think Damson Idris from FX's Snowfall would kill as T'Challa. He's a bit younger, but so much could be done from that angle with the character. I like that. That casting is not a bad idea at all.
That's definitely not a bad idea, because he's a phenomenal actor too. Like he does a good job. He has a stature for it. There's so many potential characters out there that could actually pull it off. That would, I think, would definitely be amazing. So you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong there.
Yeah, I think he would be perfect as well.
Yeah, he would be.
Adrian Barraza, oh, this is cool, says, hey, Rob, I just got back from Midsummer Scream out in Long Beach. Totally recommend everyone going. Great vendors and merch. Midsummer Scream, I've actually spoken there. It is a convention. It's a horror convention, but it focuses primarily on people that put on haunted houses. And it's got examples of haunted houses. Like you can go through mini haunted houses there, and there's a lot of vendors that sell stuff for haunted houses. It's a lot of fun. Really enjoy that. It's great, and it's at the Long Beach Convention Center. I didn't know that was going on right now. Donald Ray just sends in some support. Thank you. Donald Ray. Judicial Protest says, Rob, have you... My glasses just keep fogging up this whole time because I've been sweating. And these broken glasses. I'm telling you, this is... I mean, come on. This is so, like, goodwill. Rob, have you considered going on the Shine On podcast? Evan Shine is an expert on the division of collectible toys in divorces. He recently had an episode of the equitable distribution of hot toys. I would love to watch that. I mean, I can't even imagine. Can you imagine getting divorced and your wife would actually go after your hot toy collection?
And they do.
Oh
They
my
do
God.
it. Not just the hot toys, especially the comic books.
Yep.
Because a lot of
Yeah,
you guys have collected
yeah.
like number ones, you know,
Yeah.
and have rare editions. And that bidding that they did during that marriage, these unfortunately people remember. It's not just men or women, whoever your spouse is. They remember that you spent thousands of dollars on that.
But they
stuff.
could only go after the comics you bought while you were married. They couldn't necessarily go after, like, if you spent a lifetime collecting your comics, they couldn't. I mean, you know, that's when you hire an assassin.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really look at the offset, there's, you know, it's like, okay, I've got my comic collection's worth, you know, $3 million. How much would an assassin cost? You know, like, would I feel really bad about, you know?
What you do?
Of course, you'd be the only suspect.
She wants my first edition of Strange Tales. I want you to kill my wife. I need you to kill her. She can't get her hands on that. I just got it graded. Ooh, hell no.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny. No, just so people, I do not advocate. I have an ex-wife. I think she's delightful. I love my ex-wife. She's terrific. But I am not condoning assassination of anybody, any innocent people,
Yeah.
unless. No, I'm just kidding.
She takes my comic book.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? For somebody to go after that kind of thing, I mean, I understand it's a monetary issue, but man,
You know what? I believe like if Mmmm was married and she was getting a divorce and her ex-husband or her husband at that time decided that, okay, I want everything, including everything that you own that has Grogu's name on it. I want. See, you see.
look at her face. Look at her face.
See, see.
I'm taking it out of spite, or
He's not getting a single Grogu. Not a figure, not an ornament, not a print.
That call would be made. She'd be like, Rob, that assassin, do you know?
Oh, I have friends in the military. They can make it look like a heart attack.
Yo.
I've gotten
Man.
I have top men that could help me out.
That's incredible.
Death for Grogu. And you know what? I'd be perfect. I'd be the one guy that I would, if I got the call from, she's like, Rob, you know, I need some help here. I'd be like, I understand. I wouldn't judge. I'd make the call. I'd make the call. Yeah, I get a call. I push a button. The family's got a lot of buttons, Senator. Michael Preston's been a member of this channel for 20 months. Thank you for being an imagination connoisseur, Michael. I very much appreciate that. Donald Ray says, do you think that Captain America fought in Endgame comes back for Secret Wars, and that's how Chris Evans would come back? I guarantee you that during Secret Wars, everybody comes back. Yeah. Everybody. Because that'd be the fun of it.
Yeah.
Everybody comes back. And it wouldn't be like that. It would just be, everybody comes back.
Definitely everybody.
And I think it'd be cool.
Yeah. Definitely would be.
So, you know, I never answered judicial podcasts. I would totally go on that podcast, Judicial Protest. So, yeah, I don't know anybody over there, but I would totally go on that podcast. I think that'd be hilarious. It'd be fun to talk about that. Yes, so Donald, everybody comes back. I really believe that everyone comes back. Yes, Brandon says, Mr. Horn as in Alan Horn, please get Zach and Hamada in a room and figure this shit out. Clearly fans want more Batfleck Henry. Shouldn't be talked about more than Shazam. Look, here's the thing, guys. The Zack Snyder universe is dead at Warner Brothers. It's never going to come back.
Yeah.
And what's amazing is, and here's what I don't understand. We are going to get Ezra Miller's Flash movie. We're going to get another Wonder Woman movie. We've got another Aquaman movie. So Zack Snyder's Justice League, he cast all those people.
Mm-hmm.
He cast Ben Affleck, and we know that Ben Affleck, I saw on Twitter today, the reason that people know that Ben Affleck is in the new Aquaman movie is because they actually came out of the studio where they were shooting the reshoots, and one of the Warner Brothers tour trams was going by at the moment they walked out the door.
And you see him waving to him and stuff like
Yeah,
that. So
yeah, and then he even makes the thing. He's like, "Well, I guess the secret's out of the bag now," which I think is pretty cool. I mean, apparently what John Campy was saying here that that it was going to be Michael Keaton, but because now the Flash movie has been delayed, they had to get Ben Affleck to do it, which is cool because I love Batfleck Batman, and if we can get another Batman outfit,
But they're not going to let Michael Keaton stop working.
No, I mean because he's in Batgirl and he's in Flash.
And he was impressive in that film he made last year where he played like an assassin. I can't remember.
Oh, he was great in that.
he was incredible.
He was sexy.
The Maggie Q movie, that Martin Campbell directed. That was really good.
He still can fight. He's still lumber. He still got it. So
he does.
he can still put that suit on. We can see an old man Bruce.
Yeah. So you 70-year-old men out there, I'm looking now. I'm not going to be like I'm not looking at men of that age anymore. I'm looking. Thank you.
I wouldn't kick Dame Judi Dench out of bed. Don't judge. Come on.
Dame Judi Dench is incredible.
She'd be a great little bounce.
Oh, it's The Protege. It's The Protege is the name of the film.
The Protege, which I really liked. By the way, I mean no disrespect to Dame Judi Dench. I'm just saying she's sexy as hell, even her age now. Mm-hmm. I mean, come on, I'm getting older.
I've loved Dame Judi Dench since Excalibur. All the way back, dated to Excalibur. I've loved her ever since.
That's Helen Mirren.
Oh, damn. Dame Judi Dench and Helen Mirren.
I know, but they're both dames.
They're both dames. Dame Judi Dench. Sorry, Helen Mirren.
Helen Mirren was, as Morgana was smoking hot.
She was on that.
Smoking hot. And she was also in Caligula, naked.
Yeah, so, she's done a lot of nice nude scenes.
Yeah.
Oh, were you guys surprised that
Judi
they made
Dench, no disrespect, you are definitely beautiful and still hot. Incredible.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Were you guys surprised that they, played Michael Keaton's character in The Protege as such a sexual character? I mean, were you surprised by that?
No, because he pulled it off.
Because I don't see a lot of men of that age playing that role, and I loved it. I really loved it. So I think it's very interesting. He still has incredible sex appeal.
I totally agree. Yeah. By the way, Harris McGrade became he became a PGS Post-Geek Singularity hero. Thanks for becoming a member of the channel. I very much appreciate that. Ario Phoenix says, last one I promise, laugh out loud, but I've heard through the grapevine that Olivia Colman will be playing Union Jack in Secret Invasion. What do you think of them gender bending the role, and what do you think of her playing it? I think it would be iconic. Man, first of all, I love Olivia Colman. She can play anything. And playing Union Jack in Secret Invasion, that's really interesting. By the way, you guys, I have all the scripts for Secret Invasion.
Oh, do you?
You want to read them? I'll
yes.
send them to
you.
Thank you.
Lael has to read him because he has to understand how he's going to have to rearrange his Hot Toys section. Because there is rearranging to be done, sir. There's rearranging to be done. I'll send them both to you. By the way, I'm not sending him to anybody else, so don't ask.
I've seen Olivia Colman in The Crown, but didn't she win an award for something else? She won an Academy Award for another role. Am I correct?
Yeah.
What was? I don't remember what it was.
I don't know. Let's look it up. Let's find out.
Was it
thinking about her being Union Jack though?
I haven't heard that. She won, let's see, Olivia Colman Academy Awards. She won Best Actress. Now I have to look at the whole. Damn it. I have to look at this whole thing. Did Olivia Colman win an Academy Award? Let's see. Of course she did win an Academy Award.
Yeah, she did win one. She just won it.
For Annie, Queen of Great Britain, in the black comedy film The Favorite. She won the Academy Award for Best Actress.
Okay.
In The Favorite?
Yep. and she won for her. She got nominations for her performances in films The Father and The Lost Daughter.
Thank you. Thank you. That was The Lost Daughter was the one that I was thinking of, but she didn't win for that. But Olivia Colman is a fantastic actress, and
Yeah, she is.
seeing her play it, this would be such a different role. I don't think she's ever played anything like this before. So, I think she has great range. I think she could probably play anything.
I think so too. I mean, Union Jack. I don't know. I haven't read all the scripts of Secret Invasion, but I've read enough to know that. Well, I can't say, but if you guys know about the Secret Invasion, this in the original comic, Skrulls had replaced many of our Marvel favorites, including people like Elektra. There are Marvel principals that are Skrulls, and I'm not going to tell you who they are.
There pretty much there is. Like, there's a thing right now going around that she could be Union Jack. Like, I'm just looking it up right now, and there is a thing that, yeah, that's correct. There's a lot of information going on right now. Everything like that she's in Secret Invasions, and she could be. Wow. Okay, that'd be interesting. That'd be interesting. Definitely be interesting.
Yep. Can't that wouldn't surprise me.
Definitely wouldn't.
That would be a good. I mean, why wouldn't people want to do?
Man, I'm all for it. As long as you play the character well, as long as it follows the narrative. Look, let's go. I just want good content. That's all I want. I want great content. So just give that to me.
She'll make whatever script they give her sound like Shakespeare. Don't worry. This woman can act, and
she can act her ass off. She does such a great job. Such a great job.
Donald Ray wants to know if we have watched The Expanse. Yes, I've watched all of it, and I'm sad that it's gone. I loved it. I wish they would do the last 3 books, though. They only went up to book 6, and there's 9 books.
I haven't watched the last season, but I watched all the seasons before, and I loved every single one of them.
Oh, yeah. No, love The Expanse. I'm sorry it's gone.
Yeah, that was a good series.
It was a good series. Well, listen, you kids. Before I let you go, I would like to get both of you to opine on this. We know, based on Mr. Kevin Feige, that we are getting that the new saga is called the Multiverse Saga, and it was going all the way through Avengers, Kang Dynasty, and Avengers Secret Wars. What do you both? I'll start with you. Where do you see the MCU going, and what do you hope to get from it moving forward?
Yeah, this is a good question. I hope to get more men in the Marvel universe going forward. I think that we need to see more masculinity in general expressed throughout the entire, let's just say, television series, movies, whatever they put out needs to have more masculinity in there. We need to embrace the masculinity and pump that up a notch, and also not lose the women that we have as well. But I feel a desire to see more of that strength in it. So I think that we haven't been getting that, and that's okay. But now we need that back. We've had a variety of different things so far, but I want to see that. So I have a feeling it is going to go in that direction. The other thing that I was going to say is something that I hope that the male characters that exist now also increase in strength, and that we have more definition as to where people are in regards to the power hierarchy. So, while we have had a lot of confrontations in a lot of these films and television shows, it hasn't been quite defined as to who is stronger and, why this person needs to be defeated necessarily. And, we haven't necessarily, in my opinion, had the ultimate evil yet. So, I'm waiting for that in the next phase. So if they don't do that, we're still going to be sort of like neither here nor there. Mm-hmm. And, I want somebody to come and fuck this shit up. I guess it's essentially what
I like that. I like where you're going with that. Lael, same question to you. What do you want to see in phases 5 and 6, and where do you think the direction of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is going?
I strongly want to see continuity, man. Like that's where I'm at. I want to see things sewn up well. I do want to basically see, again, a more diverse MCU, of which we're seeing that, and I think they're going that route, and I love that. I do want to see, like I said, variants. I want to see pretty much a cinematic universe equally shared between man and woman. I want, definitely, and I want, what the thing is, what I want to see is that both sides of the table can be shared, and at the same time that is pretty much broadcasting on screen, that we see a unification between male and female, and as a unit they are strong together. You know what I mean? Like that not one person is being objectified or left out. You know what I mean? Like I do want to see that. I want to see new characters. You know what I mean? I want to see new character developments. I want them to fix Thor. Just please fix Thor. Like just fixing. Like somehow fix him. Like, come on, man, don't neuter the character and don't make him just like a butt of all jokes. Like, please fix that character. I can't wait till we get the introduction of the X-Men, Victor Von Doom, Fantastic Four. I can't wait to see Avengers versus the X-Men.
I know. I hope that happens.
I definitely hope that happens. I wanna see Cable. I want to see Hope. I definitely want to see those characters fleshed out. I want to see Domino back on screen again in a Deadpool film. So bring her back.
Oh, I
bring
think we're
Zazie
gonna get
Beetz
Zazie
back.
Beats back. I mean, she was
Bring
great
Zazie
as
Beetz
Domino.
back. I love Zazie Beats, and Hot Toys give us a Zazie Beats Hot Toys figure so we can complete that line. But yes,
Yeah, but not
that's
before I
what
get a
wanna
Koye and a Dora Milaje figure.
a Koye, Dora Milaje, and definitely a Valkyrie, because we need a Valkyrie as well. I don't care how bad the film was, give us a Valkyrie as well too.
I mean, I joke, but I'm not joking. You racist fucks at Hot Toys. I want my strong.
Of third parties, guys. I think that we need the third party guys out there, or else we would never see these other figures we want.
Well, that's why I got Heimdall.
But
I mean,
you can't take off his head.
No, but it's still a great figure. Listen, black action figure lives matter, and I want my Dora Milaje. I want my strong black women. I want I mean, I think I have every black figure that exists pretty much in terms of superheroes.
Yeah.
And I'm getting Benjamin Sisko from XO6.
I can't wait to get that figure.
Tuvok from XO6.
Yes.
I
can't wait to So Toys drops that Bloodsport, because I will.
Dude, I think they're putting out the Comedian next week.
Yes. Oh, thank God.
My old one was stolen, so I'm glad to get another Comedian.
Yeah.
By the way, they're killing it. That classic Loki is incredible.
Yeah, it is. It's a phenomenal piece. I might get that.
But I'm tired of not being able to get my strong black women action figures. Yeah. As a grown middle-aged white man, I want my black female figures. I want my Dora Milaje. I want my Valkyrie, especially in the King. I like that King Valkyrie armor that she has on in Thor: Love and Thunder.
Yeah.
I want it.
King Valkyrie armor that she has, definitely we need that. Again, I mean, come on, just give it to us. But I mean, in regards to the MCU, man, I just want great content. I just want great content going forward, and represent the characters well on screen. Like literally do that, and then I'm all in. I can't wait for something like that.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It looks like the Dora Milaje kicks a major bootay in Wakanda Forever. I mean, when they're flying off that wall, the four of them, come on. I'm like, yeah. I want that. I want the, and I'm glad they didn't change. It doesn't look like they really changed the costumes either.
Nope, they didn't.
I love those costumes. I love them.
They didn't change it. It looks like it's just more of an enhancement. I love that we're going to get Io in this film as well.
Well, that's what they give me a 2-pack of Io and Okoye.
Okoye, man, yes.
Give me the 2-pack. I'd buy that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we need that, bro. We need that. We definitely need that.
Guess who's here? E-Man's Movie Reviews, the architect of the recast T'Challa movement.
Yeah.
Says, sorry I'm late. I wanted to thank Rob, Lael, and Mmmm for talking hashtag recast T'Challa. By the way, if you want to find out more about hashtag recast T'Challa, you can follow that on Twitter.
Yeah.
I know it's a complex issue, but I encourage anyone who wants to learn more to visit the official, hang on, let me get this, the official petition at change.org/recast
Yeah.
Recast T'Challa. Thanks
Yeah.
again. Well, hey, it's very cool to have you here. Thanks for dropping by the show and supporting the channel. And I thought, I didn't know anything about the recast T'Challa movement until someone asked us that question on John Campea, and certainly I got lit up on Twitter based on my response, but that's okay. I mean, I deserve that. I got to learn a lot about it, and I think we had a really great, productive conversation at the top of the show about it.
Knowledge is definitely key, man. And like I said, people, and that's the thing is, I don't think anybody should be personally attacked if you don't know something, and it's up to us and people who do know to teach and to really be influencers. You know what I mean? We all want the same thing. At the end of the day, we all want T'Challa to come back, but at the same time, in my opinion, just let this film flesh itself out and see where it goes. But I honestly believe we're going to get T'Challa back in the MCU. Like, I mean, look, how many times have we seen, like the MCU or Marvel, DC, or whatever, movie studios say, okay, no, this character is done, and then because of our voices, that character has come back. You know what I mean? That character has, if it was because of our voices that we got the Justice League, it was because of our voices, that Cyborg story was fleshed out, a bit more. So it was because of our voices, number one, that we saw John Krasinski on screen as Mr. Fantastic. So again, it's going to be our voices and the people out here who are voicing these opinions that we're going to get T'Challa back. But at the same time, don't allow that to kind of wash over this film, because I think this film is going to be successful once we see it. I think it's going to explain a lot, and I'm fully behind it. But again, I know we're going to get T'Challa back, and people just, wait a little bit. We're going to see him back. You know what I mean? Again, I honestly believe that. I'm putting that fruition out there right now, but I fully am in support of that. But I'm in support of a strong man and a strong woman, a strong black man and a strong black woman unified all together, and that we can, again, share that same space and it could be successful. Let's go.
Well, I was kind of hoping for that T'Challa and Storm, but I'll take Forge and Storm if that's what I'll get.
Why did we never get a proper story for Storm? All these years, she was just on the sidelines. It was ridiculous.
Storm is from Wakanda.
For heaven's sake.
In the MCU, Storm is from Wakanda.
Forge would make sense.
Yep.
Forge would definitely make sense because they've definitely had a relationship back and forth, so that would make a lot of sense.
But I would love to see Storm, and I wouldn't be surprised, by the way. I know nothing about this. This is pure speculation. It would not surprise me if we meet Aurora Monroe in Wakanda Forever. I would not be surprised. As a young girl or a teenager.
If they bring Storm in the MCU, I already have my vote of who I want it to be. Yatid Daka, let it be Yatid from American Gods. She would be perfect for the role.
Oh, she is perfect. That's really good casting.
Perfect for the role as Storm. She's beautiful. She's strong. She has the stature. She has the features of Storm. Give us that character. I'm all in, all day.
There's a question about Star Trek, and I'll hold off on that one. Doomed, says, can you tell us any more secrets about Picard season 3? I've already said too much on too many different places. I don't know what specifically you'd want to know. I don't want to ruin anything. First of all, there's so much cool shit in Picard season 3 in terms of revelations of things. Let's see. What I will say this. There is a legacy, maybe, and this is kind of deep. We learned something about a long-time Star Trek antagonist, about their capabilities that we were unaware of. And it is a radical change in the mythology that's also earned, and I think it's awesome. And it has huge ramifications going forward. And it seemed, when I heard it, I'm like, that's really interesting. And it's an addition to the longtime canon that I am totally on board with. I'm like, that is really, really cool. And it makes total sense. And it never occurred to me because they've never dealt with it before. I can't say anything more than that. I know it seems a little esoteric, but you'll understand when you see it. But it's a big deal, and it's a big plot point. But it's not something. It's not something people would. I think you have to see it in context to see how cool it is. So
Yeah.
Michael
Yeah,
Preston says, "Hi Rob, I recently rewatched Doctor Strange 2, and why was Reed Richards the dumbest genius in the Illuminati? Don't let Black Bolt talk, or he will destroy you." Yeah, I wasn't a real fan. I thought the Illuminati scene, I liked seeing the characters, but the fact that they were dispatched in just one moment was really kind of lame.
Yeah.
At least I thought so.
That was
Yeah, it
that
was too quick.
It was quick. I knew they tried to do it. It was done as a plot device, whatever. At that point. But again, and I know they didn't. One was for it not to take away from the narrative of the film. They just wanted them in there to kind of push that narrative. I think they, all in all, as much as I enjoyed the film, I thought that point or that portion of it could have been executed a bit better. But it also did, though, show the arrogance of each individual character, and that's why they weren't even unified, and that's why they were able to be defeated as quickly as they were.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I felt that way too. I thought they were lame.
Yeah, they were super arrogant in that universe. They were arrogant. So, and again, we know that going back to the 616 version of the Illuminati, once he meets them, he can probably say, "Hey, I've met your counterparts from a different multiverse. You might want to kind of chill and kind of think a bit clearly and just act accordingly and wisely." So, I mean, it sets up a big stage to what's to come. So we'll see.
Oh, this is a really good question. Malongo Dickfield says, "Before you guys go, who do you think we will see on the Avengers in the Kang Dynasty? You don't have to name all, maybe 5 people each." I got to tell you, Malongo, I've been pondering, and I'll tell you, and Lael, I've been spending way too much time pondering this in my spare time. First of all, are there even Avengers currently in the MCU? We've seen, Doctor Strange talks about Scarlet Witch being on the lunchbox, but as far as we know, there is no Avengers right now. They've talked about, like, there vaguely is. Their base has been destroyed. They don't have funding. Where are the Avengers? We don't know. We haven't seen them. No one's been called back to action. So, obviously there is, because they're making 2 more Avengers movies.
Yeah.
But what do you guys think the status of the Avengers is right now?
Who could we see? Okay, so I think that, so of course we're going to see Shang-Chi. So Shang-Chi is going to be there. We're definitely going to see, Sam Wilson as Captain America.
Yeah.
We'll probably see Bucky again. I don't know. We probably will. So I think we'll see Bucky again. I even think, honestly, just judging off of current events, we might even see Miss Marvel there with them. We could possibly see Ant-Man again, depending on how this next film goes. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I guess it's just going to be one of those things that we got to kind of wait and see. It's hard for me to say who's going to be what. I guess Captain Marvel's going to be there.
Thor. I'm sure Thor is going to be there.
Yeah, Thor's going to be there. I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
I mean,
it's going to be hard to say. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea. I mean, I think they're going to introduce characters like Hercules that they're going to make an Avenger. I think we're going to see the Black Knight as an Avenger. The Black Knight's been an Avenger. I think we're going to see Dane become, and I think that other characters, I think we're going to see Monica Rambeau be an Avenger. I think we're going to see her as, whether it's Polaris or whether, however, we're going to, we're going to see that. I think that we might end up seeing characters, like, I have to tell you, I have a theory. I think they're going to introduce Wolverine in Alpha Flight. I don't know why. I think we're going to see Alpha Flight's either going to be in the movie, part of a movie, and we're going to, dude,
Don't give me hope.
How
You,
cool
you
would
know
it
how much?
be?
How many times have I told people how much I loved Alpha Flight? Please don't give me hope.
Dude, I gotta tell you,
Please don't give me hope.
I recently the first 24 issues of Alpha Flight, John Byrne's entire run. When I got
Yes.
to issue 12 of Alpha Flight, when Vindicator blows up,
Yep.
that was the first time the first time I was ever reading a comic book. That was the first time I remember
Shocked
reading a comic
the
where
hell
I
out of
was
me.
fucking dude. I was shocked,
Yeah.
shocked. I
Didn't
mean,
see that coming at all.
it was the second most shocking moment in a comic book. It was the first time I was ever shocked by a comic book, but it was
And his bro, when I saw that, I was like, wait, what? Wait, what? And of course, we know his wife takes over as the Vindicator.
Well-
But man, yeah,
and then it almost was equally shocking, and I think it's issue 24 when he comes back, and they explain the whole
Yeah.
that thousands of years of these aliens. I was like, wait, what? And then he's revealed to be. But I'm like, I bought that. It was that was
Yeah.
awesome. I
Yeah.
loved those first 24
I
issues.
love them.
I got the omnibus right over there. I'm a huge fan of Alpha Flight, and then
I'm a huge Alpha Flight fan, bro.
But can you imagine if they did Alpha Flight and Wolverine was part of it? Coming out of Weapon X, and Wolverine would leave Alpha Flight to join the Avengers. I mean,
Yeah.
why? I would love to see Sasquatch and North Star and Marina and Puck.
And Puck.
I mean, I
Oh,
would
man.
love to see an Alpha Flight movie. Why not?
Yo.
I mean,
Please don't give me hope. Please don't give me hope, bro.
I mean, you know what? There's a lot of empty movies in Phase 6. If they fucking announced an Alpha Flight movie, I'd go bananas. Especially if it was that classic team.
Smacking everybody with joy. I'd smack everybody I see with joy.
Dude, Hot Toys, I want the entire team.
Yeah,
I mean, how cool would that be?
bro. That would be phenomenal. That would really be phenomenal. Like if we see, oh, please don't get hope, bro, because that you're on something. Man.
Here's the
That
thing.
would be to bring them in, bro.
The only reason I say that it might happen is they don't have enough characters in the MCU to make a Secret Wars movie.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
They don't have enough. They need more They literally need more characters. They need more good guys and they need more bad
a
guys.
lot. Depending, and that, you know what, you're right, because both versions of the Secret Wars, they would have to basically have an iteration. Like we would have to necessarily see a larger group of individuals. Like you have to, and it has to make sense.
Yeah, we don't. They do not have enough characters in the MCU to do Secret Wars. So that's why I think that obviously we're going to get the Black Knight. He's coming probably in Blade. I mean, that was Mahershala Ali's voice was at the end of Eternal, so we're going to see Black Knight. Gore the God Butcher has the blade that connects him to the symbiote god.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the Necroblade or Necrosword.
Yeah.
They have to. I mean, they're going to introduce the Fantastic Four so they can fight. They're going to introduce. That's why I think we're going to get an Alpha Flight movie, and Wolverine should be in the Alpha, and Taron Egerton should play Wolverine. I'm convinced more than ever after watching the Blackbird TV show, the series on Apple Plus. He's so good. Make him Wolverine. Yeah, he's so jacked. He looks so good. Plus, I love his face. You put those mutton chops on him, he'll be a killer Wolverine.
Oh, he'd be the best Wolverine, and he's at the right height.
And I'll tell you who else they have to have. You've got to have some X-Men characters fighting in Secret Wars.
You do.
You have to.
You do.
I mean,
You need it.
and you've got to have Daredevil. You've got to. Who knows? I mean, I don't know what they're going to do because they just don't. We don't have enough to have Secret Wars.
Magneto definitely, and that's the thing. Like Magneto would have to be there as well.
Oh yeah.
Like how he has to be there. Like
I don't know, man.
No, he has to be there.
Everybody has a place. Like they have a place that's needed and required. You know what I mean? Like Spider-Man definitely, being seeing as how he actually became, or in contact with the symbiote. Mind you, Spider-Man was completely capable in that film, or in the book itself, because he almost single-handedly himself took down the entire Avengers squad, like literally. So he was very integral in that. So that's it's so much that's needed. They need to actually expand his team, like
And well,
definitely.
we're getting Thunderbolts, so that gives
Yeah,
I mean, if it's going to be good guys against bad guys, I mean,
yeah.
the Thunderbolts team, they're doing something there, but I honestly don't know, what they're going to do. Swifty asks, will we see Galactus in Phase 6 or 7, or possibly mutants in Phase 7? I think we have to get him first. The X-Men, that's the big question. How are they going to bring the X-Men in? Kelly Rhodes says, how about Giancarlo Esposito as Norman Osborn? Look,
Ooh,
Giancarlo Esposito, between Gus Fring, between Stan and the boys, between our favorite dark saber wielding Imperial officer, I mean, yeah, man. The answer to that question is
It
yes.
definitely happened.
Yes. So
We'll see.
why not?
and the head of Vought on The Boys.
Yeah, Stan.
Yeah.
Stan.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that he's the, and I wish they brought him back, but he'll come back. He'll come back. He was so good. He was so good. Well, listen, you crazy kids. This is was a very fine. This is exactly what I hoped it would be. A very fine episode of Midnight
Yes.
Musings. I want to thank my co-hosts Mmmm and Lael. First of all, Mmmm, where can people find you online?
Well, you can find me on my YouTube channel, Positive Fandom. I stream from YouTube, but I also stream on Twitch and on Odyssey. Tomorrow, you can find me at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on my live show, Sunday Brunch, where I do all the parlay in the fandom. So do stop by if you're a creator, so I can promote your stuff. It's where we come and discuss everything that's going on. On Monday nights, you can find me on Toxic Femininity with Nina Infinity and Lorena Creole on Midnights at 8 p.m. Sometimes on Wednesdays and Thursdays, you can find me on the 1/6 Scale Man Network on either Say What or Uncivilized Scoundrels. On Thursday afternoons at 5 p.m., you can find me on Lorena Creole's Twitch channel, where we do our show Toxic Male Appreciation. This week, we're going to be doing episode 3 of the Terminal List. On my channel on Tuesday at 7 p.m. on Positive Fandom, I'm going to be showing a watch party with Lorena Creole. We're going to be looking at KGF Chapter 1. It's going to be a fantastic watch party. And then we're going to follow that up on Saturday night, where we're going to be looking at KGF Chapter 2 on Lorena Creole's channel. And of course, on Friday afternoons, you can find me on Midnight's Edge in the morning with Tom Connors and Andre. And of course, you can always find me on the PGF here in Midnight Musings. And please do check out my channel. And thank you, everybody, for the support.
And Lael, where can we find you? I mean, I know we have a smooth appreciation society happening between us, but I would say that you're so smooth. But where can people find you?
Oh yeah, so you can actually find me on the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. That is the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. Make sure that you actually subscribe to that. We are 150 away from 3,000 subscribers. So definitely, if you haven't already subscribed, head on over there, subscribe. Great content. Tomorrow we'll basically be doing, actually tomorrow at 12 p.m. will be our Collectors Lounge International. We talk everything collectibles from an international perspective. So tune in for that. Comic book talk with friends on Monday, where we're going to pretty much probably have like similar discussions, breaking down the MCU, the future of the MCU, and where it's actually heading. And that's Monday nights at 9:15. Say What on Wednesday night at 9:15, where we talk about everything in the figure collecting community. Also, Friday, this coming Friday, back on for, we have our Figure Flex Friday. So there's going to be a lot of content there where people can just come over and flex your figures, pose them up, take pictures.
It's a very fun show, that show.
Love the show, man. I love it. It's really, really fun. So yeah, remember it's the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel, as well as Instagram and Twitter. Again, I will say that we're 150 away from 3,000 subscribers. So head on over there and make sure you do. Rob, as always, love this show. I love Midnight Musing every weekend. Let's keep it going. Let's go.
Yeah, we will. I mean, and I want to thank you both we have some really great conversations on this show, and I quite enjoy speaking with you both. Great perspectives. I mean, we're all big geeks, and I love that. So thank you both for being here. I would say good night to the two of you, and I look forward to seeing you next week in August of 2022. My God.
Let's go.
Scary. All right, boys and girls. Next week it is.
All righty.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kind souls, gentle beings across the universe, thank you to Lael, Rockwell, and to Mmmm for another great episode of Midnight Musings. And as you all know, if you've been fans or watching this show for any length of time, I've been opening up this show to you rando strangers. Whoever's watching, and if you have a good webcam and a good microphone and you want to come on YouTube. Now, listen, I know, I always see my beautiful friends, and it's not that I don't, I don't want to see you because, I love you. But it'd be nice to get some crazy folks that we don't know. So if you've never been on this show, you've never come on this show, and you want to come on, like if you, not that you'd ever get YouTube glory here, but hey, perhaps you might want to come on the show or not. I mean, we'll see. I'm going to put a link in here, and we'll see who shows up for the link, and we'll see if anybody wants to jump on. I'm going to throw it in the live chat. We'll see if anyone comes on and wants to chat. If you want to chat about T'Challa, you want to talk about the MCU, you want to tell me about the week you had, you want to talk about something entirely unrelated, I'm willing to talk to you. Now, remember, friends, just we'll have a chance. Let's see who shows up. If you've been on the show before, don't do the link right away. Let's see if anybody we don't know shows up. The link is in the live chat. We'll see if anyone wants to jump into it and say anything. Hey, Rob. Hang on. This comes from Michael Preston. Says, hey, Rob, do you think that Dr. Bashir could have become as big a threat as Khan ever was, or did his upbringing make him just better than Khan? Well, first of all, I have to say, that's a very interesting question. As Spock points out in Space Seed, he says about Khan that superior ability breeds superior ambition. I think Dr. Bashir was a doctor. He practiced the Hippocratic Oath. I mean, he was a truly good man. I mean, look, Earth had a problem with genetic engineering because of the eugenics wars, but I would say this, and this might prove to be unpopular. I think that I'm a big fan of science, and I don't have a problem with we're constantly improving ourselves. I mean, the human life expectancy jumped 30 years from 1900 to 2000, and that was because of medical technology. Now, if we could, obviously, we have seen the downsides, the horrible ideas of people misusing eugenics for racial purity and all that bullshit. But I think that ultimately what we want is a genetically diverse species. But if we can prove ourselves, why not? And I think Dr. Bashir was an example of that. Controlled genetics and making human beings better. That's what we're supposed to do. It's just we don't want to use it for nefarious purposes. Like, when parents are like, I want children with blue eyes. I think that's not good. That's I mean, I would hate to see, somebody, I don't want redheads to go extinct, because that would suck. That would really suck. Let's see. Trying to get some, people in here. We've got, I've got some people. I got some people coming in that we haven't seen before. And Sebastian, I got a Sebastian here that I don't think I know Sebastian. Sebastian, I don't think you've been on this show. I'm gonna get Sebastian in, and let's see who else is here. I'm looking around. We've got Emmanuel is here as well. Gentlemen, before let me put you into the show. Give me a moment. This should be interesting. I don't think I know either one of you. If I don't think so, but I'm going to put you in. I hope you've got headphones on or something so we don't echo, because there will be a delay. But I think we're all good. And I'm going to put you guys. I'm going to put you in, Coach. Welcome to. Yep, you sound good. 5x5. So we are going to get, just so you guys know, because I'm lazy, I'm not going to put your names down. I'm not going to make lower thirds because I'm on the fly and we're live. So I'm just going to put you in. And so hold on. And this is fun. This is going to be fun because it's people I haven't talked to before, which I love. I think that's great. So for those of you who don't know, I'm going to tell you, well, actually, I'm going to have both of you introduce yourselves. So here we go. You guys ready, gentlemen? Are you prepared? All right. Okay, I want to welcome these two esteemed gentlemen. We have Sebastian and we have Emmanuel. First of all, Emmanuel is in the center square. He is part of the Recast T'Challa movement, representing with merch. And we have got Sebastian. Now, first of all, I got to ask you both. First, I'll start with you. Emmanuel, where are you coming to us from right now?
I am coming live from Chicago.
Live from Chicago, Illinois. Do you go to Gino's East?
I do not. I'm Gino Easted out.
Oh, nice. So where do you get
You
pizza
live
in
here,
Chicago?
You get so much of it, so I'm good.
Okay. Emmanuel is good in Chicago. Sebastian, where do you hail from? Where are you coming to us from right now?
Good evening, Mr. Meyer Burnett.
Good evening, sir.
It's a great honor to be here.
It's my honor to have you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm from Chile. Unfortunately, I'm not as well versed on the MCU as you, sirs. Emmanuel, nice to meet you.
Are you in Chile right now?
Yeah, I am. It's quite late. Well, I'm not sure if the time difference is all that much. It's around 2:40 a.m. over here.
Well, let me just say, it's my honor to have you both. I mean, I love the fact you're in Chile. You're in Chicago, and I'm in Los Angeles. This is exactly what I hope for when I have people come on. I mean, worldwide representation, and you don't have to be well versed in the MCU. It doesn't matter. Everyone is welcome here, all levels of knowledge. But since this was a topic of conversation tonight, I'd like and since Emmanuel is wearing merch, I'd like to ask you, Emmanuel. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the hashtag Recast T'Challa movement. And first of all, how do you feel about the Black Panther film, Chadwick Boseman, and this entire issue? I know that's a lot. I'm asking you a lot, right. But I feel that you have probably, call me crazy, but I bet you have some thoughts on the subject.
Just a couple. I'll give you. I'll try and give you the spark notes of everything.
So, Emmanuel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate you, and thank you so much for being courteous enough to just have a conversation, be open-minded. I'm sorry you got dragged on Twitter.
Oh no, you know what though? Because I don't mind that because it doesn't make me mad. I just like to talk to people, and the whole philosophy behind this channel is every and I forgot to say it tonight. Well, I'm not done with the show. The show's still going, but I say after every show that every single person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear, and all you have to do is listen. So I don't mind getting dragged by people. I just like getting dragged in an intelligent fashion, which most people do. I have to say. Which is
what I encourage people to do, right? Like everyone wants to be heard and just respected. As long as we're heard, respected, and understood, I think at the end of the day, whether you agree or not, that's the least you can ask for.
So I give the floor to you, sir. Tell us about the Recast T'Challa movement and the philosophy behind it.
So let me just give everybody a quick timeline, because I know a lot of people are new to this and they've only caught on maybe recently when it's trended only more recently.
I honestly didn't know anything about it myself, and I usually keep until this past week when we got the letter at the John Campea show.
Sure, which is one of the reasons why I was like, guys, they were just responding to the email. People were like, man, they're disrespecting you. I'm like, no, it's okay. Like I've been watching you and John for a long time, and I know you guys have your hearts in the right place, so there was never any
I appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, so just to give people a quick timeline, unfortunately Chadwick passed in August of 2020. December of 2020, Marvel said no recast. There was no conditions. They didn't say, oh, no recast for just this movie or just for now. It was just nothing. And you know, that kind of hurt me because I was like, wait, what do you mean? Like, is he gonna go in the background like Paul Walker, a la, you know, Fast and Furious, or
Right.
are you actually gonna kill this character off? And the worst case scenario is what kind of drove me in April of 2021 to actually start the petition. And that was after doing months of research on articles, interviews of what Chadwick said, what he believed about acting, what his friends, his family all said about it. I wanted to get the best idea possible of where this man and who he was, because he was one of my favorite actors, like personally and professionally.
Oh no, he was
as a film critic.
Even outside of Black Panther. I mean, the man was an unbelievably gifted performer. And I said, you know, on the show, I was knocked out by his performance in Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. I mean, I loved him in Get On Up, but that speech when he finally just opens up and unleashes at the end of that film, and you know, he was deep into his illness then. Yeah. And watching that performance, I mean, my God, the man truly was a warrior that wanted. He was not going to allow this, and he was ill when he made Black Panther.
Yeah.
And
4 years. For 4 years, he was carrying that, and it's that level of courage, that strength, you know. And let's not forget that this man was also visiting young children in the hospital that were also battling, you know, cancer, which is one of the reasons why, for me personally, I think he's a superhero in real life.
He was,
you know,
for sure.
And it was one of those things when people were worried about his health and everything, and he had communicated this to another journalist and said, I want people to see the role and not me. It's the job of an actor for people to see the role. And his manager, Michael Green, also talked about how Chadwick never took a role that he didn't think was incredibly important. And that we've seen him, you know, Thurgood Marshall, James Brown, Jackie Robinson, T'Challa, so on. And it was one of those things, again, that compelled me to go and start the petition. Not because, yes, I'm a fan, but it was really because I think this actually honors him more, because it's actually in line with what he was working for and what he was working towards. The man really wanted us to see the roles. And when you look at the role of T'Challa, you're talking about a character that was created in the 1960s during the Civil Rights era, because Jack Kirby at that time was like, oh my gosh, we have black readers, but they don't have anyone that looks like them.
That's right.
And he created T'Challa, not the mantle. He created T'Challa, who happened to be Black Panther, to be the embodiment of black representation at that time. He wasn't a sidekick. He was like the first leading character at that time. So the character is literally black history. And you're talking about a character, as you mentioned earlier, some people have waited 50 years for this character to get on screen. Some people have just been introduced more recently. And to potentially take that away, I think, in my opinion, it kind of robs what Chadwick was actually building towards, right? And when I say this, I'd say this with the utmost respect. I never created this petition or the hashtag to disrespect anyone. And that includes the cast and crew and his family or anything like that. It was always about love for not only Chadwick, but for the franchise and for uplifting black representation. And I'll kind of wrap here. I don't think people realize that the franchise of Black Panther, again, was created for black representation. And what it does is it breaks a lot of stereotypes. The mere fact that Wakanda is a concept we've never seen in real life. As a black man, I never understood or even fathomed the concept of a country with black people that were never, colonized, never enslaved, and were actually prosperous, beyond measure. That was beautiful. And then to see characters, Shuri, a princess, one of the smartest people in the world, if not the smartest, a king like T'Challa, someone I could see myself in as well. These things were just revolutionary for my mind, right? And for everyone else alike. It was also important for non-black people to see that on the screen. So there, there's all this stuff wrapped into this. And again, when they talk about like, well, we're just not going to recast, it kind of hurt. And I kind of just want to dispel a couple quick things real fast.
Sure, absolutely. Please, the floor is yours.
One of the things that we wanted to talk about, and this is why I encourage people to look at the petition. Hold us accountable to the petition, because unfortunately, there are people that are going online on Twitter that are using the hashtag and changing the narrative. They're advocating boycotts, they're advocating or promoting sexism, and none of that is what this started with, nor does this promote. Matter of fact, I am excited to go see this movie. I am.
It looks I mean, it looks great.
Oh,
the trailer's incredible.
No one should doubt Ryan Coogler in terms of making a good movie. Now, I do have one concern, which is we're asking that you just don't force the death as a plot device. And what I mean by that is it creates a lot of narrative issues I don't think people are dealing with or recognizing. So, for example, when T'Challa in the first movie got thrown over the waterfall, we thought he was dead. Okay, Wakanda mourned. In Infinity War, he did die. He got snapped away. He was gone for 5 years. Are we going to potentially kill him a third time? And is this the third time Wakanda has to mourn for him? Or did they not mourn for him during the 5 years? You know, so it's that's why I'm excited to see how they handle it, because I'm like, if his legacy is riddled with death, again, as a black man, I'm a little sensitive to that, because death, black men in America, it's kind of a trope that we've seen many times, and it is a little sensitive. But let me also just say that while we do not ask for an immediate recast, because obviously the movie shot, we get that. The petition really just says, just don't end the portrayal of T'Challa. If you have to kill him off, okay, I guess. But like, at least continue that portrayal, because it does matter. We need that portrayal, not just because we don't want to see a woman take the throne or be Black Panther, because it's never been a conversation of the mantle.
I totally understand that.
That's why I never made it recast Black Panther. I said it's T'Challa. And I want to kind of give this to people. There's a lot to be seen on screen when you see a strong black man supporting a strong black woman. That's equally as important, rather than just, you know, elevating black women. It's also important to show men, hey, you see this strong, confident black superhero? He supports these women, so can you.
No doubt.
Again,
and I thought that was a real strength
Yeah.
in Black Panther, was the relationship he had with the women in his life.
Exactly.
It was great.
Yeah. And that listen, that's all I'm saying. That's all we're saying. Is just like, look, we know it's not going to be something that's going to happen right now. We got magic, time travel, variants, a multiverse, all the plot devices in the world. I get it. We're not trying to, you know, no disrespect to anyone. We're not trying to be release the Snyder Cut. That's not what we're trying to be. We're just fans that are expressing.
Although it
our
worked.
love.
It worked.
It worked, but we're not going with those methods.
Right.
You know, no airplanes in front of Marvel Studios or banners or billboards.
Yet.
You know. But no, listen. It is just straight up love for black representation. And you know, and maybe you can speak on this too. One of the other concerns that I have is putting the focus too much on the mantle, because in the comics, in the franchise, it was never about the mantle. The mantle was always secondary, and the characters always came first.
Yes.
You develop T'Challa, you develop Shuri, you develop whoever. It doesn't matter who had the mantle at the time. Matter of fact, they broke tradition and had 2 Black Panthers at one time. That's my dream. I want to see 2 at the same time, right?
Or an
But
army.
my fear for the franchise, and you know, Rob, please feel free to, you know, chime in with this, is if you focus on the mantle too much, and if it becomes like a hot potato situation where it went to T'Challa, but now it's Shuri, Black Panther 3, it's going to someone else.
Right.
Now I'm starting to feel like, wait a minute, you're inadvertently making the black actors and the characters expendable, and I don't want that. That's why I don't want people to sit here and be like, but the mantle's going somewhere. I get that. I don't care about the mantle. I care about the characters. You know, so that's my other concern.
I think that's very astute. And, you know, one of the things, I mean, one of the interesting things about the discussions that we've been having post George Floyd about race in this country. Like,
Yeah.
I thought that the United States has been on a fairly decent evolutionary path of enlightenment during my lifetime. And I feel that with social media over the last 10 years, that natural evolutionary pattern or whatever has been derailed. And there's been a lot of voices that have injected all kinds of stuff that we don't need into, because ultimately the people that exist in this world, whoever they are, whether it's marginalized groups, whether it's people of color, whether it's First Nations people, whether it's LGBTQ, these people all exist. They've been here since the dawn of time. And there have been groups that have denied those people's existence. And we need to recognize that all of us, there's one species on this planet of human beings, one, that has all kinds of different and interesting subdivisions, but we're all one species. Yeah. And it's so bizarre to me that we delineate based on where people's, literally where their origins are on the planet, that we discriminate against people because of where their ancestry happens to be, and the reason they look different is because of naturally occurring evolutionary processes based on how much sun you got. I mean, it's so weird to me, and it was nice to see our civilization. I mean, look, change is sometimes slow, sometimes it's fast, but it's difficult. And now I feel the last 10 years, all of that has been very much derailed by various forces. And I feel like what's really terrible is there's no more rational discussion anymore.
Yes.
Certainly not in academia, not in, I mean, and people are fucking crazy. And they've gotten rid of common sense, and they've gotten rid of the fact that, you know, I always bang on about verisimilitude on this channel. You know, I'm the viceroy of verisimilitude, somebody said. But the only reason I say that is from a filmmaking perspective. When you're making a movie, it's all made up. Everything you see is bullshit. None of it's real. It's all created for the frame, for the camera. Yep. The hardest thing to do is to make your audience believe. Yes. When you watch a movie, we all live in the real world. We all know, like, one of the things, like, believe it or not, I used to love the Fast and the Furious franchise for what it was.
I
for
join
what
you in that sentiment.
I hated Fast 9.
Yeah.
Hated it. Because the whole point of making a car chase, and the whole reason a car chase works is that we've all ridden in cars. Yep. So we all understand when a car like drives 120 miles an hour through a city, how perilous that is. Mm-hmm. So if you make sure that your car chase is done in a very realistic manner, then it becomes thrilling for an audience. But as soon as you disassociate cars from physics,
right,
then it's not fun anymore. Then it's just it's ridiculous noise. And the Fast and Furious franchise, I was willing to buy in Fast 7 one car jumping from one building to another. That strained credulity, but I'm like, okay. Fast 9, it was all out the window from the very beginning of the movie. And I'm like, I can't watch this. It's a cartoon. Yeah. It's an asylum movie. So the reality of all of this, the reality of the world, and I feel like the discussion between people, it used to be like we all understood what oppression was. We all understood. I mean, I might not have understood on a day-to-day basis what it's like to be black in America, but I at least understood that at 2 a.m. when the bars close here in Los Angeles, I can go to a 7-Eleven and buy a tube of toothpaste and some water or whatever. No one's going to look at me twice. A black man, a black woman walks in at 2 a.m. in the 7-Eleven, not the same experience.
Right.
You know, and these are the reality that I think we're sort of losing in the discussion. We're spinning off into la-la land in our conversations, and people are angry and mad, and they're drawing lines in the sand. But now listen, since Sebastian is here, can you stick around for a minute? You can stay, right?
I can stay.
Okay, stay. I want to now, since all the way from Chile, we've been talking and you've been listening patiently, Sebastian. And since you're here, I would love to ask you, first of all, how are things in Chile? And second of all, you're watching this channel. Are you a movie fan? Have you watched this before? You said you weren't as well versed in the MCU. And what are race relations like in Chile?
Well, Well, first of all, Robert and Emmanuel, I haven't been waiting patiently. I mean, the conversation has been really, really interesting. I mean, Emmanuel's line of reasoning I mean, it's really compelling, really. And I was kind of thinking about the way Emmanuel puts the point and what Lael was saying about this the same topic earlier on, and and it makes me think that uh, you actually see more the commonalities than the differences. I mean, it's harder to see the controversy when people like them put all these points in such a coherent and reasonable way. So yeah, it's hard to get into the social media wagon when it's actually something not so controversial, perhaps. I mean, what I especially like is that the point of agreement here seems to be not whether T'Challa should be recast or not, but when he should be recast in a way.
Hmm.
And then it gets a little bit complicated because in a way, you want to save the identity both of the mantle and all the different characters in the movies, but in a way, even though you want to reintroduce T'Challa, you don't want to trivialize the
Yes.
Right.
the impact of who is going to wear the mantle in the next movie. I don't really I don't really know the lore. I've seen the MCU movies, but I don't know all the comics and the lore, so I don't know how it's gonna go. So I'm quite there's a lot of expectation for me as to how they're going to take the narrative from that point of view. So yeah, I was kind of wondering, well, if the next movie we have someone else wearing the mantle, but then in the third movie it goes back to a recast T'Challa, I was wondering where perhaps we might have, it might feel somewhat superficial, that transition from T'Challa to his new character and then back to T'Challa. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, insofar as T'Challa is such an important character, it doesn't belong to an actor, Yeah, and even though Chadwick Boseman made such a heavy contribution. So he's already in the pantheon of the MCU world and in the acting world. I mean, he as you say, he was such a great actor. I've seen a couple of his movies. I mean, the one he made with the Russo brothers. Well, that was
Oh, the 18 Bridges,
21.
21 Bridges.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, all the other stuff he made.
But he
I
was
mean,
great in it.
Oh, he was fantastic.
Yeah, he
Oh,
was
yeah,
great
yeah,
in
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Movie
Perhaps
was-
the point is more
Yeah.
about the movie than about the acting. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
You know,
Uh,
if I could break in, here's just one thing that I mean, they already did this once. They changed Rhodey. Terrence Howard originated the character of Rhodey in Iron Man 1, and of course, it was taken over,
yeah.
and by a fantastic actor,
Yes.
and he's made it his own. Who also, by the way, plays a big role in Secret Invasion. I mean, I love Don Cheadle as a performer, and he is, in a way, he's also a phenomenal actor. And
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't think anyone missed a beat with the difference between Terrence Howard and in Iron Man 1, Terrence Howard has some great scenes, like when they get hammered on the plane. Him and Tony Stark get hammered on Stark's plane. I mean, there's some great scenes where Terrence Howard really endears himself to an audience. But I think that with Chad Boseman, it was a little different in the sense that the character of T'Challa was so important to the MCU, and the representation that he brought, and the fact that he did fight this battle with cancer and lost. I think the real world circumstances affected affected their decision to not recast T'Challa right away, and I for one kind of understand that.
Yeah, yeah. I understand it as well, and it's one of the reasons why I said, to all my followers and stuff, this is not it's not a fight, it's not an argument, it's
Mm.
not a us
Yeah.
versus them. It's a
Mm.
conversation among loved ones that lost a loved one. We're
Oh, I
we're
like that.
all at the
Yeah.
we're all at the funeral. You're like, no, he loved white. Well, he loved red. That's what we're talking about here. And we're both talking about honoring the same person, the same character, and so on and so forth. And I've said, look, Chadwick Boseman was iconic in the role, but I also believe that he deserves to be the beginning of a legacy, right? Not the end of one. And in my opinion, the number one way to kill a legend is to stop telling their story.
Mm.
And T'Challa's story, it's not done. We don't know what he's gonna be like as a king, a diplomat, a husband, a father, a leader. We don't know that. He doesn't have the Tony Stark arc that Tony had or Cap had, for like 11 years. But just real quick, and Sebastian, we'll go back to you too. I do kind of want to bust this myth around recasting, because some people think that recasting is a negative thing. Recasting has never been a negative thing, right? So when
No.
people get recast, whether it's for the same role, whether it's for the same continuity, doesn't really matter. What ends up happening is it keeps the actors and the characters relevant, and it keeps them popular. If you look at the most popular figures, Superman, Batman, James Bond, whoever,
Doctor
Hamlet,
Who.
Doctor Who, it does not matter. You remember Sean Connery because Daniel Craig is there. We don't forget Christopher
point.
Reeve just because Henry Cavill's here. And here's the other counterpoint. Even if someone sucks, even if someone is terrible, it only makes you cement the last person even more. When people were trashing Jared Leto's Joker, they were like, you know what? Heath Ledger really was a legend. And when Joaquin Phoenix stepped up as Joker, we were like, wait, we can actually have two good performances that don't have to be the same. Just because it's different, just because potentially if someone comes in and does something that doesn't feel like Chadwick, we don't need to rush to the assumption that it's going to be bad. Different can be good. It's okay. And I don't want us to stifle opportunities for great performances because we're caught up in the moment. I get it. I mean, if social media were around, we wouldn't have a Heath Ledger because we'd be tied to Jack Nicholson and say, like, no, he's the only Joker. No one can do it but Jack. But like, how many times have we been proven wrong? Recasting is not a bad thing.
Emmanuel,
it keeps the legacy going.
That's a really great point that you're making, and I totally agree with you. Do you think that the times themselves, the world that we were living in, the world of social media, the world of George Floyd and Black Lives Matter and Ibrahim Kendi writing, and white fragility and all of that, do you think all of the social, everything that's going on played into the idea of not recasting T'Challa right away?
No, but I would argue that some of that is one of the reason and foundation for me to want it recast. So according to at least what I've read online, because Chad was very private, he didn't share his illness with the people at Marvel.
No, because he didn't want to. He didn't want to detract from the work.
Exactly, and according to, I believe, his family or his manager, that's the way his mom raised him. Don't be a bother to other people, like, and hey, that's that Carolina thinking. That's great, fine.
Yeah.
But Kevin Feige was the first to know in Marvel, and the moment Kevin Feige knew about this, he contacted Nate Moore, right? So this is, and I think he only knew maybe a couple hours before Chad actually passed away. And he gave the news to Nate Moore. According to Nate Moore's own admission on another interview, he went straight to Ryan Coogler. And again, according to Nate Moore, they made this decision within minutes not to recast. And this is where, in my opinion, I have to have a lot of empathy and sympathy for them, because they made a very big decision in the moment of grief, in a moment of mourning, in a moment of, I don't know, emotional shock. And that's where I'm kind of like, ooh, I feel for you guys so much. And I couldn't imagine making any type of decision that mattered when you hear such devastating news. I mean, I don't think anybody would have pressured, given the news of Chadwick, I don't think anyone would have been like, give us our Black Panther right now. Like,
Right.
I think everybody would have been like, okay, you got to delay it. We get it. Like, I was not even thinking about Black Panther 2 for months before, Marvel came out and said they weren't going to recast. It wasn't even on my radar. I didn't care. I was still hurting for Chadwick, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think for them, and this is why I have the utmost respect for them, they're human. They made an emotional decision that is a tribute to their friend, their coworker, and that's great. I totally respect that. For me, just to invoke all the things that you mentioned, that's where Black representation comes in for me. Let me explain something real quick. We would not even have a conversation. This would not even be controversial. There probably wouldn't even be a recast T'Challa movement at all if we had enough Black representation on screen.
Mm-hmm.
If
I totally
don't
agree with
know,
that, by the way.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if the Flash, if something happened to the character of the Flash, I'm not wishing nothing on the actors, but if the Flash, for whatever reason, was not recast, you'd be fine. You got Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. You got all these other characters that you look like that you can continue going on.
Yep.
But the first leading Black character in the MCU, and then you take that away, that hurts because we don't have enough leading roles. And I know some people might say, but hey, you got Cap coming, you got Blade coming. This is the thing. When it comes to white fictional characters, they typically get addition and multiplication. You get Supergirl, but you don't lose Clark Kent, right?
Right.
You get Batgirl, but you don't lose Bruce Wayne. So when it comes to Black characters, we don't want to be subject to substitution and subtraction. That's why I'm like, I don't like this idea of, but it's going to his sister or it's going to go to someone else. No, we shouldn't have to play the substitution game.
See,
I
now,
want to be greedy because we don't have enough. I want to be greedy.
That
I
was
want the same treatment.
and you should get it. And that was something that I wasn't even thinking about that when somebody just came at me and goes, "Wow, you guys are so privileged on the John Campy show." I'm like, "What? Yo, what
do you mean?"
And then when that explanation was was given to me, I'm like, "Well, that I understand." Yeah. And that I totally agree with, and the way you're very eloquent in how you explain that, and I agree with you 100%. I mean, and I think that let me bring Sebastian into the conversation back in. All of this stuff that we're talking about, America's relationship to race relations has always been, it's been strange to me because, like, I was in South Korea in 2018 making a documentary, and it's not exactly the melting pot that America is. And I, for the very first time, like, I would walk in as a loud, boisterous American. I'm 6'1". Whenever I'd go anywhere in Korea, when I walked into the store, I would get looks. Everyone's looking at me like, what's the crazy American going to do? And it was the very first time I'm like, oh, now I get it. Now I never knew, but I was very aware wherever I was going. And I'm like, hey, how's it going? I love South Korea. Everyone's like, I'm a different kind of a person. And I was looked at that way. And everywhere I went, I was looked at, and I was hyper aware of the fact that people were looking at me. Because, the places I've worked, even in an Eastern Bloc country like Bulgaria, I didn't get looks because I looked like other people that are in the country. But in South Korea, I stood out. And it was a very illuminating experience. And by the way, I love South Korea. I love the people there. I had the best time. It was so much fun. I was there researching a documentary. But, it's still South Korea. And I was definitely an outsider. And the only, there's a lot of American military in South Korea. But for the most part, I mean, we went to the Olympics, so we drove across the country. And it was an illuminating experience on a number of levels. But so I would ask you, Sebastian, I don't know what things are like in Chile.
Yeah. I mean, I was following Emmanuel's point. Really, it was really good. And by the way, I totally agree with with his initial point that the decision to recast the main character of this series, of this saga, uh, doesn't seem to have so much to do with broader cultural issues, but it seems to be more related to the love that people had, especially in Marvel for Chadwick.
I agree.
So and in a way, I think that in this next movie, the shadow of not only of T'Challa but especially of Chadwick, the actor, the person, is gonna be felt all over the movie. But yeah, I mean, going to your question, um, yeah, I mean, you're quite right to assume that things are gonna be felt different. I mean that debates about representation are going to be taken in a different way by people from other cultures like mine or someone in South Korea, and that probably has to do with the fact that in many other countries you have probably I'm putting it in a very simplistic way, but I'd say there's a more homogeneous cultural heritage. I mean,
Yeah.
for instance, in the case of Chile, the Spaniards got here to South America, and in the case of Chile, they mix quite heavily with the original population, with the original people. So from that point onwards, there hasn't been much of a difference in terms of cultural heritage between all the people living in the country. There are issues, of course, reconciling our recent history with the people who live here before the Spanish came, and well, there are many contingent issues relating dictatorships like the Pinochet regime
Mm.
or other political more specific issues. But culturally, we have a rather homogeneous background, I say, and that's I mean, in a charitable way. I mean, I wouldn't see it in any other way, or I will try not to see it in any other way. That's the beauty. I mean, about the states. Uh, I wouldn't say it's funny. I mean, I find it. No, it's the word is not amusing. I mean, I feel enthralled
Mm.
at staring at how people in the states take different positions and fight about different things, and how they see their lives in different ways, because for them it seems to be like a really heavy, like a heavy tension, a heavy fight about politics, about culture, and so on and so forth. But seeing that from the outside, it turns out to be, what makes the states such a unique country. The fact that so many people, that so many cultures can actually manage to have a common history. Of course, it's not perfect. There has been cracks and certainly wars within that project, within that attempt. But but the United States has managed all the same. At least it has managed more than any other country in the world
Yes.
to take so many cultures and 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 live, and get along to some extent. Of course, the progress could be better, could be faster. It
Yes.
isn't, but there's no other world. So yeah, in that sense, I mean, I'd say that we don't have in that sense the same problems because of that cultural homogeneity, I'd say. And so sorry for extending so long
No,
about
no,
this,
no. I
but
mean, this is the best. Trust me, you guys have
I'm learning
elevated this conversation. So I never know. On some of these shows, we're just sloppy drunk, being like, yeah, whatever. But this show, I feel, has been very worthwhile. So keep going. I feel
no.
blessed to have the guests that I've had tonight. So thank you both.
Yeah, but well, I mean, I'm trying to circle back to Emmanuel's line of reasoning. I'd say that yeah, this is one of those cases where I completely understand. I mean, rationally, I think I understand the points that he's making and the importance uh, that these subjects have for him and for so many other people. But because of my own history, I know that I cannot really feel it. It's
Yeah.
a bit like the point you were making before. You know that realities are different for different people, but one, however empathic one is, one cannot completely put oneself in the other person's shoes in that regard. And because of my cultural baggage, I know it's an important subject, and I see that people sometimes get a little bit angry and they fight about these cultural topics because of that, because it matters for them. But yeah, I mean, I I can I know, I recognize I cannot be fully part of that conversation. And well, as for Chile, I mean, it's been a little bit tense as well over here. I don't know if you've heard, but there's been a long discussion about a new constitutional text. I mean, we're gonna give ourselves a new constitution. So because the one we have at the moment is like has the legacy of the Pinochet regime. I mean,
Right.
the current constitution is not the exact same constitution that Pinochet devised. It has undergone many changes. It has gone through several reforms, but it has that historical lineage.
Mm.
So it got to a point where the country, for different reasons, said, okay, we need to devise another constitution, one granted by us and to us in democracy. And unfortunately, it's been a very heated, a very polarizing discussion.
I can
So
imagine.
in yeah, I mean, it's already been written. I mean, there was a constitutional assembly that worked for a year or a year and a half, something like that, on the new text. And now we're in the period where everybody's reading the text, and on September, we're gonna vote whether we accept that new constitution or not.
Wow.
So
How
yeah,
do
and
you think that vote's going to go? How are you going to vote? You don't have to tell me how you're going
no,
to vote, but
eh,
how do you think it's going to go?
nobody can predict that. I mean,
Wow.
because of the historical importance of the vote, and this kind of change. No, nobody imagined that the reject vote could actually win. That people will reject the new text.
Hmm.
However, many of the members of this assembly I told you about uh, um, have have taken somewhat radical views, radical positions, and some of them have, in a direct or indirect way, been crystallized in the new text. And the thing is that at the moment, according to the polls, it's actually the reject vote that
Hmm.
will be winning, not by
Mm.
much. It's something like 45-55, something like that.
Wow.
But it's gonna be vote for vote. It's not Nobody can tell for sure whether it's gonna be rejected or accepted. Now, this doesn't mean that we will stick to the old constitution. I think that politically and socially, it's been agreed that that constitution is dead and that we need a new one. The question is whether we're going to accept this new text, or we're going to initiate another process where a new constitution is going to be written.
Hmm.
So we hope for the best. I mean, to be completely honest with you, I'm a little bit scared um of confessing my own vote,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's
I was going to
been
say,
so
don't do
heated.
that.
Please don't. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Don't do that.
Uh, but I can tell you this. At least I can tell you how I feel about it.
Sure.
The thing is that, well, Of course, I'm no lawyer, I'm no constitutional expert, but the common sense point of view I have about a constitution is that the constitution is there to set limits to the power, especially to the power that the state is going to have over us, because of course there are multinationals, there are companies that may want to control us in different ways, but at the end of the day it's a state uh, that risk exerting the most power over the
Sure.
individual. And the thing is that uh, perhaps the new text, the new text that was written wasn't all that good in setting those limits to the power. It was too ambiguous when it came to say, because it plotted a general line a general structure about how all the different elements of the state are gonna work, but then it leaves many of the specific details to subsequent laws that have to be passed in Congress later on, But nobody really knows how those laws are gonna be, what shape they're gonna take, or when they're gonna be approved. So that's a little bit worrying, that
Hmm.
in the times we live in, sometimes the focus is too much on the right, and perhaps that obscures a little bit, the duties that especially the state has over us.
It's true. I couldn't agree more. Now, listen, you boys. Since I've got you here, let's. We got to get a little geeky. I mean, we're talking politics, but I got super chats. I got viewers. If you'll stick around,
I'm here for you.
Luke Skywanker asks, "What are your number one movies and TV shows of 2022 so far?"
Oh, well, at least there's a parameter there.
2022.
Whoa. Whoa.
I mean, I really liked Everything Everywhere All at Once. I thought was kind of a knockout movie. I mean, I loved seeing that kind of creativity.
If you're gonna say that, because I don't want to copy you, I'll do Top Gun, because
I was gonna, again, it's very funny.
One or the other.
as somebody who's supposed to be some erudite film critic or pundit, I think to myself, should I say? But Top Gun is such a satisfying, rousing movie, and I've always said to people that I think what's really important is authorship. And if the author of the work, whether it's a novel, a comic, a movie, a video game, if they succeed in conveying what they set out to convey, now you can judge what that is, on what level it is, but if they succeed, to me, then it works. And I think Top Gun Maverick succeeded in a way I couldn't have expected, and it was such a rousing, satisfying piece of entertainment that it shouldn't have worked as well as it did.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen an audience have as much fun. I've seen the movie 3 times in a theater, and each time, the first time was at CinemaCon with all these jaded film these theater owners, and they were jumping out of their seats, and why not? I mean, it was so satisfying, and good for Tom Cruise for not letting it get released on streaming.
Oh,
but
that was such a good move.
Emmanuel, I'm with you right there. Top Gun and Everything Everywhere All at Once. Now, Sebastian, I don't know, obviously, your movie-going habits. Do you go to a lot of movies in Chile?
Well, I used to before the pandemic started.
Right.
I haven't so much recently, because it's at least in our country, a green pass system, a green passport system was established.
Mm.
And I got my vaccines, I got my booster, but I haven't been all that diligent about the following booster, because we're already on the 4th booster, going to the 5th.
Right.
And there are
Lost
lots
count
of
over here.
restrictions when it comes to go to places like the cinema and whatnot. So I've been relying more on streaming platforms like HBO Max, that kind
Oh,
of
of
stuff.
course. That makes sense. Well, what are some of the things you've seen lately that you loved?
Oh, I was really thinking hard about that, because I couldn't really I couldn't quite remember what I've been watching because I mean at the moment I work, but I recently started studying as well, so
Mm.
I'm kind of my hands are a little bit full in that regard. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, I haven't been able to watch as many things as I
Well, that's
meant
okay.
to.
No judgment. You
Um,
don't feel guilty about that.
yeah, I mean,
Just a question that was fired in.
yeah, and I cannot tell you what series or what movie in from 2022 I've enjoyed, but things I watched this year at least, even though they're older,
Mm.
which I like is, for instance, in the series front. You were talking about that a little bit a while ago. The Expanse. I just started watching the Expanse this year, so I finished the first season, going midway second season or something like that. I'm really loving it. And as for movies, I watch. Well, I watch most of the MCU films that have
Oh
come
yeah.
out,
Hmm.
and but I'm super weird in that regard. So I'm not a good point of reference uh, because for instance, Doctor Strange 2, not sure I love it as much as other people did. Thor 4, Thor 4, yeah. I actually kinda had more fun with it. So my sense of taste is all whacked out. You
Well,
know,
no, I mean your sense of taste
You
is
gotta
yours. You
like
know,
what
it,
you
it's
like.
it's you can
Yeah.
yeah, it's
um,
yours. You can't say it's whacked. It's your sense of taste.
Right.
yeah, but so yeah, that's a little bit yeah, that's more or less
Well,
it.
that's
So I've
good.
been
That's
working,
cool.
studying, and every now and then playing a few games. I think that these days I'm more playing games than reading or watching things as I used to
Well, there's a
before
lot
the.
of there's a lot of great games out there. I mean, Ghost of
Mhm.
Oh,
Tsushima
absolutely.
and some amazing.
Yeah, yeah, and sometimes and even some non-narrative games or games that don't really rely on narrative, like all these Soulsborne games,
Yep.
in the evenings I'm just playing through Bloodborne, not trying to move forward with the story, but just messing around and getting lost in the streets in these terrifying neo-Gothic streets
I
of
love that.
Yarnam. Yeah, I mean, it's all quite ugly and quite horrific, but in a way it becomes a little bit of a zen activity, because you can just lose yourselves in the streets,
I
trying to be
totally agree.
that kind of thing.
Well,
Yeah.
now let me ask you this. We got a bunch of other questions. Kelly Rhodes asks, "What about Giancarlo Esposito as Norman Osborn in the MCU?"
Ooh. First of all, too perfect. Too perfect of a fit. But I would actually I would want to see him with that other rumor of him being Professor X,
Mm-hmm.
only because I think we've seen him as Norman Osborn already, in Breaking Bad, and like it's too perfect of a role for
Yeah.
him, right? Like,
Well, and the boys, and as Moff
and the boy,
Gideon,
right? Like
he's
we
like your
know he can
go-to
do that.
villain. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we know we know he could be the villain that we love to. I don't even know if we hate him, but we just love to watch him. But I want to see him do Professor X. I want to see him actually do someone that we could be like, man, I'd love to be that guy's student. So
Yeah, I
I'd
think
build
he
that
could do.
role.
It's funny because he's so different in real life. When you see him interviewed, he's
Oh
such a
yeah,
different cat, which I
yeah, for
love.
sure.
Yeah,
Um,
but he's so charismatic. So I mean, even as a bad guy, you want to be his student.
Right,
oh,
right.
totally. Oh my God. I mean, he's so good in the boys. He's
Yes,
so,
100%.
Yeah.
Swifty says, "Will we see Galactus in Phase 6 or 7, or possibly mutants?" Well, I think we're gonna get the mutants. I don't know how,
Yeah,
but
mutants. I think.
and you can't introduce the Fantastic Four without at least referencing Galactus. And I
I
think
think.
you're gonna put
I
that in with
think
the Celestials and all that.
they might tease it because Foggy already said that they weren't going to do an origin story
Yep.
for Fantastic Four, which I think is kind of a miss. I wouldn't, because there are people that have been born after the Fantastic Four movies came out that are watching MCU movies now.
Yeah.
You know, my daughter, 14 years old, like she was born after, you know, the Silver Surfer and all that stuff. So, you know, I think it would actually be beneficial if they kind of did maybe some flashbacks, you know, it doesn't have to be a straight up origin, but just reference points. But I think they would rather tease Silver Surfer before you just bring on Galactus, because you know if Silver Surfer's around, Galactus not far behind.
Oh no! And if Galactus isn't far behind, I mean, if you go look at the like Earth X graphic novel, Galactus was eating planets that had Celestials gestating in them.
Right.
Which is an extra added wrinkle.
Ooh, and that'll make Earth look very tasty.
Yeah, Earth is like, oh, I can eat. I'm gonna go eat that. Look at that.
Yeah.
Tom Jr. Jackson, our friend who coined the phrase "we are all goof people," which is true, even though it was a typo, it was the greatest thing ever. Tom says, "What if Howard the Duck is on Earth after Endgame? Hey, trapped in a world he'd never made. That's never more so than being stuck on this planet."
I'll take it.
Yeah. Michael Preston says, "Hey, Rob, if you think that..." Oh, I already asked the Dr. Bashir question. I asked that. Video Hunter D says, "Hey, Rob, Where the Crawdads Sing is really good." Now, I have to say, I apologize. I was making fun of this movie because at first I didn't know much about it. I haven't even seen the trailer. I thought it was another rom-com like The Notebook. Mm-hmm. So I was, forgive my ignorance, but people told me it's kind of like To Kill a Mockingbird, but a modern-day sort of version of that, which I didn't know. And people have been telling me how good the movie is, that I should read the book, so I apologize for being an idiot. So I'm sorry. Have you guys, either one of you seen Where the Crawdads Sing?
I have not. It's been brought up, but I just, you know, my watch list is.
I know it's enormous. Luke Skywanker comes back and says, "What do you think about Stranger Things season 4? I love it."
Loved it as well.
I loved it too.
Yeah, I've never been a big follow. I mean, I watch every season. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of the show, but season 4, was it season 4?
Yeah, the one that just ended.
I mean, the horror elements that it introduced, I mean, they were so refreshing.
Oh, I thought it was really, really great on every level. So much fun.
100%.
This one comes from Ghost in the Craig. Says hashtag recast T'Challa.
All right now.
Also pray. Actually, he's puts there's an icon of a tumbler, a glass. Recast T'Challa. Also pray for Disney's Blade.
I'll take both.
I'll take both. Look, I freaking love Blade. I mean, I love Wesley Snipes as the first Blade. The visual effects haven't dated that well, but it's still awesome.
Yeah.
And I love everyone's in it. Now, this is a really interesting question for the two of you. Mm-hmm. Kelly Rhodes writes in and says, "Rob, you have both Black Panther and Namor represented with your guests, since Sebastian is in South America. Speaking of representation, what do you think about Namor having a Latino origin? Or, I mean, whether it's we obviously the Toltecs, the Mayans. For me, I think from the top of Mexico down to Argentina, that area of the world, they're coming from somewhere. I don't quite know exactly where Namor is coming from. But I've always been a fan. There's even an animated Star Trek episode called How Sharper Than a Serpent's Tooth, which deals with Kukulkan, and deals with an Aztec god. And so I would ask both of you, what do you think about that? What do you think about both of your areas of both if you're a Wakandan fan, but you being Black, Emmanuel, and Sebastian, you being... I'm pitting the two of you against one another. If Atlantis truly is, or whatever it's called, is let's just call it South American for the time being. I guess it really wouldn't be. Would it be Mexican or Central American? I am not up on my different.
Well, Tanaka is Mexican, so I think they might have been leaning towards that, but I think South American's fine too.
Okay, so what do you guys think? I mean, I love the fact that South America and Africa are going to go to war against each other in this movie. I don't know why.
No. Why?
At
What's
least
fun about
everyone's
it?
going to be really well dressed. It's going to look
Yeah.
good.
Is it more like a Kong versus Godzilla kind of, you know, crave or whatever, you know? I don't.
I really don't know. I mean, I think that I like the idea, but I don't. You know, in the comics, Namor flooded Wakanda.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
You saw some of that in the trailer too. So
there is some of that in the trailer, and I'm wondering, like, what's going on there? Like, how? And again, my worry is that you're introducing yet another secret society on Earth. What is somebody living like? Talk about you're living in Chicago. What if someone's living in like Rock Island, Illinois? And they're thinking like, okay, there's celestials in the sky. I just came back from being snapped for 5 years. You've got these new societies in Africa and Central America or South America fighting against one another down there. There's a celestial sticking out of the Indian Ocean. What the hell's going on?
yeah.
Like, what does the average person do in the Marvel Cinematic? Join a cult?
See,
Who do we worship?
This is one of the reasons why, like, I've been a very, very big proponent of the blip theory, which is they should just make this Wakanda Forever movie take place during the blip, because there was all types of chaos going on.
Right.
There's all types of stuff that we have no idea. We've never seen what happened. We heard.
Well, Hawkeye was killing people.
Yeah, I mean,
Hawkeye was
that's
straight
what
up
I'm saying.
murdering.
We heard about that. We heard different governments collapse and different cultures, were like in chaos. So we heard about it, but we haven't had an MCU movie or series really show us the actual chaos. And I thought
I'm so down with that.
time,
That would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, if there was a moment in time, because this is when Sword was like starting to come up or whatever.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see the fact that you have two warring nations going on and no one cares because there's too much noise everywhere else. People have been dusted. No one knows what to do. No one knows who's in charge. And meanwhile, you got, well, it's not Atlantis anymore, but you got these two warring nations just going at it. I think that would have been perfect.
Well, especially, I mean, can you imagine like one of the things, there's a shot in Endgame where you see the Statue of Liberty, you see Liberty Island or whatever, and there's all these boats parked around it, like this gaggle of boats. And I always liked that shot, but I'm like, what the hell happened there? Where are all those people? Where'd those boats come from? Did they just wash up because people's boats just broke free of wherever they were and on either side? And I'm like you just said, Emmanuel, that would have been chaos.
Oh my
and
gosh,
how many stories? And one of my favorite scenes in the MCU is in Endgame when Steve Rogers sits down with Natasha and they're just talking.
Yeah.
About where we're at, and Steve Rogers is like, well, I saw a whale coming up the East River today, and the ecology. There was a great article I read about how during the pandemic, when everybody was in lockdown, how nature really started to fix itself.
When we weren't out there killing it with our carbon and all that other stuff. Yeah.
And you realize how resilient. I mean, if anyone's not paying attention, look at the heat levels around the world this summer. I mean, look at where Lake Mead is right now. And the idea that we're not like the governments of the world are not spearheading massive, drastic changes to fix the climate. It's, to me, just, we're such a silly bunch of idiots on this planet that we're like, Europe is having record heat. We have record heat here in California. There's record heat everywhere. And we're just like, yeah, global warming isn't real. There's no real, mankind is not changing the climate. It's like, come on, man.
Right.
I understand the political forces, but our political forces are going to lead us right off a cliff, which maybe we need. Because if we have this incredible social upheaval and, who cares how much heat? Let's say the heat goes up to 140 degrees. Maybe we need a bunch of killing.
Get irreparable,
Well, we're getting up there. There's what's called a Venus condition. Let's hope it doesn't.
Yeah, but to answer the earlier question, I think it always comes down to representation, right? I love the fact that Black Panther did what it did for Black culture to have that level of representation in.
Yep.
And I think a lot of people initially were thinking like, well, Namor's always been depicted in the comics to kind of be of Asian descent, at least we thought.
Yes.
But the fact that, hey, we just got Shang-Chi, right? And we have yet to really have a lot of Hispanic, Latino representation in the MCU. So I thought it was actually a really good move. Hey, you got
Me too.
a titular franchise in Black Panther that's all about representation. Why not share that as well and be inclusive to the Hispanic Latino culture, and do that with Namor? And I thought it was great. I've seen other people within that community celebrate it. And I'm like, look, if you like it, I love it. Like if you feel represented and seen, and you feel the way I felt with Black Panther, then I am ecstatic about that. So I'm down.
I
for
also
Namor.
think it's cool because I think Latino culture is very interesting, and the whole idea of the more they find out, the more cities they find with lidar, buried underneath the Amazon. They're finding all this incredible stuff. That civilization is so rich and vibrant in the mythology, and where did the Mayans go? It's gonna. I think it's great.
I will never have an issue with more representation, like ever.
No, and,
So,
and also it's
yeah.
just, I mean, we live in this really interesting world, and the more the civilizations, the more that the human endeavor can be represented, the better off we all will be. That's what's so frustrating to me is that I don't like people that want to stop not just progress but stop the flow of knowledge and understanding.
Yeah, for sure.
And because I made a joke once, and of course this is amazing. It's a lesson I learned. I made this joke and I said, one day I wish I could get everyone's mom, all the moms around the world, to sit down and cook their favorite dishes, and then we would all sit around tables and get served everybody's favorite mom's favorite dishes, and we would realize, and it would be the meal of all time, and we would realize. And then someone said to me, they're like, "Oh, so what you're saying is that you just want women in the kitchen cooking for
Of
you?"
course.
And I was
That's all
like,
you want.
man, that's not
I
what
was
I.
thinking about the food.
Yeah, it was a metaphor. It was a metaphor for sharing our cultures and our things, and we all sit down because it's the one way everyone's going to eat a meal. But
Yeah.
no, you had to go. But then I thought to myself, I'm like, maybe that might not have been the best example. Maybe I was wrong in that example.
It happens.
But on the other hand, I'm like, you know what though? You need to take things in the spirit that they're intended. And the idea is, okay, maybe it's not your mom, maybe your dad, maybe your parents. And then like, well, I don't have parents. I'm like, okay.
Your legal guardian.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, your friend. The point is that somebody cooking and meals are a form of art. They're also a form of culture. It all is wound up in a frothy mix that hopefully you can sit down and enjoy. And the whole point was to share all of that.
That's it.
And the one way, I mean, everybody will sit down at a table and eat. They'll put aside their differences, and if we can get everyone's moms, I just set everyone's moms as a quick way to my example, and then people start shooting it down. But anyway, I stand by it because there's no better way than to make friends, than to sit down with people that you don't know, break bread, have a conversation. It's a great way to meet people.
And have some shawarma.
That's right, by God. Let's see. The teleworker says, bring us more minority characters from the comics. There are tons of great characters that we should have seen on screen a long time ago.
Facts.
Teleworker is right.
Robert?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if I can circle back to what to the story, to the anecdote you were just telling.
Please.
I mean, I understood when you told it, as you told it. I understood. I completely understood the intention there of the example you were using, but you actually point out at a very good problem about the idea of representation, because in a way you say, well, yeah, we want more representations. Perhaps I'd like to see more Latin characters in different forms of media and whatnot. But then the problem is, well, how the people who belong to to the culture or that group that is represented, how they see themselves, you know, their particular lives. Because you could say, well, we will like more Latin representation, but who says that e- every Latin person is gonna see herself, more or
Yep.
less in the same way? Sometimes we talk about Central America, South America, but and there are all the differences that you have between all these different countries. Uh, so I mean, it's not a critique. I mean, I understand completely your predicament, and in a way, you were the victim there of that tricky
But
issue, that presentation is not so simple. It's not enough about, like, as about the race, because there are so many other idiosyncrasies,
oh,
idiosyncratic aspects.
Sebastian, you are so right. You're exactly right. And I think what's really weird to me about the discussions we have about representation and race in America is what we want is representation from an American perspective.
Right.
And one of the things that I've, as a film fan my whole life, like when I hear about, well, there's not enough Asian representation in cinema or whatever, I'm like, I look at my wall over there, I got hundreds of movies, whether it's my Wong Kar-wai box set, or I've got Jackie Chan movies, or I've got Godzilla films that go all the way back to the 50s, and I've been watching Asian cinema my whole life, and I'm like, but that's not what people want. What they want is they want Asian American representation. They want their
Yeah.
experience as sons and daughters of immigrants and all this, and I'm like, okay, but I want to be Tony Leung. I think Tony Leung he's a Chinese actor. He was in Wong Kar-wai's In the Mood for Love. He was in John Woo's Hard Boiled. I'm a huge fan. If I could be a Chinese man, I'd want to be him, and I'd want to wear linen suits the way he could wear linen suits in Wong Kar-wai's In the Mood for Love, because no one looks more badass in the rain than Tony Leung in a linen suit.
And
And I
for
want to
me,
be that guy.
yeah, and for me, that's a crucial point. I mean, I was gonna go on pointing that out, and you actually took the perfect example with Walker White's movies, in the sense that at the end of the day, more than being represented by name or by some other Latin characters, in the end, what you want, I mean, what matters most probably is the story. Is the emotional depth of the character. Because when you're watching Tony Loin in The Mood for Love, or in 2046,
Oh yeah.
I haven't watched the other part of the trilogy, but when you watch him, I mean, or in the mood of of love, you're just watching one of the greatest romantic melancholy movies
Oh my God.
ever made. You're not. It's not about necessarily. I mean, there's that, of course. It's not about the Asian culture. It's about the story. It's about the characters.
Well, that's the thing.
So
But stories are universal.
Yep.
yeah,
I think, and like you,
exactly. That's
I
my
love the
yeah.
fact that you've obviously seen In the Mood for Love, and you've seen 2046, and you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and you can recognize yourself in those characters, no matter what their nationality is or whatnot. I mean, when the guy, I mean, probably most men, except for Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt, we've been in front of that tree, or in front of that wall, putting that secret in that hole in the wall, like telling that secret that you love that person, or that one, and you lost that person. And the thing is that, sorry, I was gonna make another point, but I lost the thread. Sorry.
All good. All
No,
good.
but you're right, and I mean, one of the things that I love about storytelling is that the great stories are the reason we tell stories to one another is it's the easiest way to convey human truth, emotional truth, personal truth, because we live in the real world, and when you tell somebody a story, like we all have certain touchstones and understandings, and great storytelling, I think, is universal. And it's funny, I'll tell you, like as a white kid from Seattle is not really a hard city. You know, there's not a lot of strife going on. I mean, everybody, you can go to the worst part of town. If your car breaks down, someone will be like, "Oh, you want to use my phone or something? Can I call somebody for you?"
I understand that, but in a way, it's not true either, because you have had your own hell, as it were. You know, you've
Oh,
had your
sure,
own drama.
but the point that I was going to make is that so, like, when I was a kid, I really loved blaxploitation movies set in New York. Like, whether it was, I just bought Shaft on 4K. You know, I love movies like Black Caesar. I love the Slaughter movies, and you know, that was so out of my experience. We had nothing like that, and I love. So there was a movie. So Larry Cohen, who directed like It's Alive and God Told Me To, and he wrote A-list studio pictures, but he made B movies. He also directed Black Caesar, which was one of the first blaxploitation films. He makes a movie called Original Gangsters that came out, I think, 96. And he brought back everybody. He brought back Pam Grier, and he brought back Richard Roundtree. He brought back Fred Williamson. And I thought that when this movie came out, I thought everybody in the world would go see it. And it opened in the Cinerama Dome in Hollywood. And I was so excited to see this movie because I figured everybody watched these movies, because they, in my mind, you know, Fred Williamson was a superhero. You know, and I love these movies because ass kicking. I mean, Pam Grier, come on, she was like Pam Grier. She was Foxy Brown. Yes, she was. And so I go to the theater, I go to the Cinerama Dome, and I thought it was going to be like sold out, because the movie it was like me and four other people in the theater. I mean, the Cinerama Dome is this gorgeous, and the movie was not nearly as good as I hoped it would be, but there was a scene in it at the beginning of the movie when Fred Williamson rolls into town, his town in Chicago, going back to his old stomping grounds, but he shows up in a Learjet. You know, the Learjet lands, and it shows up. It's on the runway, and the door comes down, and Fred Williamson comes out, and he's standing in the doorway of this Learjet with his cigar. And the five of us in the theater, I swear to God, because there's only five of us, so we were hooting and hollering, and we all just spontaneously jumped up and we're clapping. It was just fucking, I mean, it might as well have been the biggest superhero in the world. This was Fred Williamson rolling up in a Learjet with his cigar. And I'm just like, you know, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter what color you are. If you've got the great stories and the great characters and you understand what's going on, if you just give yourself over to the tale, even these five, and we were all sitting as far away from one another as we could. I'm like, it would have been better if we were all sitting next to each other, like in the middle of but you know, when you get in a theater and no one's in there, you want to get as far away from the next person as possible. We should have all been sitting there, because it was one of the best times I ever had in a movie theater. And it's not the greatest movie in the world, but it was about this legacy of these characters we'd all grown up watching, and it was a very specific kind of a movie. You know, I understand nowadays people yell at me for saying that these were blaxploitation films. Is that racist? I'm like, dude, I don't know how to talk about these movies in any other way. What can I tell you?
I mean,
you know,
they were. That's what they were.
Yeah, and like, thank God Eddie Murphy made his Dolomite movie. I mean, come on, Rudy Ray Moore.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I love that movie.
It was great. That movie
really
was,
good.
and Wesley Snipes coming back to represent. But it's just like, you know, great movies. It doesn't matter what color people are. It doesn't matter where they're from. Like, I can watch Wong Kar-wai's In the Mood for Love, a movie like one of the most melancholy movies ever made, yearning, two people that are in love with one another, can't be together, where you can just watch them cross a hallway and brush against one another. It does not matter. I've never lived in Hong Kong. I've certainly never been in Hong Kong in the 60s in the rain, because it seemed like it rained all the time in that movie. I've never worn linen suits. the way Tony Leung wore linen suits.
If
But
only
by
we got
God,
Mm.
I understand that movie. I understand that movie. I watch that movie, and it kills me every time I watch it. And I know nothing about that culture, but the story is universal. It's universal.
The thing I forgot earlier on was this other example. People have been talking about a lot on Twitter about GTA. That they announced a few days ago that a new GTA game is being developed.
Come on,
You know,
GTA 6?
It's gonna be released in a couple of years, or I don't know how long it's gonna take
I'll
to make
wait.
that.
Worth
Yeah,
it.
the thing is that they mentioned a few details like it's gonna be set in Vice City again, and then there's gonna be a couple of main characters, a man and a woman, and apparently I don't know if the couple or the woman is gonna be Latin. And there's a little bit of a controversy about it. I'm not really sure what the exact point of the controversy is, but yeah, it's once again this conversation about representation, and some people seem to be happy about the fact that one of the main characters in a GTA game is gonna be Latin, and it's gonna be a woman. Apparently, the first GTA game had a woman as a main character, but yeah, I
There's
don't
an
know.
easy way around this, and I've been saying this from the beginning. They need to make a GTA game that is the entire world, where you can just go anywhere you want.
It already feels like that.
I know,
They were-
but
It-
I want to go
They
to. I want to build a criminal empire around the world, so I can fly to Paris.
sure.
I can go to Rio de Janeiro. I go to Hong Kong. I go to Beijing.
It's
That's
not gonna
your
be.
GTA 7, and then GTA
Yeah.
8. You're gonna get intergalactic, and we're not gonna
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not gonna be the whole world, but apparently they're gonna include several, or they wanted to include several cities.
but they
throughout.
could. I mean, you look at some of these games, like the old sci-fi games that have now stuck around. You know, the big space battle games. What's the one? The big campaign that's lasted forever. The that they have,
The outer,
like Eve Online or something. Why can't they do an open world game, a GTA game, the final GTA game, where it's just the planet, like Warcraft or something, where it's the entire planet, and they just keep every patch or every update, they just add a new city, and you can go around
You can make money off of it. That's all that'll matter.
yeah, and they add, like, every 6 months they just add a new city around the world, Moscow, you know,
apparently
Riyadh.
they want to do that because they're gonna release the game as such, that it will probably focus on one city, but then they want to start monetizing all the different DLCs and start adding different cities into the game. That's what I heard. I may be completely wrong about it.
No, but
the thing is, this debate is about, the point was that the controversy seemed to be about representation, about Latin representation. And the thing is that on the one hand, you might say, well, it's a good thing to have one of the main characters being represented as a Latin person. But on the other hand, you might say, well, it's a Latin criminal
Yeah.
character.
yeah,
So
we
it's
need
gonna-
more
You
representation
really
in
want that
GTA.
representation?
yeah, and for that reason, it's best just to wait for the game to come out and see whether the story is good, whether the character is good, So yeah,
I love it. By the way, a friend of the channel, a great man, Mike Alito, says, I watched E-Man's 4-hour stream Friday.
Ooh.
And while I don't agree with him,
That's
I'll
good.
defend to the death his right to advance his opinion. Good show.
Thank you so much, and I respect everybody's opinion on my channel, especially when they respect it right back. I don't want anybody to come in and feel like they have to agree with me. I show mutual respect, and that's all that matters.
I agree. And by the way, I didn't know you. I didn't know you until this week. And now that I've met you, I not only have respect for you, but I know that your daughter is very lucky to have you as a dad.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
And that's a good thing. Tom Jr. Jackson says, Rob, a book recommendation, The Kaiju Preservation Society by John Scalzi. I know John Scalzi. He wrote the Old Man's War series, which is incredible. I have not read that book, but I will read it. Dancing Dog 60 says, great conversation, gentlemen. Fandom needs more of this. And hashtag recast T'Challa. Amen.
All right.
Samuel Blatchen is a new member. Thanks for becoming a member. Let's see. I can't even. I'm sweating. I'm in like a sweat lodge, and my broken glasses, my cheap ass. I buy these glasses like $25 for 6, and these are my favorite, and they've lasted longer than. And I broke them this weekend. They're not. I can't even see. Groovy Don't Play says, hey Rob, I love your guests and the way you let them talk. Over or under 25%, the OG X-Men cast gets a cameo during the Multiverse saga. I want it. Let me throw that out to you guys. What do you guys think? Emmanuel, you think we're going to see more? I mean, we've already got Quicksilver, even
Professor X.
And Professor X.
I mean, I think it would be. Listen, fans were talking about having John Krasinski as Reed Richards for years. And Kevin Feige listened and was like, hey, I want to appease that. Right? Now, whether that's long-term or not, we don't know.
Right.
You don't think he's going to do everything in his power to get Hugh Jackman at least one shot, just one shot in the MCU? So I'm going to go over and say we at least get Hugh Jackman just one time in the MCU to make him canon.
Hey, I mean, I think it'll probably be in Deadpool, but yeah, why not?
Sure. That'd be perfect.
I agree with you. What do you think, Sebastian? You think that we're going to see any of the OG X-Men cast from the last 22 years besides Professor X and the X-Men in the Marvel Cinematic Universe?
Well, I was thinking precisely about Deadpool 2. So if you had the whole crew, for a second or 2 seconds there, I cannot see how you could rule out that possibility over here, especially with what they did in Strange 2. So I mean, it's quite and well in a way with Spider-Man 3. So I mean everything that you thought that would be way too wacky or way far out, out there to incorporate into the cinematic universe, they've already shown that they can actually do it, that they can do fan service, and in spite of the flaws in the narrative, they can actually pull it out well. I mean, it's even though Reed Richards doesn't turn out to be the smartest guy in the room. I mean, I think that people love. I want to watch the movie a couple of times, and people cheered when he showed up, and so it doesn't seem displaced. So I think and with the multiverse, they can go absolutely anywhere.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's going to be, to me, the problem is the gimmicky nature of it all. And while I think it's kind of fun to watch, I mean, I think that Multiverse of Madness, I really like to see. I like Chiwetel Ejiofor. I thought he was, because we got a little bit more time with him, and I really liked the exchanges he had with Stephen Strange. Mordo and Stephen Strange and they had history. I thought that while I liked seeing all those characters as part of the Illuminati, it really felt, I thought, lackluster. They were introduced, we saw them, and we're just supposed to go, yay, and then the characters were dispatched in such a easy manner. It had no weight or gravitas, and it made those characters stupid.
Well,
that's what
they just threw it in there.
Yeah.
They threw that in there. So you see why it felt empty, because it apparently was never really something that they were committed to. So,
no. I get it. I mean, I understand, but I think it hampered the film.
Oh,
and
for sure.
and it was fan service done poorly. And the funny thing is I really like seeing all those characters together. But the fact that Anson Mount comes back to play Black Bolt, and then they made his appearance a joke. They turned it into a joke. I thought it was amazing that they even put him in there. But what a chance to have given a little bit of redemption to that god-awful Inhuman story. And Anson Mount, who's getting so much love as Captain Pike on Strange New Worlds, to just turn his appearance into a joke and a punchline. I felt, man, that wasn't cool. Like I get why they did it. I mean, I enjoyed Multiverse of Madness, but I felt it was totally inconsequential.
I thought you had a problem with the multiverse in general.
That I do?
No, I thought that's where you were going.
No, I mean, look, I'm all about multiverses because they can be presented in a very cool fashion.
Sure.
But I feel that the problem is the multiverse really only works if you give it rules. Like anything else. It's so funny to say this. Well, that's not how time travel works. Really? I mean, I love it. But whatever your thing is, set up the rules of and the Marvel Cinematic Universe really hasn't set up. I honestly thought that the Loki TV series, I enjoyed watching it, but it totally strained credulity. By the end, they have completely blown apart any semblance of any kind of reality, and they've destroyed, for me, verisimilitude entirely because they can do anything. Yeah. I still don't understand because Dan Murrell does he's an online pundit and a good guy. Yeah. He did a great article, a great video that he dropped yesterday on how just god-awful Star Trek Picard Season 2 was. And he explains that within that series, they couldn't decide whether they were talking about an alternate timeline or an alternate reality.
Oh my God. Yes. This what you just said right there is exactly the issue in the MCU.
Yep.
Because you don't know the difference between a timeline, a reality, a dimension, a realm. Like what are you talking about? What are you that is one, like, Endgame was so confusing because I was like, wait, did you guys go to a variant timeline? But then you have the ancient one saying, well, this is my reality. Wait, so it's not a timeline? Like, what are we, where are we?
And I don't think they understand either.
But they have to, because otherwise everyone's going to be lost.
And I think already, like when I was watching Loki, I'm like, I don't think you guys, and I understand what they tried to do with Loki, but the goofiness of the Time Variance Authority and the fact that, well, it's like mid-century America, but not. And it felt like a goof to me. Like the Time Variance Authority existing in the MCU, it to me didn't work. It was like watching Time Bandits or something. It was completely too far out of what they've built with the MCU. And while I get it, it was really goofy.
Yeah.
I liked it. I liked watching it, but I liked it as its own thing. But yet now they've leaned so heavily into the multiverse, and like you just said, Emmanuel, they don't know what it is. They're mixing up and matching. They're mixing up variants. They're mixing up branches of reality. Because here's the thing: in the 616 reality, you can have the 616 reality throughout the universe from the beginning and the end of time exists. There are branches off the 616 reality, but that's not the multiverse. So my question is,
is it?
Don't know.
Because maybe a branch is another universe because it's another reality.
But see, that's the thing. I don't know either. The thing is, I would say that can you have branch timelines, but they're still in the 616 universe, meaning that our Steve Rogers is always the Steve Rogers in any branch off the 616 universe.
Okay.
Like there's the sacred timeline.
Sure.
But here's the thing. There's an infinite number of timelines, and each one of those timelines is hermetically sealed.
That's kind of what I think Loki tried to establish, right? Because
Yeah.
it did say that there was a multiversal war before, and I think that's actually a quick little hint of the night. What was it, that 1984 Secret Wars? You know,
Mm-hmm.
with Beyonder and all that. I think they're kind of conflating the two, but
Yep.
whatever. So I think they were referencing like, yeah, there was a multiversal war before, and clearly there's going to be another one, and that's going to be the more what was it? I think it was the 2015 version of Secret Wars now. But He Who Remains, where he had Eliath, you know, the big watchdog, basically. Um, he was keeping everybody in check. And I think it was kind of interesting that there is no more He Who Remains to keep that big monster in check. So, sure, bring on Kang the Conqueror, bring on all the other variants, because
Yeah, you're gonna
all
have
these
a
other
hundred.
separate
What?
timelines, they're coming for war.
And we've seen all those Kang variants.
Yeah.
You know, in the comics.
Yep.
The-
I can't wait. Cannot wait.
No, it's and I can't wait either. I think it's going to be really, really, really interesting what they do.
Mhm.
You know, but again, I think the problem is if they don't define the rules,
Yes.
then it becomes this murky, muddy mess of
Yeah.
this of nothingness where you're like, well, who cares?
Yeah.
The multiversal war still has to have stakes that need to be firmly established.
For sure.
You know,
Like what are you warring over? Are you
right?
going to destroy our branch timeline? Like is that the incursion event that we're talking about, where the 616 collides with the 19999? You know, like, is that what we're dealing with here, or is it just you just conquer and take over? Or, I have no idea. I
Yeah,
have
and
no
they
idea.
need to figure that out. And I think
Yeah.
part of the problem with Phase 4 is that there's been no focus at all. They've introduced all these huge heady
Yeah.
ideas. Like, you know,
You
you,
don't
have
know what to pay
Ahmet.
attention to.
No, and Ahmed is sucking the souls of people that live in Cairo and just eating them.
Yep.
Like, I'm like, is this a mass casualty event? Like, on the news tomorrow, they're going to say 10,000
No.
people died in Cairo because giant Egyptian gods were fighting over the pyramids of Giza, and one of them was eating people's souls
Well, there's still an eternal, like, sticking out.
sticking out of the water.
Yeah.
It's just
Or
it's
celestial.
It's
you
so
know,
weird.
so-
Like, you know, yeah, there's a celestial sticking out of the water. And Arishem, the judge, appeared. Did he only appear to people in the UK that have watched Britain's Got Talent? I mean, did everybody see him? Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But Rob-
Yeah. There's
It-
they have to define something.
What's that, Sebastian?
Yeah, I mean, controversial take. I don't know if controversial, but well, anyway. I mean, I completely agree about the fact that both the movies and especially the shows have been kind of rushed in the sense that too many things happen and you don't explore the consequences of those things for the world, especially for standard human beings, you know. But
Yeah.
um, yeah, no, yeah, completely agree with you there. But I was thinking about, I mean, about Loki. I actually enjoyed the show a lot, and I agree with you with the fact that it doesn't really clarify anything about the rules of the multiverse. It actually confuses you more. But I'm not totally sure whether the intention is that, I mean, whether they don't know what to do about it or whether the intention is to keep it obscure. Because in a way, all this variant agency was somehow a little bit of a ruse. I mean, it didn't actually represent, it wasn't really completely connected with Kang and all the multiverse war and all that kind of stuff. All that kind of stuff. But my point is more general here. So up to this point, with all these shows, with all these shows and movies, we don't really know what Kang is up to. I mean, we don't know the rules or all
No.
that kind of stuff. But if you go back to the original movies, to Phase 1 and 2, one thing is that, well, I mean, Thanos was such a presence in the final Avengers movies that
Mm-hmm.
it kind of pervades the whole run from Phase 1 onwards. But actually, in the first few movies, there are quite a few movies where they only show a glimpse of Thanos, and you never, at least for someone who hadn't familiarity with the comic
Mm-hmm.
books, with the source, uh, you didn't really actually get what Thanos' role was only up to Infinity War, or perhaps one of the first Guardians of the Galaxy movies.
Right. That's when you first
Yeah,
saw. Right.
yeah, I'm not trying to make a point, but perhaps just to show some solidarity or charity with Feige, in that sense, that just in the same way that they also drop few hints here and there in many of the first movies. Perhaps the intention is somewhat similar in that case, that we're not meant to get the whole picture now, but we're
Uh,
gonna keep
Yeah.
developing that.
I
Yeah.
totally agree with that. The problem is the multiverse concept itself. They've shown us already with Doctor Strange, with Loki, that the multiverse is nutty. You know,
Yes.
it's crazy and it's all over the place.
That's
And
all we know.
and
Yeah.
but they've also done huge things to Earth, like with the Celestials and with the Eternals. There is a Celestial is sticking out of the Earth. Now, just from a seismic or geologic point of view, a Celestial's been inside Earth for billions of years.
Yeah.
And then suddenly it came, and they even mentioned it in Endgame. Okoye talks about, well, there's these earthquakes under the water. We don't know what's going on, but whatever, you know. And what was that? Was that the Atlanteans messing about with them, or was that the Celestial?
so.
So this
But yeah.
this thing is gestating in the Earth, and it climbs out of the Earth. That couldn't have been good for the planet. If it had emerged entirely, the Earth would have split apart and been destroyed. That was the whole point, because Thanos' snap accelerated it. So, what does that mean? Like, what does that mean for the biosphere of the planet? Like, the Celestial came out of the Earth, so there's a void left where he was. Is the ocean filling that void? Like, is it?
Think about like what happened with the Battle of New York, right? The Battle of New York in the first Avengers movie. Look at how much that still affected the MCU. Just that battle, just there.
Well, look at
And
Kate
you would
Bishop in
think,
Hawkeye. She's talking about seeing Hawkeye, you know.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. The way that's why I think our expectations for the Celestial and for even Moon Knight are not
Moon Knight,
far fetched. We saw a tiny little battle that only happened in New York, by the way. So it was just there, and like the world understood this thing.
There are
right?
aliens on Earth.
Right, but now it seems like aliens are around. We got Avengers. We can chill out. It's no big deal. Celestial, whatever.
But
'Cause,
after,
I'm sitting
I
here
mean,
thinking, like, are we numb to this now?
well, that's. I think that has been if there's any shortcoming to Phase 4, I think this is a huge. Look, I think Infinity War and Endgame, to me, I mean, despite the fact that people talk about, well, Endgame has too many plot holes, I'm like, whatever. I think Infinity War and Endgame together are one of the finest examples of pop fantasy filmmaking
Absolutely.
ever, of all time. And the heady concepts and everything, but because there are times, especially in Endgame, when like Paul Rudd, people can say, like, oh, it's just the rat. If it wasn't for the rat, he wouldn't have come out. It doesn't. I'm like, I don't care. That random shit can happen. I'm like, I buy into that. It's fine. But what's amazing is that that movie takes time, where you have Paul Rudd's character. You know, he goes and he sees the memorial. You get a glimpse of where humanity was at, like all the people that were blipped. And when he goes home to see his daughter's older, you know, and they spend an inordinate amount of time, more than I would have thought. I'm sure any other studio was like, you can cut all this out. You don't, just get to the action. But they really delve into, in that movie, what the opening of Endgame, when they flash back to Hawkeye losing his family, is a genius way to open that movie.
You have to feel it.
And you feel it, man. I remember and then you hear Mr. Fantasy kick in over the Marvel logo. I'm like, this is dope. I mean, this is some great fantasy filmmaking. And I want to know, where's the Marvel of Infinity War and Endgame? And why? because they spent so much time, especially in Endgame, establishing and giving us a feeling of where the world was at post-blip. You know, and we're in the middle of the blip. And even the portrayal of Thor, when they go and they find Thanos in his garden and Thor cuts his head off, and even that scene, where is that Thor? Hemsworth crushes it in that portrayal, in that particular moment. And then it gets goofy with Dad Bod Thor and all that. But that's fine because it's earned, and you needed the movie was so heavy anyway. Get lighter. It's fine. Him and Korg playing video games.
Yeah.
But I want to see the MCU that was able to deal with all of those things. And now we're missing the human element. We're missing the grounded element of these stories.
So I think, you know, one thing that, because I know a lot of people have been disappointed in Phase 4, right? And Phase 4 ends with She-Hulk and with Black Panther. And one thing I've kind of told people is like, look, we went to the mountaintop with Infinity War and Endgame. Like, that was unprecedented. We've never seen something like that in cinema at all, right? And now when you get to the high mountaintop, what happens? You have to go down.
Yes.
Right? Like, we're gonna climb it back up again, but we have to go down.
Yep.
And if you think about it, Phase 4 right now is very similar to Phase 1 of the MCU. If you really go back and look, Phase 1 was not that great. If you in hindsight, we appreciate it because of the end goal of what happened to the destination, but it really wasn't all that great. The first Avenger, with Captain America, it was okay. The first Thor movie, it was okay.
The first Iron Man movie is really good.
Iron Man was fantastic, but I'm just saying, as a phase, we were doing a lot of introductions, but at the same time, our expectations were low. Now in Phase 4, coming off of Endgame and Infinity War, our expectations like, you got to keep it at the same pace. But now Marvel's like, no, we actually are trying to, I don't want to say a soft reboot, but we're starting to introduce new characters.
Yep.
We have Disney Plus now, which means we could do more world building with even more detailed storytelling. So when you say like the story or the human elements, I'm looking at like Ms. Marvel. I'm looking at Hawkeye. I'm looking like they're using that platform rather than the movies to communicate that on a much deeper, smaller level.
Yeah.
But still be expansive with it. So, I like to call this phase like the "Are we there yet?" phase. Before, like, Sebastian said, we had Thanos. We got in the car. Kevin Feige's driving. He said, "Hey guys, we're going straight for Thanos," and we're like, "Take us, Kevin. We'll ride this ride." But now Kevin's like, "Hey guys, come on back. Let's get in the car." We're like, "Of course. You gave us Endgame and Infinity War. We're back in this car." And he's driving. We're like, "Kevin, where are we going?" "I'm not telling." Kevin, okay, I know multiverse. And Kevin, where are we going? Not telling. So what are we going to say? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Where the hell are we going? I see multiverse over there. I see celestials over there. I see aliens over here. Kevin, where are we going? So now we're hoping for some X-Men. We're hoping for Fantastic Four. We're hoping for all this stuff, but we don't know the final destination yet. We're hoping, I guess, Kang and Secret Wars, but we still don't even know what that means. We don't know what that means.
That's the thing.
At least Thanos, we knew a snap was coming. At least we knew that, but we have to wait and see.
I brought this up earlier. I've got my Kang Dynasty hardcover, and cracking it open again. It's like that story is, and this whole hardcover is just the Kang Dynasty story. It's really good, but I'm like, how are they going to do all of this? I mean,
They'll take a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah, it's just a huge storyline. I mean, I love the fact that they kill millions of people. It's kind of like in the when Ultron was introduced in this run of Avengers, and he took over a whole country and killed millions of people. It's just like, okay, I love Ultron, and but they can't do that in the MCU. I mean, I understand they got to keep it, but in the Kang Dynasty storyline, Kang basically comes to Earth and says, "I'm taking over because I'm going to save you from dying." And the Avengers are like, "No, you're not." And it goes from there. I mean, that kernel of an idea, there's a lot more to it, but I can see that if that's what they're leading up to, we're going to learn who Kang is. We're going to learn a lot about him. And when he shows up and says, "Now I'm here to take over the world to save you all from yourselves," we'll know. We'll be like, okay. and we'll understand why he's going to fight. And it's going to be interesting, but I just think that I think they could have done a better job of solidifying, or at least, because the problem is these movies are asking these very provocative questions.
Yeah.
Like if you're a thoughtful person and you are you like your speculative fiction, when you do see Arishem the judge show up over the UK and everyone's looking up at him, well, the question begs to be asked, well, what do we do now? And on the next morning, wouldn't that be the biggest news story around the planet, that this gigantic creature that's twice the size or 3 times the size of the Earth
Still should be.
is and like, wouldn't that be something that is amazing? And where's Neil deGrasse Tyson opining on the Chitauri? Where is he?
And it doesn't even have to be something major, right? Because if Disney Plus is any indication, because they do have a section in Disney Plus for the chronological order of the MCU shows and the movies and stuff. So, like, for example, Ms. Marvel is supposed to, take place after Eternals and stuff. You could have had that just at least in the background of the TV or something, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, like in the background talking about the Celestial or something, as Kamala Khan is off doing whatever.
Well, even who has jurisdiction over the Celestial? It's in the South China Sea, so it's like Taiwan's.
That's a great conversation. Listen, have swords swoop in, and steal jurisdiction. I don't know, Shield, if that's still a thing. That's a great conversation. I would love to see that debacle.
Yeah,
I'd love to see that. Damage control apparently is a thing now, with the worst security in the whole wide world.
The worst. And again, you're looking at this going, okay, you just brought this up, but you're not showing it to us in the best possible way. By the way, I just want to, Samuel Blashon became a member of the channel. Thank you, Samuel. Groovy Don't Play says, hey, Rob, I love your guests. Oh, I already said that in the way you let them talk. We talked about 25% the OG X-Men gets a cameo. We did do that. Mr. 47 says, we need Danny DeVito as Wolverine. Danny DeVito's Wolverine, maybe in his younger days.
I was going to say, I'll take it in a what-if story.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Danny DeVito. Norwegian Kryptonian says, Asian representation is confusing to me. Asia is 30% of the Earth's landmass and 60% of its people. How does one represent that? That's a good question. What do you think, gents?
Yeah. I mean, that was part of my point earlier on, that when you start talking about representation, the problem is that the cultures you're trying to represent are not homogeneous. So,
Right.
I mean, it's really hard to just in a single character or a movie or whatnot, trying to get it right. It's almost an impossible task. And sorry for detouring into video games again, but there's this game I really like, Metal Gear Solid 5.
Oh,
dude, I'm a huge Metal Gear Solid fan. I mean, Kojima is one of the great geniuses of the medium.
For me, it could be probably one of my favorite in the series. For some other people, it's number 2. It's Metal Gear Solid 3 and so on. But what I really like about 5 is that it makes really nicely that point, precisely the point about the problem of representation. The existence of all this diversity, and how, in a way, by means of language, you kind of, in particular the English language, you kind of try to impose a certain order where you cannot actually find one. And perhaps a more specific way of developing that idea is that, okay, let's say we represent Asian culture, Latin culture, and so on and so forth. But the problem is that, I don't know, you gave me the example of Namor. You see that character, and yeah, I can see some traits, but it's not going to capture many of my own idiosyncrasies.
Right.
Or those,
Just because he came from your neck of the woods doesn't mean he represents you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it's a weird. We live in a weird time. I think we don't have a holistic understanding of these issues. We only see them like from wherever we live. We only see it from that perspective. you know, and not it's a bizarre, it's sort of a weird thing. And like, I mean, I think about the idea of slavery. You know, slavery is in many different forms has existed in all cultures for thousands of years. I mean, depending on how you want to call it. And yet, you know, we think about slavery in America as a very specific kind of slavery that exists. That's a legacy in our country. It's very specific, and you could point to it and go, "This is a very specific American brand of how that worked." And it was horrible and it was awful, but it was also the norm for 400 years in the country. And there were people that were slave owners that also fought against slavery. You know, and nowadays it would be like saying, okay, you know, women's rights. Women couldn't vote 100 years ago. They didn't have the right to vote. Yep. And yet it's a process. Things change, and everyone's like, well, it has to be the way we want it right now. But the idea is it's a process, and things change. I mean, you can't sit there and go, well, you know, 150 years ago when people owned slaves still, or actually 100 more than 150, but or women couldn't vote, those are still bad ideas. Yeah. It's not good. When the founding fathers wrote all men are created equal, they might not quite have been ready to all embrace that idea, but they knew that was the right idea. And at the time that it was written in the late 1700s, some of them were, in fact, they did not, in their own lives, because the way the world was set up, they did do things that went against those notions, but they knew enough to know that those notions were the correct ones, even though they didn't live up to those principles then. And just like, you know, the idea that, like, when I was growing up, I never thought that women were lesser than men. You know, my mom would kick my ass the same way my dad would. Like, I was like, they were my parents. I didn't sit there and go, well, my parents have a hierarchical structure. There's my dad, then there's my mom. She's somewhere below my dad. If that wasn't true, they would kick my ass in equal measure. And but the representation idea, it's weird because I think that now we've distilled representation. There's no nuance to it anymore.
I think there is. I mean, you know, I think what's important here is it's not so much that it's an impossible task, right? Representation can happen, but two things need to happen. One, we have to give it time.
Yes.
But we also have to give it opportunity, right?
100%.
Some of that opportunity, I think some of the best representation is when people get to tell their own stories. When women get to tell stories that are centered to women.
You nailed it.
Stories about black people, like,
nailed it.
That's the thing. But here's the problem. You know, especially if we're just talking about film, and let's just say Hollywood. Hollywood's been white for a very, very long time. So it takes time. And not only that, but it's been white and male for a very long time. There's a reason why a lot of the greatest directors happen to be white males, right? So it's gonna take time for the craft, just the industry to make its way. Let me tell you something. I'm a film critic. I've been a film critic since 2013. That is not something that it still baffles some people. Like, I go in my community, I do watch parties, you know, for a lot of the Marvel movies. I'll buy out the theater, bring everybody in and all that. And the thing that, you know, and I'm gonna try and not get into it because it always gets me really emotional. It's the young black kids that come to the watch parties, and they're like, I see you on YouTube and you talk about movies. I've never seen that before. And here I am. I'm just like, I want to share my love with movies with my community. But at the same time, there are these young kids that are like 10, 12, and they're like, I want to do what you're doing. Because they haven't seen that. They've never seen a black person that looks like them, talks like them, shares the same interests of movies that they do, doing as a film critic. It's a new thing. So, you know, and I think the same would apply if, let's say, more black women saw more black female directors. You know, if you saw that, when you see these things, it opens up the paths for more voices to be heard, more visions to be seen, and more authentic voices to be heard.
Well,
And I think that's how you get that representation.
you just nailed, again, my own YouTube channel is about the idea that everyone does have a story to tell, but you have to tell your own story.
Yeah.
And we, the audience, have to be open to listening to those stories. And I always go back to, I remember seeing Spike Lee's She's Gotta Have It. And here's a movie that probably there was no reason. I mean, I was a film fan, I'd watch anything, but there was no reason in the mid 80s that I would want to watch a movie about a black woman and her experience in a city I at that time had never been to. When I watched She's Gotta Have It at the I think it was the Seattle International Film Festival, I loved it because it felt authentic, and it was low budget, but you could tell then that I was seeing a story that was authentic about a world that I knew nothing about, but I could still identify with it. And I'm like, this is a great movie. Because back in the 80s, when I was going to the Seattle International Film Festival, and I mean, I was a complete film fanatic, and I was watching, I wrote a film column for my high school newspaper, and I was a nut. I would watch anything. But what I was looking for was authorship. I was looking for authenticity. And I watched movies from all around the world, and for Spike Lee, it was very interesting because when that movie hit, you could tell that, like, here's an emerging filmmaker, and only he could have done what he did at that time, But no one stopped him. Hollywood didn't say, "Well, we're not going to make this movie." He went out and made that movie.
Buy this,
Yeah, he went out and made it. And the funny thing that I've always thought about movies, and I think there now more than ever, is people have thought that look, with the technology that exists, you've got you carry around iPhones that have 3 different lenses on them. Anyone can make a movie now.
At this point,
Anyone. Spike Lee went out. The problem is making movies is really hard, and making good movies is really, really hard. And most people, because it takes so much work, and then to have talent, it weeds out the people that are not serious. But there's nobody stopping you. And now with YouTube and the distribution methods available to people, so many people can tell their stories. The problem is, like everything else, making movies is really hard.
and
It's
expensive.
really long, and well, it doesn't have to be expensive.
Well, it doesn't have to be,
No,
but
it can be.
bigger budget.
Yeah, it depends what kind of movie you want to make.
Yeah.
But I think back to somebody like Spike Lee. He made that movie.
Yeah.
He made She's Gotta Have It, and then he made School Days, and then when you saw it, by the time he got to Do the Right Thing. I mean, Do the Right Thing. I recently watched it. It came out on 4K. That's a knockout piece of work.
Fantastic.
Do the Right
Shout out
Thing
to
is
Giancarlo.
just virtuoso filmmaking. I mean, he's so in control of, and talk about capturing the zeitgeist. It's more relevant now than I think it's ever been.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
But my God, is that a great movie? And you look at an emerging voice. I'm sure, and Spike Lee is not like he doesn't look like he doesn't look like Black Panther. He's a little dude, but he commanded the presence, and he went out and did it. And I just look at that and I'm like, why aren't more people looking at that and going, there's a movie that came out a couple of years ago called Tangerine, about trans characters on Santa Monica Boulevard here in LA, shot on iPhones.
Yeah.
They went out and did it. Groundbreaking film.
Yeah.
Now we can see it. Just, you've got to get people.
But you have to see stuff like that, right? Like, a lot of times, I mean, how many times do we have, the most successful directors out there? How many times have they said? I think it was Quentin Tarantino. I was seeing in an interview on a late night show, and he was talking about how he was looking at other directors and how they took their path, and it got him hungry for it.
Yep.
It's got to be something that like, I'm sure Spike Lee inspired a whole bunch of other people. You know what I mean? Like you've got to see yourself even being in that position. And I mean, it's
Totally
something
agree.
kind of, like let's say sports. For black people, you don't see a lot of black people playing baseball. Why is that? Because you
boring.
don't have a lot of baseball fields in the inner city.
Right.
Now we do have a lot of basketball rims, and hey, you could always get a pole with a crate and make shift that way. But because we don't have those things around, we don't see baseball players that look like us. It's not something we will aspire to. So we need more Spike Lees. We need more Barry Jenkins, Jordan Peele's. When you see that, I mean, I'm more inspired at this point by Ava DuVernay. I mean, you're talking about somebody who is in the PR field, being
Right.
in the industry, and then all of a sudden she was like, I want to be a director. She got up and she went and did it.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, and she did it recently. Not like, oh, I've done this in film school, and she did it in her 30s, and now look at her now. So,
Well,
I think that the more we see it, it'll be great.
And 13, was it 13? She does great great
yeah.
documentary, and then and then goes and does what, Selma?
Yep.
I didn't like A
Phenomenal.
Wrinkle in Time so much, but it's okay, it's fine.
We don't
But
talk about
but
that.
but
We
but here's the thing, like you said, she went and did it. And by the way, I kind of have a crush on Ava
you and me
DuVernay.
both.
She's
I took a
she's
picture with her once. I'm not gonna brag.
yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Critics' Choice Awards.
I never met her, but I'm a huge fan.
Fantastic person.
I'm a
Very
I'm a
nice.
face
Meet
person.
That hero. Meet that hero.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I would fall in love with her. I'd just be gaga if I was standing in front of her
awesome.
talking, looking. When she smiled, I'd be like, oh man, I can't even speak. I can't do it. But you're right, and I think that's true. But I also think though that we now live in a world where people are less inclined to. They want everything fast and quick, and I think that, unfortunately, I hate to say it, and as somebody who loves film, there's a lot of amazing creativity happening on TikTok in 90 seconds.
Yeah.
And now you have people of all walks of life, of all shapes, sizes, colors, and creeds that can use something like TikTok, and there's some great filmmaking going on in 90 seconds. Really clever, creative stuff. Forget the fact that the Chinese are using that medium to process all of our data or whatever. Don't care. What I like, I mean, I do, but whatever.
Yeah.
But seeing the creativity that people, a lot of young people of all walks of life are able to pick up cameras and do things creatively on TikTok in 90 seconds. And I wonder, because I love cinema, I'm an old middle-aged white cis male with one foot in the grave. There's nobody more irrelevant to culture now than I am. But I can at least recognize, I'm like, oh, there's some really, like the next Orson Welles. Francis Ford Coppola would say, well, the next Orson Welles is going to be like a 12-year-old girl in her basement in Arkansas or somewhere. I'm paraphrasing. But now I'm like, you know what? The next Orson Welles would never be Orson Welles because they're making TikTok videos in 90 seconds over on that format because it didn't exist 10 years ago.
Right.
The promise of TV fulfilled.
Yeah, kids today don't give a fuck about movies. They just don't. They've got video games. They've got everything is much faster. I mean, I love the cinematic form, but even I have said many times on this channel, I've said cinema was the art form of the 20th century. It really was. It was a combination of things, technology that was being developed in the late 1800s. It was gelling, and then in the 1900s we finally got cinema, and by the 1920s, I mean, if you think about it, if you look at film and compare this century to that century, the 1920s, I mean, Murnau made things like Sunrise, and we were seeing some amazing work in the silent film era, both in Germany and in France, even in Russia and in America. And then the advent of sound at the latter half of the 1920s. I think that video games, virtual reality, it's all melding. I think in like
That's the next step.
2028, there's going to be technological leaps that we don't even know what they are.
Yeah.
And call it the advent of sound. What happened in like The Jazz Singer with Al Jolson, which never would have gotten made today because of blackface and all that. But that, be that as it may, it was a breakthrough for technology. I think that at the end of this decade, there are going to be leaps and bounds made, and we're going to get something new. And it's going to be interactive. It's going to be virtual. It's going to be, I don't know what it is, but
James
it's going to.
Cameron was working on some new technology for his Avatar movies. I mean, the guy's already been a visionary and pioneer when it comes to 3D for what we know today. And if I'm not mistaken, I mean, he opened up an entire, like, the whole reason why there was a huge gap between the Avatar movies for him, he was like, look, the technology didn't exist.
It didn't exist
for what I wanted. So he went and built a company and started working on it. And if I'm not mistaken, the projector that is required to really shoot, or to really play Avatar the way that he shot it, theaters probably can't afford it.
Well,
not yet, on a mass level. And for anyone that's wondering, he wanted it, if I'm not mistaken, it was a way to watch 3D without 3D glasses.
Yeah. I don't
even know what that means, but okay.
When I was at CinemaCon, they showed us the Avatar trailer in 3D.
Yeah.
And it was astonishing.
It was amazing.
It was astonishing. And it was just the trailer. Were you there?
No, I didn't go there, but we did get a screener of it.
Oh yeah,
in the Dolby Theater. In
Chicago.
Nice, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, it's
beautiful.
It's unbelievable. And it's funny. I took my mom to see Avatar. She'd never seen an IMAX movie or a 3D modern 3D film, and my mom is a very pragmatic, unimaginative woman. And I took her to see this when she was 70. And when the movie was over, her eyes wide as big as saucers, she turns to me and she was like, "How did they do that?"
Right?
And she had that sense of awe and wonder in her face, which I'd seldom seen. And I can't wait because she's 83 now. And while I'm going to fly up to Seattle in for the holidays, probably the opening weekend of Avatar, Way of Water. I'm going to take her to the IMAX theater in Seattle. I'm going to be like, Mom, I know 13 years have passed. You're a little older, a little wiser now, of course, but we're going to go see this movie because I want to see that look in your eyes again.
Yeah. And it'll happen because I know when the trailer came out and like on regular screens, and I saw people's reactions to it, and they were like, "No, okay, another Avatar movie." And I was like, "No.
Yeah.
You need to see it the way it's meant to be seen." Because when I was watching this thing, Dolby full surround sound with the 3D glasses, not the little cheap plastic things. I mean the real 3D. It's an immersive experience. It's an experience.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's what the first Avatar movie did for us. We've been spoiled over time because they've kind of watered down with the post-production 3D.
Oh, yeah.
Rather than shooting with IMAX, 3D cameras.
Well, Avatar is by far the best 3D ever done.
Yeah.
By a wide margin.
I need people to remember that experience. And you might have forgotten it back in, 2009?
Yeah.
That was something we had never had before. That's why the movie made so much money, because watching it and feeling it was unparamount. We've never had that. And I felt that one more time when I saw the trailer in that way.
Me too. I mean, people were having remember people we were having Pandora withdrawals. I mean, back then there were people that were so. Sebastian, let me ask you a question. Do you have kids? I don't know how old you are.
No, I don't. I'm 54.
Okay,
no,
I don't have my own kids either. I've got my girlfriend's kids, which is fine. So I would ask you, Emmanuel, you have a 14-year-old daughter. Does your daughter have any interest in seeing Avatar 2?
So I've got a 14-year-old, I've got a 8-year-old, and then I got a 5-year-old.
All right.
Yeah, she's into it, and I guess I'm a little biased, and maybe I don't know if I'm like the best example because being a film critic, I've had her critique movies. I'm like, look, how was the acting? Like how was the story? So now that she's older, the 14-year-old, she's actually looking at this stuff more. She's actually engaging with it. But yeah, Avatar, she's down for it for sure.
So, Sebastian, you and I are basically the same age. How do you?
No, I was just kidding. I'm 37.
Oh, you're
But you're
kidding.
37.
Yeah, me. That's exactly right. I'm totally 37. Thank you. That's exactly. So now let me ask you this: Are you at all excited for Avatar 2? There's no wrong answer. Just because we've waxed rhapsodic about it, we don't want to bully you into saying you want to see Avatar 2.
I mean, I went to watch the first one at the cinema as well, and the 3D was groundbreaking for me as an experience as well. And Peter Lang, I mean, there are few villains like is his name Peter Lang?
Stephen Lang,
Stephen Lang,
the
sorry.
villain. Yeah.
Yeah. There are a few villains like him. So it was great, but I mean, because of the length of time that has transpired between the first one and when the second one releases, I cannot say I've been totally invested in the release of the movie. I mean, of course, I'm gonna go watch it when it's released, and I hope to live long enough to watch Avatar 5. But
We all do.
but yeah, and I'm kind of interested about the technology. Speaking of which, I did want to ask you about. I mean, you were talking about how the technology was going to evolve by the end of the end of the decade.
Yeah.
And I have to write a little piece on the metaverse or the metaverses quite soon. Do you have any recommendation about that subject, about the development of these technologies, whether virtual reality or augmented reality?
Well, I don't. I don't, because here's the thing. I like video games, but I was I'm not a hardcore gamer, but it was like there were things that were touchstones in my life. Look, I'm a huge Grand Theft Auto fan, and there's a reason why we haven't had Grand Theft Auto 6, because Grand Theft Auto 5 is still making a ton of money, especially the online component. And it's funny because I played all the Grand Theft Auto games like the day they came out. The story modes, I loved Grand Theft Auto 5. The story mode was great, and then it became frustrating for me because I'd go online and get my ass kicked by 12-year-olds. It was rough. But I don't know enough. I only know that it's just a feeling. It's just an opinion that I get. Our civilization has changed in that if you are a movie fan, it means you are looking outside yourself for understanding and experience. And even though people say, well, watching a movie is a passive experience, I think it isn't, because you're actually giving yourself over to a story. And that isn't passive because you've made the choice to do so. And when you watch a film, really watch a film, I mean, you put your phone away, you allow yourself to sit in that darkened room with people, and you give yourself over to the story that's being told. I think that's actually a skill that is learned.
Yeah.
And I think nowadays most people, especially young people, don't have that ability, because if you've grown up where now you're curating all this information that's coming to you, whether it's on your iPad, mostly your phone, you're the center of attention that you've created. You're taking in all of this stuff, this information that you've curated, and you're only getting the information that you want, which is, I think, a very different experience than being movie fans, because we knew we wanted an experience, but we didn't know what it was going to be. Nowadays, everybody wants to know everything. I mean, it's like, you even dating. You're on Tinder, you get an idea of what you're going to get. When I was a kid, when I was in my 20s, I had to have a pitter patter, I had to have rap, I had to have game, I had to be able to walk up to somebody and within a few lines of dialogue, I had to be able to open a conversation. That was scary and difficult. But now we don't have to do any of that. So the thing with the metaverse is ultimately people want stuff to come to them. Yeah. And the experience is going to be, people have to understand that, first of all, that it's worthy of wanting to have it come to them. They have to want whatever that experience is. Like nowadays, I'm thinking, well, you can go into the Upside Down. I could see, I would do that as a Stranger Things fan. I'm like, fuck it. I'd love to walk around the Upside Down as long as I knew I wasn't going to die. It's a virtual experience or whatever. But people are going to want it to know. No one is willing to give themselves over to an experience they know nothing about anymore. They want to know what they're getting. And I think that the metaverse or whatever that's going to be, I mean, we already live in a virtual world of our own making, even though we're outside. We're in the real world going, okay. So I think the real question is going to be, how are we going to get, how is Facebook or Meta or whatever, how are they going to convince the world that whatever virtual worlds that exist, and by the way, every company is going to make their own virtual world. How are we going to convince people that this virtual world is the virtual world that you need to go into? How are we going to do that?
You got to go to that movie, the Bruce Willis movie, Surrogates. I think that I listen. That's a scary movie because.
By the way, that's also based. That's a comic book adaptation based on a comic book.
Yeah, but I think that is incredibly realistic. Like we're gonna get to the point where the metaverse is so immersive, so realistic that it's probably better than some people's real lives.
Oh,
and the crazy thing is, you might go log in to go watch movies in the metaverse.
Yeah. Which, by the way, you can even in like Second Life, you could do that, or in the PlayStation hub or whatever, you could go and now you can, in your virtual reality glasses, you can sit in the recreation of whatever theater you want to go to, and it is immersive in terms of watching movies, 70 millimeter movies in a theater. So you're absolutely right.
Yep.
Mr. 47 says Melissa McCarthy is Jean Grey.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, but I would only say I think she's just a little old. Just a little old to be Jean Grey. That's all I would say. Tom Jr. Jackson says, Rob, did you like the Hot Toys pic I did? Yes, Tom. He took a picture of my Kingdom Come Superman that I just got with the Fison body. Yes, I like that pic. You took my picture and you made it better. So, yes, it was very cool. Clint likes everything, who says, don't forget that Black Widow during the blip. I love the way she ran the Avengers. I thought that was the greatest thing ever. Yeah. I really enjoyed that, and I love that conversation. And Clint likes everything, goes on to say, after the giant Egyptian gods fighting in Moon Knight, I was hoping we'd see them in Thor. Yeah, me too. Well,
that would have been great. I don't know. Maybe give Gore some significance.
I mean, come on.
Kill someone that mattered.
He should have wrecked shop across reality.
Yeah, and we should have seen the after effects of it.
Yeah, I mean, what happens when you kill a society's gods?
Yeah,
not good things.
I mean, I think he should have at least killed some of the Greek gods. And we should have seen some of that after effect. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean, I don't know, if you kill Athena, do some people lose wisdom, or something? Like, what happens?
But that's a good question. Yeah. And that's something that Thor Love and Thunder could have used.
Yeah.
To give it an added resonance. Stubble McShave all the way from Sweden says the MCU and Star Wars used to be automatic enthusiasm for me. Now they have tried to win me over before I get enthusiastic. I hope I will get enthusiastic about franchise movies again. I focus more on non-franchise movies now. I miss the mid-budget movies we used to get. Look, Stubble, he's a long time. Stubble's great, and he's been a long time friend to this channel. And I'm with you. You know, I do this podcast, the Designing Hollywood podcast, and I've interviewed a lot of costume designers. And the latest episode is with Ellen Mirajnik, and she was the costume designer on movies like Wall Street and Fatal Attraction and Basic Instinct. I mean, if you look at her career in the 80s and 90s and aughts, she did the costumes. She was for a lot of zeitgeist movies. And when I was doing research, I was like, wow, she worked on all these major studio movies. The studios are not releasing any movies like this at all. Her entire oeuvre of films that were big, like Fatal Attraction, big movie for Paramount. They wouldn't make it today. Who would go see? They would turn it into a 10, and they're turning Fatal Attraction into a 10-episode streaming series.
Yeah.
And she even said to me, she goes, I feel now, she's 72 years old. She just did Oppenheimer. She was the costume designer of Christopher Nolan's new movie. And she was like, I really like working for Christopher Nolan because he was in charge. He knew what he wanted. He didn't say, well, we need like 10 different versions so we can pick one. She was like, no, he knew exactly what he wanted, and I knew exactly what I needed to give him, and we worked together well. And I feel that that's the problem now, is that we're not getting all the really interesting powerhouse movies that the studio would release. They didn't cost $100 million, and they were all interesting and unique, and we got a lot of diversity in terms of the stories being told.
You know, I don't know if you ever had a chance to read this book. I'm almost done with it. The Big Picture. I think it's Ben Fritz that wrote it.
I have not read that.
It is primarily based on the Sony leaks. So remember when? Sony
Oh
had
yeah,
the
yeah,
leaks
yeah,
and
yeah,
all?
yeah. Oh,
Right.
I gotta get that then.
So,
Okay.
Oh, it is a phenomenal read. Because there were thousands of emails that leaked, and everybody was kind of like, we're not going to go read through all of these things. And of course, the biggest news was about, Spider-Man and Kevin Feige and Amy Pascal and all that stuff. But those leaks in this book anyway, the journalist, he took the time and went through all of them. And while at first my initial draw to the book was about learning more about Marvel and learning about the background information of how Sony went about with the whole Sony Marvel deal and all that. And it's a good chunk about that.
Yeah.
It also does a nice chronicling of the shift in the industry and how the shift went from big budget movies. Personally, I think the 90s had some of the best independent movies, whether it was home media or in theaters.
I completely agree. I mean, it was Soderbergh, on the
Yeah.
rise, and Spike Lee, Kevin Smith,
Yep.
Doug
And
Liman
it's
doing
like, no matter
Swingers.
it made Blockbuster a great night, period. And if you went to the theaters. But the thing is that when we sit here and complain of big IP franchises, it's kind of our fault. People like us,
Oh yeah.
we stopped
Yeah.
paying for those independent movies. So there was a time frame the book talks about. I want to say it's like in the 2000s, mid 2000s, 2010s, where movies were coming out and they were just bombing and bombing and bombing. And the studios were like, well, why would we keep putting money into this if people are not going to go into it? And at the same time, you started having the rise of Netflix, and home media was really picking up, and people were paying money for that.
Yep.
And then you started seeing a more of a shift towards TV. You had your Game of Thrones, your Breaking Bad, your Oz, and Sopranos, and the attention that we gave was to great drama and series. So of course the studios pay that, they fund that. And it wasn't so much for the independent movies. It wasn't so much for the non-IP related franchises. And it's one of the reasons why you have Marvel Studios and DC and Star Wars because at least people found something familiar, and because it was familiar, they would go to the theater and pay for that.
Yep.
But if, oh my gosh, an Adam Sandler movie, if I'm a fan, maybe, but if I'm not, maybe not. Even Will Smith. Remember After Earth and all these other movies that weren't doing so well?
No.
It was during that time frame. So again, read the book; it's phenomenal.
I got to get that.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. Like I love Will Smith as a performer, and you go back and you watch movies like Enemy of the State. I mean, he was a star, man.
Yeah.
You know, and I still think he will be again. Like King Richard, I thought he was terrific, and despite what happened at the Academy Awards, I actually thought his apology video was quite compelling. You know,
I like it. Yeah.
But I just like Will Smith. You know, and it was whatever he was dealing with. It doesn't change the fact that, you know, you listen to him tell stories about how when he did Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, he didn't know shit. You know, he was found. He's like, I don't know, man. I'm making music videos now. I go to Hollywood and whatever. What a crazy life.
Yeah.
But what I do miss is like a movie like Enemy of the State would be turned into a 10-episode Netflix show.
It would.
And it would probably be pretty good.
Sure.
But I miss the format. I miss the fact that I could watch, like I have 3,000 Blu-rays and 4K discs right over there, like literally 5 feet away from me. And I look at this stuff and I look at these movies that I've collected, and there's something about the film, the 90-minute to 2-hour format. That way of telling stories is something I grew up with and I loved. And look, I love my epics like Lawrence of Arabia or The Right Stuff, which is 3 hours and 15 minutes. I miss that. I like the binge watching, more novelized approach to entertainment. I like that, but I miss the fact that I used to love studio movies, and like Paramount would release Hunt for Red October or Fatal Attraction, you know, or whatever. But we don't have that anymore because no one's going to see that anymore, and I feel like we're diminished, and this is only my own prejudicial feelings about movies, but I feel like we're diminished in a certain way because all we get at the theaters are these giant spectacles. And I don't mind that when I go see Top Gun Maverick and you can have that experience. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
But I do miss a powerhouse movie like Hunt for Red October. I miss that because I love that movie.
And it was unexpected. Sometimes you just go in and you're like, wait, Leonardo DiCaprio's in it? Whatever. Let's go. And you just can be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah. And now studios can't afford to do that because they need, you know, they get how many at bats a year.
Yeah.
You know, and but again, it's evolution. It's a different, I don't want to be one of those people like, in my day, the movies were much better.
Yeah.
Because I still love Infinity War and Endgame.
Sure.
And we would never have got that 20 years ago.
Yep.
Never.
Yeah.
So it's a different thing. I feel like phases of my life, I get different kinds of movies.
And you roll with the
Yeah.
punches. Luckily, you got physical media.
Physical, yes. I've got the whole world in my hands, as it were. At least the whole world that I like. In this room, I never have to leave it. If I put a kitchenette in here and a refrigerator, I'd never leave. Of course, that wouldn't fly because John would be like, why aren't you on the show today? John, I've decided I'm never leaving. I'm becoming Howard Hughes. I'm staying in my garage for the rest of my life.
Yeah, but apart from that caricature that someone could do about you, about missing the older times or whatever, you know, you're absolutely right that it's hard to think about many movies that capture the zeitgeist of our days, whatever that zeitgeist exactly is. I mean, it's hard to think about a Fight Club or a Mitochondries movie from the 2020, you know? Like something that captures the way it feels to live in 2020 or 2022, you know?
That's Sebastian, that's very astute. I mean, I do miss that as well. It's funny, Ellen Moroznik, when she designed Wall Street, she was surprised that Gordon Gekko became a hero. she was like, greed is good. She's like,
He's
that
not
guy's a
good.
douchebag. He's a dick.
Yeah.
You know, and she told me, she's like, I had no idea. Suddenly I had people from Wall Street wanting to know exactly how I dressed him. They wanted his suspenders. They wanted his shirts. And she's like, this was horrifying for me. He's a bad man. And yet the world embraced what it meant.
Yeah.
You know, and I do kind of miss that. Like Fatal Attraction, again, became a water cooler movie. Basic Instinct became a water cooler movie. You know, people talked about it, and I do kind of miss that. And I guess to a certain extent, I mean, being a YouTube pundit and all that, we know that we talk about movies, Marvel and Star Wars. But the problem is, I don't think those as much as I love them and own all those movies, I don't watch them over and over again.
Right.
You know, I watch movies like The Godfather, or I'll watch All That Jazz, or Sunset Boulevard, or All About Eve, or Scarface, or Do the Right Thing, or you know. And when it comes out, what's interesting, physical media, like speaking about Do the Right Thing, that disc looks amazing, the 4K disc, because the color palette of that movie is very saturated. And when it came out, the 4K is beautiful. You know, or you go back and you look at a Scorsese movie like when Goodfellas came out in 4K. I mean, it looks incredible when they go back and they remaster these things. And man, it's or Raiders of the Lost Ark, or take your pick whenever you get sometimes they don't do it right, but when they, most of the time, it's amazing.
Yeah. I agree.
Listen, I've got a few more. Mr. 47 says, I wonder how graphic the Emmett Till movie will get. Anyone uninformed of his story are in for a rude awakening. Humanity sucks. Well, I agree with most of that.
Yeah.
But I don't want to believe humanity sucks, because there is also greatness in humanity. Isaiah...
Well, both things can be true.
What's that?
Both things can be true.
Yes, both. Absolutely. Isaiah Ruiz says, hey,
can I
Rob.
just say
Oh,
one-
go ahead. Sorry.
Just for the Till thing, because I know that's gonna be a tough story,
Oh,
especially
man.
for Black people. I mean, I did a trailer reaction to it because I didn't know. I know Emmett Till's story. I'm from Chicago. I get it.
Yeah.
But just the trailer brought tears to my eyes.
Yeah, the
And,
trailer. Yeah.
You know, I can understand how Black trauma can be a problem for some people, where for Black people, they don't want to have to go through it again, because you don't need to educate us on trauma. We have generational trauma. And for non-Black people, you also don't want them to get desensitized to
Right.
Black trauma, where it's like, oh, it's just another slave movie. Oh, it's just something else.
Oh,
you know, like,
man,
you know what I
no.
mean? Like, you
But-
don't want it to do that. But so my hope, I'm just say this. My hope is that when this movie comes out, that people aren't, if you're going, I hope that they're not gonna focus on the gruesomeness or anything like that. I think it's about the mother's grief
Yep.
more so than anything, and her strength and courage. But I hope it also prompts people to, you know, think about like Emmett Till's death sparked the civil rights, you know, movement. I hope it sparks people's sense of justice. I mean, Carolyn Bryant, who lied, the white lady that lied on Emmett Till, she admitted to lying about it. And I think just recently they found a warrant of her arrest, just sitting in the courthouse.
Yep.
Just collecting dust, you know. And I'm like, look, hey, if this lady is out there, I think she's still alive, lock her up. I'm sorry. Like, you got to live your life. You got this man lynched. There's a warrant for your arrest, and nobody was prosecuted for this. Spoiler alert. Nobody was prosecuted. Everybody knew who did it, but no one did anything. And I just hope people don't miss that when it comes to these type of stories. You know, it's not a matter of Black people just complaining. It's a matter of, we don't expect to be treated better than anyone else. We just want justice. We just want fairness.
Yep.
And that's all. So I hope people get that from this movie, if anything at all, and not just tears, but like a sense of righteousness to be like, you know what? Whether it's Black people, brown people, whoever, if something wrong happens, we got to step up in the name of justice.
I a fantastic sentiment, and I think more than anything, this story is a lot of people just don't know it,
Yeah.
and they're going to learn.
Yeah.
And I think if nothing else, that's why these stories are relevant, and that's why they should continue to be told. Because look, rightly or wrongly, movies are. It scares the hell out of me that history sometimes will only be remembered by what people learned from film. But at least the story, hopefully with the internet, if people want to learn more, they can delve into it, and at a keystroke, you can find out more information than you can possibly get in a movie. But the idea is, if nothing else, to have these stories at least out there so people can delve into what really happened.
Yep.
And we shall see. To end this, Isaiah Ruiz says, "Hey Rob, do you think we will see Chadwick Boseman in a death scene in Wakanda Forever?"
Ooh.
Well, I would have to say, Emmanuel, what do you think? I'm going to throw it out to you.
Dear God. I hope not. Listen, I'm already, one of the tenets of Recast T'Challa, if you go to the petition on change.org/recast T'Challa, is not to mirror the death, not to use Chadwick's death as a plot device. They already have T'Challa dying during the blip, which I kind of hope they take a place and maybe do flashbacks or something. I hope they use the death that was already in story rather than putting in a new one. But I just kind of challenge people on thinking about how awkward it would have been if you had Paul Walker's character Brian dying of a car crash, in Fast and Furious. That would have been very cringy, very awkward. And yeah, the cast and crew might have meant it as a tribute, but did it have to be that close to home? So I would hope and pray, and I highly doubt they would do this, that Ryan and the cast and crew don't mirror Chadwick's death with T'Challa's. For me personally, that would be a little too much.
Yeah, I hope they won't do that.
So
either.
I'm going to say in good faith that I don't believe that will happen, and I hope it doesn't happen. Everybody knows Chadwick passed away. Everyone knows this is in tribute. It's kind of like how I talk about with sex scenes in movies. You don't have to show nudity to show, hey, these people just got it on.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
Sure.
there are ways to infer things without actually making it super plain and obvious. So I hope and I trust that he will do it in a respectful way.
Absolutely. Well, listen, gentlemen, I have to say to the two of you, Sebastian and Emmanuel, it has been an incredible delight and a surprising delight that you both happened to jump on here when I opened up to have people come on to the show. You never know who's going to come on, but I think the two of you, what a great conversation we've had. I can't thank you both enough for coming on and being so thoughtful and interesting, and it was my privilege to host you, and I feel I've got two new friends in the world,
Absolutely.
And first of all, Sebastian, I would ask you, are you on social media? Can people find you anywhere?
Not really. I mean, I am on social media, but I'm not a personality as it were. So
All right.
don't look me.
No, but I want to listen. Thank you all the way from Chile. I mean, thank you so much for coming on this episode of Midnight Musings. I mean, to me, this show between Lael and Mmmm, which is, we have such great conversations, but then these continuing on, we've had another great conversation. So, Emmanuel, where can people find you, and where can people find what you've said before, but tell us where they can find you and your change.org petition.
Sure. So you can find me at E-Man's Movie Reviews. I'm on YouTube as well, Facebook, Twitter, all of that. And that's E-Man, just like He-Man without the H. We do a weekly news roundup every Friday night, 8 Eastern. We cover all the topics through the week. We have a really, really good community, very similar to this awesome community that you have here as well. We have a very, very fun time. If you're interested, and again, I would implore people, please don't use social media as a way to learn more about what Recast T'Challa stands for. If you're reading my shirt, if you're seeing a hashtag, don't make assumptions. Go to thechange.org/Recast T'Challa petition and just read it. I'm telling this was written with love and respect for the cast, crew, Chadwick, his family, and so on. It is absolutely not about a boycott. It has nothing to do with sexism or misogyny. It is all about loving the character, uplifting Black representation, and seeing the portrayal continue eventually. So
Right.
I would encourage people to go read it first and then make, you don't have to agree. That's okay. But at least just hold us accountable by what's written and not what some random person on Twitter says. But yeah, so check me out. E-Man's movie reviews. Google me. Can't miss me.
Well, I want to say to you both, to me, this is like the very best thing that YouTube can do. I'm in LA. Emmanuel's in Chicago. Sebastian, you're in Chile. I mean, and we're talking. How great is that? And it cost us nothing. No long distance charges. So I want to thank you both for a really compelling conversation, being great guys. And wow, what a worthwhile time I think that we've had tonight. And I can't thank you enough for both being here.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you very much, and I will say to everyone, I will get off. I'm going to say some concluding remarks, but I'm going to say goodbye to our guests. Thank you both for being here, and hey, we should do this again sometime, sirs.
Whenever. You got my info.
All right. And gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. What a great time. Wow. I have to say, this is a long midnight musings, and first of all, I gotta give a shout out to my co-hosts, Lael, Rockwell, and Mmmm. Again, a fantastic conversation from the two of them, and again to Emmanuel and Sebastian, the man who started the hashtag Recast T'Challa movement of Sebastian in Chile. I didn't know him, but it was great to speak with him. Great points of view, and to me, this is exactly what this channel is all about. I want to thank everybody who has supported this show via Super Chats and tips, and those people who became members. Thank you for the support in the channel. I want to thank the moderating staff, Tom Jr. Jackson, who's a longtime member of this channel, who's one of the great guys in the world. Of course, he coined the phrase, "We're all goof people," and indeed we are, which is the motto of this channel. And I don't know who else is here, but Tom's been here the whole time, so thank you for that. And for those of you who are physical media fans, it's at 11 o'clock. It's almost 3 o'clock, so that's, 8 hours from now? You can join Dieter Bastian from Saarbrücken, Deutschland, and myself. I have more physical media things to show than I've ever had in the history of the entire show. I got a deluge of stuff coming in. So, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to show it all. I got to split it up. I don't know what I'm going to get next week. I'm like, oh, my God. I got Criterion. I got Vinegar Syndrome. I got Second Sight. I mean, my God. I got just regular discs coming out my took us, whatever. Anyway, I want to thank all of you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this. And we had a really good crowd tonight. I mean, there's 305 people watching it right now as I'm saying goodbye. But remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that said, I would say to all of you, imagination connoisseurs, have a better night. Have a better day wherever you are in the world. Just have a better time. Have a better life. It's up to you. But it's been a lot of fun. This show has been, wow, one of my favorite shows I've done in a while. Thank you all for being here. I very much appreciate it.